What's going on, everybody?
Yes, it's time to make another omnidirectional bike. The three previous ones featured one omni wheel on a bicycle, two omni wheels which balanced sideways, and then it had to be blown along with fans, and then I tried four mechanism wheels so the bike can move in any direction but also screw itself along forwards and backwards. And of course you can check all of those out in my channel. This time though, I'm going to try and make a bike which balances on two balls which can roll in any direction. These are rigid balls called walking globes, and they're used by circus acts to balance on, and this is the sort of thing you can buy in juggling shops. These are totally rigid and include a stopper for filling them with sand to slow them down, but I'll be leaving them totally hollow. They really are really round, so they roll really well. I'm going to use three omni wheels to drive each ball, which have little wheels all around them so they can slide sideways. I previously made a ball balancing robot like this which worked okay, but I had issues at high velocity because the wheels seemed to fight each other. This time I'm going to turn the wheels around 90 degrees, which should allow the ball to roll faster, but I'm only going to power two of the wheels and leave the third as an idler. So it's really important that the bike can balance sideways and balance sideways like a Segway or hoverboard to stay upright.
Do you have a moment to chat about NDAs and Discord? I'd rather not. Is there anything specific about NDAs that you wanted to ask about? Like, NDAs are basically just horseshit. They never do anything.
Because otherwise it's going to be impossible to drive. So we've got the wheels at this orientation where we've got them 120 degrees apart, and that's so we can drive sideways, and we can also drive forwards and backwards by spinning those wheels in opposite directions to get linear travel this way. However, with the wheels like that and the omni wheels having the little wheels, I'm not sure if there's going to be like weird slippage and we won't get linear velocity between the wheel velocity and the ball, and whether the ball will just like spin round instead of going sideways in a weird way, because all those little wheels will allow it to actually freely rotate. If that happens, then we're going to have to motorise the third wheel, which is planned to be an idler, but that one will then need to turn round 90 degrees so it has some effect to actually drive it sideways. Anyway, I'm about 90% sure it'll work like this, but I've never built a ball balancing robot with the wheels in that orientation, so I think all we can really do is go and build it and find out if it works. So it's time to 3D print some parts. There's quite a lot of large chunky parts to print for this, so
Trans defense untilers look at this insane and paranoid guide. They're gonna end up in prison or the hospital following this advice. Training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu moves. Is likely not going to be that useful. None of this is bad advice. The only thing that I have with jiu-jitsu is usually when you go to jiu-jitsu schools, they'll teach you competition jiu-jitsu. And if you try doing competition jiu-jitsu in an actual self-defense situation, you're going to get yourself fucked up. But that was a big waste of time, thank you. Richard's Frozen Sperms Wells, donate $2. Richard LMAO, how fucked is Tiny? Please skim through his Pixie drama post. Yeah, Olawali sent me a screenshot. So it looks like Destiny did indeed do a dum-dum, and he sent nudes to some chick that he was hitting on, because, like, you know, that's what a retard would do. Okay, I'll look that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, dude. Fuzz donated $2. He thought it was for him. Oh, poor dog. Somebody should give him a bagel. Thanks for the donation, Fuzz. Sometime November, extremely sensitive personal material of mine was leaked. From what I can tell now, claiming it was leaked is kind of a disingenuous way of framing it, because it looks like he just sent some random girl a bunch of nudes and shit that was on his phone. It's not exactly what I'd call leaked. Yeah, I literally already read this whole thing yesterday. Pixie seems like a lying, manipulative jackass, but it's pretty clear Destiny was in the wrong. He sent nudes of her to some random chick that he was hitting on. Thanks for the donation, though. Richard's Frozen Sperm Wells. Haha, donate $2. Let me see.
Watch what happens next when this biker gets cut off by a Harley rider who thinks he owns the road.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Oh, well, there you go.
I just thought, do you know what would be crazy?
I guess we can watch that. Thanks for the donation, haha.
You know, like isekai animes?
Yeah.
Imagine if you get isekai'd into DGG. Like, that's your isekai event. You get hit by a truck, and you wake up, and you're an... Oh, okay.
Maybe Hitler. His obsession with metrics, you know. Blew his brains out in a bunker, and then he...
Oh, God. Hey, buddy.
1 second, my output. This looks not great. I saw another post that came up.
So,
with
Nick,
bad info.
Nick, listen.
Mhm.
Listen, buddy.
Jesus.
I like you, okay?
I made him phone you. Oh, no, I want that on record. I made him.
Well, if he was German, one speculates his name might be something like Christoph der Sne- It lays bare the issue. I put you in a positive light. You were the person I'm burning the least, but you were, frankly, a lot more honest than you had to be. Probably more than you should have been. And I appreciated that. So I figured I'd rather just not be a rude...
No, I'd never get a chopper. They're pieces of shit. They have some of the worst ergonomics imaginable, and they're built like crap, and they don't run well. So no, I'd never get a chopper.
Whatever. Whether you care or not, just seem respectful to give you warning.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think I really have any issue with anything I said in that call. No.
I didn't think you did either. I got the impression, I apologize if I misread you, that given what you know about me and given things we said in that conversation, that you kind of expected that was a possibility.
Yeah.
Okay. We good?
Well, to be fair, it's not just a you thing. It's kind of general
Well, that's my
best practices on YouTube. It's not saying anything that like.
Yeah, but I mean, like that's my.
Everyone says that.
Well, I didn't want it to come off as like a character attack. Where I'm like, oh, I knew this guy was going to record me. I assume everyone does.
Okay. Well, I mean, I wouldn't take it personally. I think, to be honest with you, I think most people who don't record these conversations, especially when they don't know each other, are playing with fire. I think it's a mistake. Because you never know. And this is my logic going into it. I didn't come from with respect to Pixie getting paid off for law school, for example. Straight rate has been leaking like a motherfucker, just to everybody. It's been weird. And I learned all about that. I talked to Chud after I talked to you, and he led me down there.
Oh, I told him to. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. By the way, appreciate it.
I put another group call together. I talked to Tom, Augie. We kind of all briefed where we were with it.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, what's one packet? My apologies.
Do you want to know what is coming out tomorrow?
I'm not super concerned, but if you want to tell me, I'm down to hear.
You
it.
really
Yeah,
shouldn't
you know-
be, honestly. But Tom,
Yeah,
Tom might want to. So here's what I'm putting out. So I got the stuff you're probably particularly concerned by. I've got a bit of a conversation. Not a ton of it, just a tiny little bit, just where we're talking about like the consequences of speaking out, right?
Yeah.
I have a link to 30 minutes of that conversation that will be in there just for people who are interested. Hopefully this gives people sort of enough of an impetus to be like, okay, this is out there. This isn't like a thing we need to be afraid of talking about now. We had some additional shit. I don't know if you know.
Pixie, and I show sections of Pixie's statement that she would have released, basically saying this was non-consensual, and she wants to sue Destiny. So it's everything that has been floating around, along with Straight Edge saying being the,
Are either of you worried about like the morality of?
Hey man. How are you today, chap? How is the workouts going? Hot babes everywhere, bro.
I'm doing fine. I was going to train legs, but my my left knee locked up, and I'm actually having trouble walking with my left leg right now. That's the leg I almost had to have amputated. So, happens. Otherwise, the workouts are going well. Just leg training's not going great. But thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
You're moving forward with this without the girl.
No one will tell you why. This comes back to why I gave.
Can you build muscle and lose fat with an aggressive 1,000 to 1,500 calorie deficit as a beginner? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not.
Back at the Straighter DMs. After I talked to Chud, I went to Straighter and asked, hey, look, so this thing that we agreed was like super top secret, we've been really careful with, everybody has it. And the person who talked to Chud, they think that the thing about Destiny paying Pixie's tuition, I think that came from you. And what Pixie told me was that, basically immediately after Pixie had that interaction with Destiny reached out to Straighter Aid, started floating ways he could pay her financially. And that was it. So this entire time, they've effectively been working together to try and pressure Steven into releasing money to keep Pixie silent. So it's like, okay.
Including Dan's been pressuring her as well. She mentions that in statement. Straight Raid mentions that. But
Well,
the biggest
Chud Logic can't get mad at me because he leaked the fact that Boblax was in the dress.
well,
So that was a huge pain in the
I don't
ass
think
for
he's
me.
anything to get
so
mad at you
whatever.
about, frankly, like...
you're not the source. I'm gonna when I went looking for these,
I don't know what he means by keeping her silent. Like, they did offer reciprocity.
I didn't just get them from Sunday. I got them from an entirely separate party to all of you.
Now,
Actually-
the only reservation I have is I kind of feel bad I ended up burning Tom by accident. I don't really... Listen, I'm not normally super stoked that my calls are getting recorded and released, but I'm significantly less angry about it because I kind of just want this to come out already.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what
I don't really... I'm not like super...
can I
I'm not
make
super broken up about it because I've been kind of just waiting for this to drop
Can I
for
make a
while
suggestion?
now.
Can I make a suggestion? And you're
You
not...
want, me to, you want me to get out ahead of it?
No, you're not a dumb guy. I was actually going to say, if you give a shit about Tom, there's an easy way Tom has to get out of this, and it's the exact same way you did, which is, look, we're all very nervous about this. I ain't like some Machiavellian schemer. This got brought up in a joke. I didn't know what to do, and I kind of just went on autopilot, and I feel bad about it. We were just holding our tongues. We didn't know what the moral or responsible thing to do was, and didn't mean to sweep for Destiny or disparage Melina's
I mean, when he
account
gets
or
on stream, he's probably going to say... I mean, I've talked to him about
Hey
this.
VG, did you hear that Trump wants to make it illegal to clan? There are more than two genders.
You just heard President Trump signaling sweeping changes.
Yeah, and as you just saw in the video, he's been busy signing executive orders relating to freedom of speech, ending weaponization of government, and much more. Now, the president has also addressed gender roles for his second term.
WVTM 13's Bryce Oselin is live and local with reaction.
President Trump has signed an executive order proclaiming 2 genders in the United States. The Trump administration referring to it as the
I believe in freedom of speech. These liberal whack jobs, they're trying to take away your freedom of speech. By the way, if you say things that I don't agree with, you're going to jail.
Restoring Sanity agenda, but not everyone agrees with the president's policy.
As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female.
This kind of reminds me of the 19th century where, like, they kind of recognized black people as subhuman almost. Like, white people are superior. It's literally written into the Constitution. So I don't know why, like what does this do for anybody?
It's the first day at the inauguration. I thought it would be a time for him to be celebrating himself and not attacking community and marginalized communities across America.
A new executive order declares only 2 genders in the United States, male and female. Central Alabama Pride President Josh Coleman not happy with saying it singles out the transgender community.
This is only an attack on the LGBTQ community, plain and simple.
The order aims to require the federal government to use the word sex instead of gender, and it directs the State Department and the Department of Homeland Security to ensure that official government documents, such as passports and visas, reflect a person's sex accurately.
The reality is the president...
That literally does, again, nothing for anybody.
Can't erase non-binary and transgender people with a stroke.
So imagine how many issues it's going to cause for somebody like Blair White, where it says male on her passport or driver's license, and she looks like a girl. Like, you're just going to end up seeing trans people get, like, locked up and shit for no fucking reason.
Of a pen, he can't erase them, no matter how bad he wants to. It's a rallying.
Well, yeah, that's Trump. Great news.
The same thing as me. Unless the girl's involved, there's no moving forward with it.
Yeah, but the problem is, I agree with you, but the problem with Tom, though, is that
but
he
now
went
it's
out of
out.
his way.
Once it's out, it's out.
Yeah, so you're asking the moral line of bringing and whether we're worried, and I'm going to tell you why I'm not. Because Lonabox went on stream the other day and said he was stopping streaming because of the Hassan stuff. Well, he mentioned the Hassan stuff, but he says that's not the reason. He then reacts badly to any mention of Destiny and alludes to stuff behind the scenes. Hassan has talked about this. Vadim Bernardo has talked about this.
No, it's time for this to come out.
Yeah, everyone knows it is
Pepsi. Text me today, it's coming out. Like, I knew this was happening. I know you guys were doing it. And I didn't know it was happening tomorrow. But I mean, once I saw the second YouTube drama thread, I knew it was coming out.
Yeah, this is gonna be a 1-2 punch in the morning.
I wanted to talk to you as well because I'm almost your friend. I know we're not like best friends or anything, but like I didn't want to do this and blindside you. I didn't feel comfortable doing that. But
no, I'll probably just post something to Twitter that's similar to what I said to you in the call. And Sunday, if I need to reference anything else in the phone call, do I have your to reference the fact that it occurred or whatever? If that wasn't included in the video, do I have your permission to?
Well, I'm assuming you have recording as well.
Yes.
Okay, I got you on record for that. Well, I can't with any right tell you no. Can I?
I mean, I have a recording. I don't even, you know what I mean? But
yeah, I figured. I just needed you to.
What's my favorite cardio? Probably mountain biking.
Say that for my recording right now. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Well.
All right. Well.
Yeah. Okay. I want to
surround me, but I haven't I think I was on his stream a total of 3 times. I have terms that I've never used.
Well, this is the thing that's annoyed me the most of all of this is the silence and the narrative from people in DGG. We need to wait for the victims. We need to protect the victims. They don't want to talk about. Well, that's fine.
Press questions after AI investment announced goes off the charts. The order is insane 3745 and on.
To assault a police officer.
Sure.
Right? So then if I can, among those you pardoned, DJ Rodriguez, he drove a stun gun into the neck of a DC police officer who was abducted by the mob that day. He later confessed on video to the FBI and pleaded guilty for his crimes. Why does he deserve a pardon?
Well, I don't know. Was it a pardon? Because we're looking at commutes and we're looking at pardons. Okay, well, we'll take a look at everything. But I can say this. Murderers today are not even charged. You have murderers that aren't charged all over. You take a look at what's gone on in Philadelphia, take a look at what's gone on in LA, where people murder people and they don't get charged. These people have already served years in prison, and you go to crimes. Why? It's been in some ways made simpler by Los Angeles because
at the time that
I don't know what that has to do with anything. Thanks for the donation, retard.
At this point I am honestly America is going end up just like Nazi Germany.
Well, fairly close to it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Oh, but those people are going to turn around and deny that this happened. So I mean, I don't really care. Every single person who says we need to wait for them from inside of like Destiny's community, all those people are going to find 50 reasons to hate that girl.
Well, it's also the fact is that it's not just their choice anymore. Their silence has caused damage to other people because they've left everyone to speculate. And it's starting to actually just get fucking annoying.
Thanks for the heads up. I'll make, I guess, Destiny's on the Tuesday docket.
I think
because if it's out, there's no reason not to watch it.
I know you're confident about what Tom's response is going to be. I really think though, like I think the issue with Tom is that in that Chud call, he did aggressively like posit excuses for Destiny in that case, and I think that puts him in a little bit more danger potentially. Maybe not. Maybe people won't care. But
the problem is we don't know everything in the story, and I know we don't know everything in the story. Yeah. I think Tom is a level of charitability that's higher than one that.
But can I level with you though? This is one thing I didn't bring it up in our conversation, but it's one thing I strongly disagree with you on. I think you were absolutely correct when you're talking about how you judge the Pixie case in particular. That there is a limit to the information that we have. We're making some level of speculation based upon inaction, action, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's pretty clear. We've run it by a few people just to make sure our judgment wasn't like off base. That the interactions between Pixie, Steven, and Kyla lean directly into the realm of extortion, if not outright blackmail. But leaving that aside, and in fact, you introduced the word blackmail in the conversation before I did. I paid close attention to that. But leaving that aside, I think it's a mistake to treat that as the issue when fundamentally what the issue actually is it is public knowledge, regardless of the details of each individual case. That Destiny was sharing pornographic images that he took of colleagues.
I said this directly to you. Yeah. We talked about the blackmail part, but I said I don't think it's going to matter from a public perspective.
I think
I specified that when we were talking because
have not seen any indication of blackmail. Grift or die, trying Cactoni Tillers. I guess Hassan will now be the biggest E-Daddy political influencer on the internet after Tiny's downfall. Can't believe the fate of humanity will now be molded by Hassan LMAO. This chain of events is unfortunate. I don't know if this is really going to affect Destiny's career at all. Like, it's only really, it's really only, like, you know, these people who know anything about his personal life or care that are crying about it. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Yeah, there is the blackmail perspective that he can use to push it down in his community, but ultimately the wider audience doesn't care. They're going to see.
Oh no, I agree. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think it's going to matter for Destiny.
What I said.
The issue for me bringing it up is like that's a principal part of the reason why this ceases to be like a victim story anymore. Now this is okay. This is like an additional bad thing that is.
Well, I think that she should get paid out. I don't care if.
I don't have a problem with her getting paid out. Like frankly, whatever money Steven loses in all this is not really my problem. I think the problem though is that the action by itself is still immoral. You can disagree with that. I think I think even in Pixie's position, there are things that she can do that are wrong. I think that's one of them.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you giving me the heads up.
No worries.
Totally could have blindsided me on this, but I appreciate you not doing that.
Okay. Well, thank you again. I appreciate you. I appreciate you actually reaching out.
I never would have said all those things first.
Sunday.
Oh, you said.
Blue line represents Blue Lives Matters, which means you guys don't think Black Lives Matters.
All right, you're not going to talk to me like that.
I'm two black sons, and I'm a gay man.
You are hurting me!
On October 24th, 2021, officers responded to a hit and run. This is what they found instead.
Watch him and see what he's going to do. Stick your hands out of the car, sir. Stick your hands out of the car.
Put your hands out the window over there.
Put your hands out of the window, sir. Both hands. Put both your hands out of the window, sir. Let me see both of your hands.
Okay.
Open the door with your hand. Open the door from the outside. From the outside. Open the door from the outside, sir. Let me see him. Put him out. Put them both out. Okay. Stick them farther out. Nope. Stop moving. Okay. Stick them farther out. Nope. Stop moving. Hey. What's going on with you, man?
Just open the door.
I can't open the door.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hop out. Step out for me. Step out of the car. It's okay. Step out of the car. It's okay. We're just investigating what's going on, okay? All right, come on. It's okay. We're not going to hurt you. You can be uncomfortable, okay? You're a suspect in a hit and run, okay? I don't want to hurt you. Neither of us.
Hit anyone or run.
Okay, come on out. This door's not staying open. I need you to come out, okay? I don't want to pull you out. I don't want to use force.
No, we're good.
Okay, all right. Do you have any weapons on you?
Oh, no.
It literally looks like the car was just in a bad accident.
Okay. For me? I'm not going to put you... I'm not...
No, don't touch me, please. But
I'm just checking. Okay. I have to...
I don't have any weapons.
All right.
Like,
all right.
no weapons.
All right.
Don't touch me.
Okay, stop. Okay. Don't go back in the car. Just talk to us, okay? You're the suspect right now in a hit and run on a van, okay? You have damage matching the vehicle that was damaged just now.
But, like, literally...
I went to the scene of the accident, and there was damage on the vehicle, new damage, and two witnesses.
But this was, this was here. It was here from a grocery store.
Are you the owner of the car?
No.
Whose car is it?
My mom's.
Your mom?
I feel comfortable.
Okay, you can feel uncomfortable. All right, what's your name?
Mike.
Mike what?
Michael, what's your birthday, sir? What is going on?
Like I said, you're the suspect in a hit and run right now. Okay, your vehicle. I understand. Let me just tell you.
But it was here.
Okay. This vehicle exactly matches the description. You're a white male in a silver car with damage all on the side. Okay?
Yeah, I get it.
So then tell me how this got here if this is not, if you're not...
So...
And to think we were making so much progress less than a decade ago under the Obama administration.
Yeah, well, Trump's gonna fuck all that up. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
This was silly. Like, literally, the other night, literally yesterday, I came home, and my mom was like, oh my god, there's stuff on the side of his car. And I was like, I don't know where it came from. So, like, that's the story.
Okay. Michael, did you take anything you shouldn't have been taking? Anything recreational today?
No.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay. You just seem a little nervous, that's all. It's okay. You can. Why are you nervous about the police?
Sweetie.
What? We are all really nice people.
My daddy's a police officer.
Oh, well, there you go.
No, but I'm two black sons.
I have a black son.
Yeah,
okay.
But the world is not really safe for any of us right now. And I'm a gay man.
Okay, you can be gay. That's fine. That doesn't bother me.
It's fine, but why wouldn't I be nervous? Why wouldn't I not be nervous right now?
Because this is just a human-to-human contact.
This isn't human-to-human contact. This is the police.
Okay.
Why wouldn't I be nervous?
Okay, I'm not going to get into semantics with you. So, right now, you're a suspect, okay?
Of what?
And you... The hit and run. I told you twice, okay?
Don't touch me like that. I understand your job.
Okay.
And I'm very sorry. But, this was here on my car.
Hey, 80, are we on at 26 until we're done? Yeah. Yeah, because this is 17.
Stand by.
Okay.
Like, I would have probably noticed.
Even if you have the plastic one.
State comes back and says you don't have a valid driver's license.
It's right in my car.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Go ahead, take these off of me.
No, you're under arrest.
Well, that's fine. I can be under arrest, but don't hurt me.
We're not. It's on camera. It's on 3 cameras.
And I need
I'm
my
asking
mom.
you nicely to sit
Ow,
down.
you're hurting me.
Okay.
You're hurting me.
Sit down.
You're hurting me. No.
Okay. Stop.
No. I do not consent. There is no consent. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, maybe.
Ask him if he wants his phone. Okay. You want your phone?
What?
Do you want your phone?
Yes!
All right. You want me to go ahead and take it for unlicensed?
Unlicensed, DUI, definitely charge him less safe.
Less safe?
Yep.
And obstruction? He's just... You do know a blue line just represents police, right?
No, I know the blue line represents Blue Lives Matters, which means you guys don't think Black Lives Matters.
All right, you're not going to talk to me like that. I'm done talking to you.
Oh. Do not.
Anti-science, vegan gains, no tellers, hey retard, transgenderism is fully against the science, it's just a fetish. It's not. These people are just retarded. Just because there's people who have a sexual fetish where they want to be a different gender, that doesn't mean gender dysphoria or anything like that doesn't exist. It's like a composition fallacy.
Not to mention that now climate change is just going to keep getting worse and worse until finally this happens.
Could I have everybody's attention? There's something I have to...
Maybe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do not come near me. Do not touch me.
Where they come on here?
That's fine. Get someone out here who I can trust. Why am I handcuffed?
The deputy...
What are you doing? Please tell me what you're doing. Tell me what you're doing first.
I'm on search. Make sure you got no weapons and drugs.
Oh my God. Look at me. I'm down. Bad guy.
Oh, I was like...
Get literally have not moved. God, they did that away from me. What are you guys doing?
It's called...
Well, that's nice.
Last year, RFK Jr. shared a photo of himself eating.
Credit card company. President Trump, you've been busy. So, Greenland has been in the news a lot lately, with President Trump saying,
well, we need Greenland for national security purposes.
And you might wonder, what the heck is he talking about?
Watch, don't skip, donate $2, let me see.
Hey guys.
Alright, thanks for the donation, dude.
What value could there possibly be in a country that has roughly the same population as Saratoga Springs, Utah, and whose main export is seafood? I'm not even kidding about that. Crustaceans and non-frozen fish are Greenland's top 2 exports. Now, Greenland's economy is about $3 billion a year, and of that, about 20% of their economy is actually subsidized by Denmark. Greenland and Denmark have a history. Greenland was founded as a Danish colony in
$5 what do you typically eat in a day on average, and do you like frozen fruit and smoothies with soy milk and protein powder? Usually just have tofu and chickpeas, sweet potatoes, broccoli, sunflower seeds. Those are like my main foods. I have frozen blueberries. I have like blueberry smoothies. I don't ever make smoothies with frozen fruit and soy milk and protein powder. I just have it with water. Thanks for the donation, Fuzz.
1721 and became an integral part of the Kingdom of Denmark in 1953. It also gained increased autonomy over time, including home rule in 1979 and self-rule in 2009. And today, Denmark retains control over foreign affairs and defense, But Greenland manages most of its internal matters and has a growing movement that are advocating full independence. And I'm going to get to why this matters in a moment and why Greenland is actually really important.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Trump's first press conference, and he announces a plan to build giant AI mega centers to develop mRNA cancer vaccines that can be administered in 48 hours with no testing. I don't like this. Trump asks, what kind of health benefits can we expect from AI? Larry Ellison suggests mRNA vaccines can be developed for every individual person to cure things like cancer. I'm not naive. mRNA technology is amazing if properly utilized. But I'm sorry, just went through a pandemic where they used mRNA vaccines, quote unquote, to literally disarm immune system. Oh my God. Like, even when he does something good, his whole voter base turns against him. It's so retarded. Can't believe he's 80 years old. He's older than Trump and Biden, but looks better. Oh yeah, this guy is in really good fucking shape.
Fragments of those tumors float around in your blood. So you can do early cancer detection. If you can do using AI, you can do early cancer detection with a blood.
This guy has eaten like a really clean diet and worked out his entire life. I think he's pescatarian, not like vegetarian or vegan. But he eats like a lot of fruits and vegetables, and he does a lot of weight training and exercise. So, you know, ideal choices pay off.
Test. And using AI to look at the blood test, you can find the cancers that are actually seriously threatening the person. So we can, again, cancer diagnosis using AI has the promise of just being a simple blood test. Then beyond that, once we gene sequence that cancer tumor, you can then vaccinate the person, design a vaccine for every individual person to vaccinate them against that cancer. And you can make that vaccine, that mRNA vaccine, you can make that robotically, again using AI, in about 48 hours. So imagine early cancer detection.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually have a cure for cancer in like the next decade. It's probably actually happening.
It's useful in warfare to think about limited versus unlimited objectives. So if you look at Ukraine today.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. I'll watch that in a second. Trans Panic donated $2. Let me
Hey
see.
VG, just found out my ex went to prison for trying to solicit a 14-year-old for sex. He was 29. Would you say I dodged a bullet?
Yeah, that's kind of a huge red flag, so... Good thing you broke up with him. Thanks for the donation, Poop. Random Vids donated $2. Let me see. Oh. It's a cat burrito. My goodness. Wow, that's a well-burritoed cat.
News! If you are single right now, you might be for the rest of your life. A study by the Pew Research Center reveals a significant shift in societal norms, showing that 1 in 4 adults is likely to remain single for life. This trend suggests that by the time today's young adults reach 50, a quarter of them will have never married. Follow for more daily news.
Not being married and being single are two very different things. And even if you're technically single, that doesn't mean you don't have any romantic relationships of any kind. I think people are kind of not reading some of this research properly or interpreting it well, and they're kind of panicking about some of the shit.
Was RN-11. Flight 11 was hijacked. New York is the 11th state. There were 11 crew members on the flight. 9/11 adds up to an 11. New York in gematria adds up to 111. Freemasonic pillars are an 11.
Yeah. Right. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
That is if our species even lives to see the next dect, that is.
Well, if we've lived this long, I'm pretty sure we're gonna live another decade. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Putin has one of the most unlimited kinds of objectives from Ukraine. He not only wants to topple the Ukrainian government, but he wants to eliminate Ukrainian culture. And if you look up genocide in the dictionary, genocide can mean kill everybody, but it can also mean destroy their culture.
Yeah.
That also applies to genocide. So so Putin has a very unlimited objective. Kiev, on the other hand, does not have an unlimited objective. They want Russia to get out of Ukraine, right? Just get out of Ukrainian territory, stay in Russia. That's their objective. So the Ukrainians have a limited objective. Putin has an unlimited objective.
In World War I, mean, maybe other than like the Austro-Hungarian Empire, there's like Germany doesn't have a unlimited objective with respect to France or Russia.
No, it doesn't.
But it still devolves into this, 10 million people die.
It doesn't, although the effect on Russia is to overthrow the government. In fact, it winds up overthrowing one government after another. I think as that war goes on and as you lose a lot of people, then you start then the objectives become more unlimited. Whereas like originally it was just get back into German territory. After a while it's no, we want to overthrow your government for doing this.
One of the big dichotomies you talk about is the difference between limited and total objectives. How does Bismarck illustrate the value of having limited objectives?
Limited and unlimited objectives. Yeah, Bismarck does illustrate that. An unlimited objective is, the simplest way to look at it is regime change. So if I have an unlimited objective against you, I win the war, you're going to be out of power. And as versus I win the war and yeah, you lose a province, but you'll be in power. So what Bismarck does, he's very clever. Well, he's operating in an age of kings, and his achievements illustrates why you truly don't need royal families running the show. It's breathtakingly incompetent. So initially, he fights the Danish War, so that's way up north, and it's over these two provinces, and he wants to set his fingers on the scale of the more northerly province, because then that'll give him the rights to march troops, I think, through the more southerly one to cause up problems later. So war number one's the Danish War. No one thinks too much about it. Prussia gets an extra province as part of Denmark, was part of Denmark, no big deal. But then he fights the Austro-Prussian War, and then what he's after is there are all these little Germanic states. Austria had dominated a bunch of them. As a result of that war, he collects a whole bunch of these other states. And no one is really paying attention that he's actually upending the balance of power in Europe. They're just looking at it. It's limited. He's not toppling the Austrian government. He's not toppling the Danish government. And then he fights the Franco-Prussian War, where he takes Alsace-Lorraine, which are these provinces. If you look at it, it's like a salient into one country or the other. He takes that, and the French never forgive him, and that leads into World War I later. But by the time it's over, he's overthrown the balance of power in Europe. Prussia, which was the weakest of five great powers, suddenly has a central position, the Germanic states, and it owns the whole thing. And Britain and others who'd been asleep at the switch, like, ooh, because they could have weighed in on the scale at any point in these things to altered outcomes, and they didn't. There's a real reason why. And the people who are losing out here are all monarchies. There's a reason why you don't want to have people inherit offices. They don't tend to be very good at it.
Buzz Donny Tillers, if you thought Biden was bad at speaking.
At any rate, that is what we're going to try to do. That is the result of his majesty in government.
Well, wasn't he drunk at a lot of his speeches and shit?
the hospital ships which brought off many thousands of British and French wounded. And we must expect another blow to be struck, almost immediate. North of the Amiens-Abbeville Gap, I'll be led into an ignominious...
Yeah, that's Churchill. Thanks for the donation, Fuzz.
I just hope that when that dreaded day finally comes, somehow a few animals will manage to survive the 6th mass extinction.
Well, I don't think it's gonna happen in the next decade, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I ask
Important to the
I guess I'll
you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families. Some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors and temples. This will be taken away. And that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here. Our God teaches us that we are to be merciful to the stranger, for we will all want strangers in this land. May God grant us the strength and courage to honor the dignity of every human being, to speak the truth to one another in love.
Okay.
United States. But speaking of independence, I want to talk to you about how you can achieve data independence with Aura. You know those horror movies where the zombies mainly use Aura important enough to scam? I actually get this resolved. Vulnerable to data breaches. And try 2 weeks for free. That'll be exposed, and may the odds be ever in your favor. In order to understand why Greenland is so important to the security of the United States, we need to look at a map. Well, all right, I guess this doesn't illustrate much. What can I say? I'm not Johnny.
Well, donators, can a 4-year-old transition?
I wanted to make a video to thank my daddy for letting me be who I wanted to be.
Are you ready for long hair?
Yes.
I do not see an issue with any of this. Like, what's very strange is it's usually women who believe in, like, nurture versus nature. But all of a sudden, there's, like, these right-wing conservatives who think you can, like, raise a kid to be gay or trans. If you have, like, a 4-year-old boy who's saying he feels like a girl and he wants to dress in girls' clothes and shit, either he'll grow out of it and start being into machine guns and cars and, you know, dude stuff, or they're trans and then they're just going to be trans or really gay or something. Like your gender, sexual preferences, and all that crap, it's genetically determined. So I don't care if some parents are letting their boys dress as girls or vice versa. It just doesn't matter. Yeah, that's pretty gay.
Hi. Hi. Hello. Hey. Hi. So tell me, yeah?
Yeah, thanks for the donation, lol.
Harris, but what most people think when they think of Greenland is this map, but we're looking at the map the wrong way. We need to look at it like this. Okay, so Greenland is here, the US is here, and Russia is right here. So when President Trump says,
You don't even need binoculars. You look outside, you have China ships all over.
Dodo donate $2. Why doesn't Trump just let the good ones in? Also, Trump is in that church listening to that speech. You can see it on that video. Well, I don't disagree with this. I wouldn't let anybody from Afghanistan into like Canada or the US or anywhere else. It's just way too high risk. And I mean, it's Afghanistan. If it were somewhere like India, where you have a lot of smart, educated people, that makes sense, but it's fucking Afghanistan. Pretty much all the refugees coming in are going to have, like, no education, no useful skills. They might know how to sew shoes back together. And huge risk of them being, like, radical Islamists. I went to school with kids who were refugees from Afghanistan. They actually supported the fucking Taliban. What a lot of people don't understand, too, is just because somebody is a refugee due to them being persecuted by the Taliban, that doesn't mean they're not radical Islamists. The reason they may be being persecuted is because they're sympathetic to, like, another Islamic terror group like ISIS. So, yeah, don't let any of them in.
نگرانی خودمون به هر صورت چون طفلان ما هست و خانم ما هست بسیار نگران است و میفهمم افغانستان به چیزی نیست که مثلا خدای نکرده اگه کارهای ما کسی های ما که رد شود ما در افغانستان بریم به آرامی زندگی کرده نمیتونیم چون وضعیت افغانستان بسیار خراب است.
Why, like, oh my god, I hate this, why is it always on the burden of the US to let all these jackasses in? Like, this says Radio Free Europe, like, okay, go to Germany, go to Sweden, go to Finland, like, go to any of these other fucking countries. Why is it the US's problem? Go there, apply for asylum there. It's retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I know VG, it's so funny how much the world has changed in less than a decade.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I mean, is it just me or is evolution speeding up?
Maybe devolution. Feel like there's more tards running around. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
All over the place. You have Russian ships all over the place. We're not letting that happen.
Any Russian ships or submarines who want to sortie into the Atlantic have to cross here or here. And if you've ever read Tom Clancy, you already know what that's called. This is the GIUK gap, which stands for Greenland, Iceland, United Kingdom. Control Greenland and you control everything coming out of Russia, especially stuff you don't want getting out, like nuclear submarines or surface ships. And if Russia fires nuclear missiles or sorties bombers at the US, the closest route to get to the United States is over the North Pole.
What's up, VG? How is single life going? Have you gone out and gotten any strange pussy yet? Do you think you and Jasmine will remain friends? Also, do you think she'll stay in Canada?
For the foreseeable future, it looks like she's gonna stay in Canada. And no, I have not gone outside. It's fucking winter. I don't know what you think I'm gonna do in negative 15 degrees. And we're not exactly friends. We don't really ever talk to each other. It's only when she needs to come by to like pick up some stuff she left behind. Thanks for the donation though, hard penis.
This is why the US has an early warning radar site on Greenland. It's also why Nike Hercules anti-aircraft missiles were deployed in Greenland. Now, the idea of actually buying Greenland was first floated by President Truman in 1946, and the idea was to buy it for $100 million in gold. I mean, if we could put a couple of bomber bases in Greenland and a few Nike batteries, it would give us a heck of a jump on penetrating the Soviet Union if deterrence failed and war came. A State Department memo even said, Greenland is completely worthless to Denmark, and the control of Greenland is indispensable to the safety of the United States. Now, NATO was formed in 1949. Denmark was a founding member, so with Denmark and NATO, you get Greenland. By 1951, the U.S. got the refueling base it wanted, and by 1961, the U.S. got its early warning radar base. So the U.S. didn't really have to buy the island. It kind of came with treaty agreements with NATO. But there is another reason why the U.S. is interested in Greenland, and it has to do with this. Look, this video is not about climate change. You can believe that climate change is happening, or you can not believe that climate change is happening. I don't care. But for whatever reason, there is less sea ice in the Arctic than there was 40 years ago. Now, back in 1903, this Norwegian explorer, Roland Amundsen, attempted to find a route called the Northwest Passage. He found it, but for the most part, the Northwest Passage is only open from July to September. But if it was open all year round...
Dodo donating $2. But those refugees cleared to come here worked with American troops, not German troops, and they are infidels. Also, what if Trump just made them draw a picture of Prophet Muhammad and curse Allah, then would it be okay? That would actually be a really good kind of test. That should be a mandate for anybody who's coming in from a Muslim country. Get like one of those famous paintings of the Prophet Muhammad and get them to draw it as best they can. And then if they refuse or whatever, then they stay back in their own shitty ass country. That'd be pretty funny. That would be a good way to prevent all the radical Islamists from coming in. Well, if they can pass that test, then yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Now that could present an opportunity. You see, China has this global infrastructure initiative called the Belt and Road, which is designed to enhance the delivery of cheap Chinese goods throughout the world through roads, railways, ports, shipping lanes. An open Northwest Passage could see a shorter shipping route to Europe. Now, China did attempt to build several airports in Greenland back in 2019. This was actually at the behest of Greenland's prime minister, and the U.S. was somewhat concerned. See, the project was going to cost $555 million. And remember, Greenland's economy is only $3 billion. So that loan for the new airport would be roughly 18.5% of Greenland's economy. That's a lot of salted cod. So if Greenland couldn't pay, then China could theoretically repossess the airport, and now you've got a Chinese airbase in Greenland. Now, China has tried gaining access to Greenland's rare earth deposits, although it hasn't had a lot of success for now. So could the U.S. buy Greenland today if it's so important for America's national defense? I mean, technically, I don't see why not. In 2017, Saudi Arabia bought 2 islands from Egypt near the Gulf of Aqaba for about $22 billion. So there is precedent in modern history for a country buying land from other countries. Now, the one big difference is that Greenland has a population of about 56,000 people, and these islands in Saudi Arabia were basically uninhabited. But if somebody offered you like $10 million to leave your home, what would you do? Now, maybe not if your home was worth $11 million, but the fact of the matter remains that while Greenland residents might like being Danish or they might like independence, they might like $10 million per person more, right? Now, the other idea that was kind of floated was like a U.S. military invasion. Remember that Denmark is a part of NATO. There really isn't much precedent for one NATO nation invading another, so I don't really see that as a possibility. I mean, one of the nice parts about NATO is that it seems to have kept the Greeks and the Turks from going to war, so I certainly call that a win. But yeah, I don't really see the U.S. conducting an operation to invade Greenland. There would just be too many political obstacles, both in the United States and within NATO, to overcome. Greenland is strategically important due to its position, its resources, and the changing geopolitical landscape driven by Arctic accessibility. And Greenland will remain a focal point of interest for both the U.S., China, and other global powers. Buying it outright, that's a long shot. Actually invading the island, I don't really see that happening. You know, for buying, Greenland's residents would need to agree, Denmark would need to agree, and the international community might have its own opinions about a land purchase of that scale in the 21st century. It's not impossible, but I think it's highly improbable that something like that could go through. What is more likely is the U.S. continuing to engage Greenland through economic partnerships, defense agreements, and strategic investments to counter rival powers like China and Russia. Greenland isn't just a frozen island with some seafood exports. It is a critical piece of the Arctic puzzle, one that will become increasingly important as global dynamics shift. So when you hear leaders talk about Greenland, just remember, it's not about the ice. It's about what's under it, but what surrounds it and what it's connected to. The Arctic is heating up, and not just in temperature. Hey, if you want to support the channel, grab my novel, The Wind Machine, from Amazon. It's also available.
So Trump might actually be based taking Greenland. That's funny.
Manager for World of T-Shirts.
Oh, no! Help!
Mr. Bass spent half a decade in prison for running an escort business that supposedly supplied the governor of New York.
How did the governor think he was going to keep this quiet? You had the governor as a client. You would give him freebies because then you have him by the balls, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Ever since, he's been legally walking on thin ice.
I have a backstory and a lore. All you guys have just done internet crap.
From doing crypto rug pulls, harassing women on stream,
You're bad. No, I didn't do it on purpose.
and allegedly being involved in a woman's death.
I had a roommate named Zoltan who was with this chick. He goes, "You want some GHB?" I woke up on the floor with vomit all over me, with Zoltan telling me that the girl was...
But how did we get here? Jason Lubell Itzler was born on February 23, 1967, to a Jewish family in New Jersey. His mom, Ronnie Lubell, was a fashion designer, and his birth father, Leonard Silk, was a businessman. But after she had Jason, Ronnie divorced him and remarried a man named Ron, a big shot attorney who eventually gave Jason his last name. Very little is known about Jason's early life besides the fact that he had an obsession with sex, sending letters to Mad Magazine asking them to publish recordings of teenage girls climaxing, which they obviously didn't do. Jason claimed that this obsession of his started because his mom was, and I quote, "the hottest woman in the world," which motivated him to be surrounded by beautiful women. Obviously, that's a weird comment to make about your mom, but regardless, this obsession eventually turned into ambition, working in the sex industry. Partially, this ambition was influenced by his maternal grandfather, Nathan Lubell, a bookmaker with ties to organized crime, who owned a chain of amusement parks and hat stores. Seeing how entrenched his grandpa was in what he called the action really motivated Jason to become an entrepreneur himself, and soon enough, he found himself working as a cabana boy at the Concord Hotel, where he befriended Jason Bin, a man who published magazines like The Hamptons and Los Angeles Confidential. Being acquainted with so many millionaires and even billionaires, Jason was enamored with their lifestyle, and while he floated between...
What's up, man?
Not much is up. I'm just been chillin'. My knee is really fucked up, so I couldn't train legs today, so that's really all that's going on. But, you know, I'm just, enjoying life. Thanks for the donation, David Chevy. Appreciate it.
Between a couple of different law schools, he decided to start his first ever business, a phone sex company. His business model was quite simple. First, he advertised his services as a free live call, but the catch was after a minute, a $4.98 a minute charge began rolling, meaning that any caller that wasn't an expert at flicker gooning would end up forking over a decent amount of money. To say that this was profitable is a giant understatement. Jason quickly earned himself the title of the phone sex king of South Beach, raking in $600,000 a month, which...
Whoa. Holy fucking shit. Dude, I've gotten in the wrong line of work. Oh my god, that's insane.
As insane as it is by itself, actually turned into even more at $1.5 million per month within 1 year. But easy come and easy
That makes no sense.
go. Jason's spending habits quickly spun out of control, with him buying luxury cars and spending up to $500,000 decorating his one-bedroom apartment. As he financially spun his wheels in the mud, tragedy struck. His mother, whom he was still very close with at the time, passed away from cancer in 1994. 3 years later, his phone sex company fell apart due to an unspecified reason that he simply described as an oversight, which concluded in him filing for bankruptcy and losing everything he had, including perhaps the greatest tragedy of all, losing ownership of the domain pussy.com. Because of the complete failure of his company, he ended up owing $4.5 million at 36% interest to lenders. As a consequence of the debt and the loss of of his mother, Jason unfortunately tried to take his own life twice. Once with a steak knife, and the other time by taking 150 sleeping pills at once and chasing it down with some scotch. Without his money, things were looking pretty dire. Jason's mother was gone, and he faced a mountain of debt that seemed extremely impossible to climb out of. But in the year 2000, he decided to make his comeback to the sex industry via a camgirl company, and once again, his eyes were bigger than his stomach, as he proceeded to rent out an 8,000 square foot corner building in New York. He went as far as to name his company Soho Models to lure in unsuspecting young women, presenting it as if it were a legitimate modeling business, only to later reveal what they'd actually be doing. Unsurprisingly, this also fell apart. And at one point, Jason recalled finding himself dangling over the side of a building, held by the ankles by a guy named Mikey P. It's uncertain to what extent this little tidbit is true, but given how closely these kinds of businesses are to organized crime, it's probably true. Becoming disillusioned with the industry at the time, Jason decided to clean up his act, go to college, and actually turn his life around. Just kidding, instead he decided to pursue another career path, drug trafficking. According to him, he was friends with some Israeli ecstasy dealers at the time, and one day they tried to recruit him. He was asked to carry somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 pills through customs for a payout of $30,000. And while he was initially hesitant to agree to it, he not only took them up on the offer, but he also convinced them to let him smuggle even more pills. To his surprise, he actually got through customs. And after the job was done successfully, he got paid and kept some 3,000 pills for himself as a bonus for the giant risk he just took. And just like that, Jason was hooked, and he wanted to keep doing it. A couple of years later, he found himself on a plane from Amsterdam to New Jersey with 4,000 tablets of ecstasy on his body, but as soon as he landed, he was caught and sentenced to 5 years in prison. Now, prison can obviously be a pretty scary place, and Jason was completely terrified of the prospect of going. So he decided that the next best course of action was to pretend he was insane. This involved doing things like spinning around for hours on end, and while that did pale in comparison to what other fakers were doing,
one guy that got through as a full loony took a toothpick and stuck it all the way in his dick. And, he's like, this is all you have to do, Jason. Do this every day. And keep going to medical and telling him it hurts. And of course, I would never do that. But he got right through. They said he's whack.
Jason successfully got himself sent to a correctional facility for mentally ill people. However, he only stayed there for a month, at which point they figured out he was faking it and sent him to prison in New York, where he proceeded to bounce around through a series of different lockups since people had the tendency to want to kill him after spending a little time with him. I'm not really sure what that's about. He should have done the toothpick thing. As you can probably gather, his time in prison was far from pleasant, and he was especially upset that his grandfather, whom he saw as a gangster, didn't approve of his behavior and cut contact with him during the time he was locked up. But fortunately for him, after 17 months, Jason was released on probation and immediately got to working on his next business idea, New York Confidential, a high-class escort business, but with the twist that Jason would only hire women who had never worked in the sex industry before so that he could provide the ideal girlfriend experience. At first, it seemed like this idea wouldn't go anywhere. Jason wasn't having immediate success. But then, a girl called Natalia signed up and instantly became the face of the company. He started promoting her using a website called eroticreview.com, where he ensured she got an endless sea of 10 out of 10 reviews. If anyone were to rate her any less, Jason personally contacted them, made them an offer they couldn't refuse, which ranged from getting extra time with Natalia to, allegedly, paying up to $5,000 in cash. This tactic worked very well, and she quickly doubled her per hour rate, which eventually peaked at $2,000 an hour. Not too shabby. Natalia worked upwards of 270 hours in 1 month, or around 60 hours per week, which, in a very strange and dysfunctional way, made Jason fall in love with her. The fact that she was an extremely active prostitute didn't bother him at all. As he saw it, he would only feel hurt if she had sex with someone else for free. Within months, New York Confidential became one of the largest escort agencies in the country, if not the entire world. And Jason Itzler became known as the king of all pimps, going as far as to publicly identify himself as such in restaurants. And through his business, he became closely acquainted with a number of very powerful people who sought his girl's services, even taking out ad spots in mainstream magazines. At its peak, the agency was pulling in around $500,000 a month, with Jason personally pocketing around $3.6 million per year. But of course, there was one little issue with Jason's entire business model. Prostitution is illegal, which forced Jason to operate in a very legally gray manner. For example, he had all of the girls sign custom contracts saying they were only providing time and
You know VG, why are so many people afraid of the apocalypse at this point? It's inevitable anyway. Why can't we all just learn to enjoy this planet while it lasts? After all, at the end of the day, nothing matters.
Well, it's hard to convince people that nothing matters. Everybody thinks that there's some sort of ultimate goal or, something higher when all you can do is enjoy yourself. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
And companionship for their customers, specifically forbidding any sexual activity. But regardless of his clever legal workarounds due to the time he spent at law school, Jason's time as the king of all pimps was not going to last long. Despite still being on parole and even having a curfew, he flashed his barely legal exploits, going as far as recording a reality TV show inside the New York confidential offices that he pitched to VH1 for $1 million per episode. This footage, which was later supposed to be made into a documentary, has been partially leaked online, and it shows how brazen Jason was, publicly promoting his clearly illegal business. This is like if Al Capone had a TLC show about bootlegging alcohol during Prohibition. The fact he was able to do all of this while on parole is absolutely ridiculous. But most of this brazenness was an act, something Jason needed to put on due to his addiction to public attention, even if it could potentially cost him his freedom. Behind the scenes, he was getting increasingly stressed out, mostly due to having to drive back and forth from New Jersey to New York in order to keep his business running. This stress led to frequent fights between him and Natalia, whom he demanded drive all the way to New Jersey at 3 a.m. just to stay with him overnight, which eventually culminated in her jumping out of a moving car and breaking her heel during one of their arguments. The strain also led to both of them getting into hard drugs. Jason, because he couldn't smoke weed anymore due to court-mandated drug tests, started regularly abusing ketamine, which the test didn't pick up. While the substance didn't affect him too negatively, it did get to Natalia, who during a binge hit her head on a 6-foot-tall statue of an Indian fertility goddess Jason had placed in their room, where she then passed out and had to go to the ER. Between bragging about having been with 700 women and regularly spending tens of thousands of dollars on completely useless luxury trinkets to the point where he could barely walk in his own apartment, it was very clear that just like it did when he ran his phone sex business, his eccentricities were getting to be too much. At this point in time, Natalia was also being pushed out of the business by another girl named Mona, who just a few months prior put Jason in house arrest by accusing him of being a domestic abuser. It's unknown to what extent these accusations are true, but it is worth noting that there's not one, but 2 records of Jason being arrested for beating up his girlfriends around this time. In any case, the betrayal was too much for her to bear, and she left, as Jason became increasingly deranged, saying things like, "I'm bulletproof, rich people don't go to jail." But Jason's time in the sun was quickly coming to an abrupt end. In late 2004, an altercation broke out between one of Jason's girls and one of his bodyguards, which ended in the man being
Dodo Donatillers, hi Richard Kumar Burgess. Hello Dodo, how are you doing? Thanks for the donation, dude.
being pepper sprayed and writhing on the floor while she locked herself in one of the rooms and called the cops. While the initial police visit went without any issue, cops began showing up to Jason's property almost every day after that, looking for something they could get him on. It went on for about 2 months until, in January 2005, his property was raided by the police and he was wheeled off to prison. Apparently, the justification for the raid presented itself a few days prior, when 7 of his girls were picked up by the police during another raid, and I'm assuming that during interrogation, the girls tipped the cops off about Jason's shady dealings. He was then formally charged with drug possession, promoting prostitution, money laundering, falsifying business records, stalking, and breaking parole. He was then sent back to prison in New Jersey while awaiting trial. His bail was set at $250,000, with the express condition that the money could not have come from his escort business, meaning Jason really had no chance of getting out. Now at first, Jason was confident he would actually beat the charges without issue, since he was being defended by a star-studded defense attorney, Paul Berggren. The only problem was, Paul Berggren was himself under federal investigation for allegedly taking part in the murder of an undercover FBI agent.
Oh my
After
God.
a few months in jail, it began setting in that he wasn't going to walk as easily as he initially
Holy
thought. With his
shit.
wealth confiscated, he didn't have a penny to his name and couldn't even afford lawyer fees, at which point he asked the judge to represent himself, which the judge denied. But he clearly hadn't lost all hope, as in late May of 2006, he called into the Opie and Anthony radio show from inside, where he claimed he would be released in 4 months and then go right back to what he was doing.
Where I'm going to have girls 10 times prettier than I had before, and I had Ford models working for me before,
and I'm going to have gentlemen much richer, classier, and more famous than I ever had before, and I had many billionaires before.
How do you not love?
He also advertised his personal website, where he told them they could find his documentary, but since then the website has stopped existing, and archives of it don't go back far enough to see what he was actually talking about. Nowadays, the domain is actually used by Jason's detractors to warn people about him. In the end, after spending a year and a half in custody, he pled guilty to money laundering, attempting to promote prostitution, and admitted that he ran an escort service worth millions. He also forfeited ownership of everything he had purchased with his ill-gotten gains. In the end, he served 30 months in jail since the moment he'd been arrested in January 2005 and was sent to Rikers Island. Now, despite his reputation as one of the most violent prisons in America, Jason challenges this notion, saying that jail was a lot worse, adding that he became something of a minor celebrity among the inmates due to his status as the world's most famous pimp. During his time away, Jason's lawyer, Paul, took over the business, getting as much as $5 grand a week from the escorts, only to also get arrested on the same exact charges as Jason in 2007. Ironically, right as he was released, the then governor of the state of New York, who had been largely responsible for putting Jason behind bars in the first place, was himself caught using an escort service to send him a prostitute. Seeing this scandal as an opportunity, Jason butted into the public discourse, claiming that he had personally trained one of the girls the governor had solicited. This sparked a frenzy of attention, as Jason quickly earned himself a spot on the then extremely popular Howard Stern show. There, Jason presented himself as an expert on the escort business. He commented on the governor's affair.
Isn't it weird to you that our governor would go after a prostitution ring when he himself is into prostitutes?
This guy, it was such a ridiculously overzealous prosecutor, and basically, if you watch interviews of him over the years and his wife, he's basically talking about, I live up to a higher standard, so should you. So, I mean, he's a hypocrite.
And spoke about his time in prison.
Did you spend time in a county jail or did you go to a prison?
You were in Rikers, right?
Yeah, Rikers, which is really bad and disgusting. I don't know if you guys know or not, but jail is so much worse than prison. Prison is much nicer and
So
more...
that's the upgrade, going to prison.
And no one beat you up the whole time there?
They loved the reason I was in there, thank God.
I
They used to grab me all the time and be like, you know what we'd do to you if you weren't the king of all pimps? You know how we'd take your stuff and beat you up?
Oh, really?
And while he did it, he quite convincingly painted himself as a kind of charismatic, entrepreneurial-minded businessman instead of the exploitative, slightly insane pimp that he truly was. In August, he was invited to The View, where his reception wasn't quite as welcoming as Howard Stern's, with the four hosts repeatedly berating him for the derisive comments he made toward the women he worked with. But despite the bad press, Jason was free and he was on kind of a victory lap, while his lawyer, Paul, had just pled guilty to conspiracy to promote prostitution and was sentenced to 3 years probation and a $50,000 fine. A while later, Natalia, now going by Natalie, got time served, meaning the months that she spent in jail were considered sufficient punishment for her work, allowing her to move back to Montreal, where she eventually published a relatively successful book about her time as New York's #1 escort. All in all, things were looking up, and Jason slowly but surely got back on the horse as an escort mogul, although he quickly hit another obstacle in late 2011 when he got caught providing a prostitute to a customer for 3 days at the Trump International Hotel, along with just short of $5,000 worth of cocaine on the side. While the recipient of these services was never specified, Jason claimed that it was extremely famous country musician Billy Ray Cyrus, adding that the girl he had provided was not an escort, but instead a babysitter. According to Jason's side of the story, he saved Billy Ray Cyrus's life by calling the authorities when Billy was suffering from an overdose. Despite how little proof there was about this story, the inflammatory and dubious nature of it was very much intentional. It was in Jason's best interest to make it as big of an event as possible to distract the public from another controversy that was rearing its head at the time. You see, whenever Jason wasn't pushing drugs or pimping girls, he was partying. In one of these instances, he went to Florida, where he met a girl named Julia Sumnicht, a friend of an associate of his named Zoltan. She eventually left Jason's apartment and went to her place, took a few selfies where she seemed to be very much out of it, and the very next day, on the 15th of March 2010, she was found dead in her bed by her roommate. Jason and Zoltan had a falling out a few months later, and the case never turned into much, but as the police backed off from it, the family hired private investigators to find out who was responsible for her death. According to them, Julia and Zoltan first went to a nightclub, then went to Jason's apartment, where they stayed for about 2 hours, and then left. The thing is, though she was described as seemingly drunk, a toxicology report showed she didn't have enough alcohol in her to actually be drunk. Instead, the real culprit of her altered state in this case was GHB, the date rape drug, which she had so much of that it actually caused her to die. The only time she could have actually ingested the GHB was when she was at Jason's apartment. When asked, Jason admitted that he did have the drug there, but he diverted the accusation by claiming that he himself had almost died from overusing it, implying that it was being used recreationally by all parties. At the time, he was still in custody for the previously mentioned Billy
Jesus Christ, this is a bad guy.
Ray Cyrus incident, and unfortunately, the PIs didn't find enough evidence to convict him of anything. While Jason was still on trial, he continued to be as intentionally disruptive to the proceedings as he possibly could, as he believed that it would make his story all the more interesting if someone were to make a biopic of him. To put it generously, his trial was a chaotic circus. He fired his state-appointed lawyer and instead hired Mr. Heller, a big-shot defense lawyer, and he then rejected a very generous plea deal because, in his words, the king of all pimps shouldn't settle for a 5 to 10 year timeout in jail. In the opinion of the district attorney, Jason was just doing this to stay in the spotlight longer, and indeed, he did manage to secure the attention of a studio called Polsky Films that offered him a big deal, but nothing ever came of it. As time went on, despite how much he dragged his feet during court proceedings, the time came to actually finalize them, at which point he was sentenced to 4 years in prison. His 4 years on the inside were pretty uneventful, and the 4 years that came after his release in 2016 followed suit, with Jason mostly maintaining a low profile. However, it seems that all of his pretending to be insane from years prior was finally catching up to him, as he had become a lot stranger. For a time after his release, he took up sun gazing, which is literally staring at the sun for hours on end, supposedly to show everyone how the sun isn't actually harmful, although Jason himself eventually acknowledged that this wasn't super successful of an endeavor. During one of these sun gazing sessions, he was approached by the crew of 1 Minute Talk Show, where, after promoting the benefits of staring at the sun,
and like everyone thinks that it makes you blind. It doesn't make you blind. It doesn't even hurt. Like I teach people how to do it in 5 minutes. Am I smiling?
he once again retold the story of his involvement with the former New York governor's prostitution controversy, of course rewriting it to make it seem like he was much more involved than he actually was. The clips of Jason got a lot of views online, and while he read through the comments, he noticed a lot of people were calling him Based. Liking the word, he took up the name of Mr. Based due to how similar it sounded to Mr. Beast, and because there are a lot of YouTubers who make content out of interviewing random people on the street, Jason started popping up on a lot of different YouTube videos, sharing aspects of his life and his views on spirituality.
And after that, I had like 250 out-of-body experiences in 1 year in college, and I became so spiritual.
While most of the people who came up to him had fairly small audiences, all of them collectively helped to get his name out there and build up curiosity online for who Jason was. Meanwhile, he was also trying to set the world record for the most time spent staring at the sun. What an ambitious, entrepreneurial mindset to have. And in 2023, Jason was randomly approached by an IRL streamer called One Sonic, who did a short interview with him. And it's at this point that Jason noticed something new. Unlike in the 2000s, when he had to beg for the attention of TV producers and radio hosts, the people interviewing him now were kids with smartphones and computers, broadcasting their content by themselves online. Suddenly, it came to him that instead of having to constantly put on an act so that other people came over and put cameras on him, he could just do it himself. All he had to do was learn how to. And after a few weeks of bothering One Sonic to essentially show him the ropes, the two reconnected and streamed together, although it didn't go so well.
Bro, you got the most fucking people watching you I've ever seen. You got the second most donations I ever got, and you're crying like a bitch that I'm hurting you. Turn this off. Turn this shit off. You're in my house. I don't want you filming. Turn this off. Right now. Turn it off. Turn it off right now. Off.
During these crash outs, Jason would occasionally stop to tell Sonic that he was just kidding, but eventually, this became a very uncomfortable circumstance for Sonic. Thus began Jason's career as an IRL streamer. For the first 3 months, he averaged 500 viewers, an amount which, while not high enough to make any super real money, was more than enough for him to get harassed out of any establishment he walked into. And just as he was about to give up, he heard that streamers on Kick could make up to $85 an hour if they got good viewership. And after around 1 month, he was banned, prompting prompting him to switch over to YouTube, where he would end up staying for the foreseeable future, which eventually led him to a guy called Ed Basemaster, a YouTuber with over 2 million subscribers. As the two became friends, many networking doors suddenly swung open for Jason, none of which being nearly as fateful as when Ed called him one night and told him that none other than World of T-Shirts Joshua Block was making his way around town and was about to pass his building, suggesting that Jason should show up and meet him. Jason had officially heard the call, and their legendary first meeting would take place.
Hey, my name is Mr. Based. I'm the world's greatest streamer. Why is this group walking past me?
Let's go.
Who are you guys?
Scram, bitch.
Who are you guys?
Scram.
Who are you?
Scram, bitch.
Who are you?
I'll sue your ass. Scram.
No. Who are you? Who are you? I just want to know who you guys are.
Although the meeting went pretty poorly, there was no denying the entertainment value. And when Michael Quinn, Josh's then manager, saw the interaction, he decided to play peacemaker in much the same way he previously had when he had manufactured the beef between Josh and Daniel Larson. The two of them would eventually become best buddies, but for now, he was still doing his own thing. And just a few days after meeting Josh, he met up with a new character called Carl, also known as Carldo or Carl 3. They went to a bar together, where they were promptly kicked out due to trolls calling the place up. When they went to a pizza place, the same thing happened, and so out of frustration, they eventually just went back to Jason's apartment, where Carl conducted a short interview. During the interview, Jason admits to personally meeting Jeffrey Epstein, implying that he had a weirdly high opinion of him, describing him as tall, handsome, and swaggy. Epstein apparently spent $30,000 to $40,000 a night on girls from New York Confidential, during which he didn't even ask them for sex. All he wanted was for them to party and do blow with him.
I don't know anything about like people being recorded, like celebrities, this and that. The girls always told me everything. I never heard any big name. Maybe they told him here's extra money, don't tell Jason.
Right.
Who knows?
Right.
Jeffrey was so popular with Jason's girls that they would fight for the appointments, as it allowed them to meet a bunch of powerful men. Despite the cordial relations Jason and Carl had at the start, things quickly turned sour. About a month after the first meeting, the two had a spat on stream, during which they argued over who was a bigger piece of shit. Jason argued Carl was a sociopath, while Carl called Jason a manipulator who pretended to be a hippie. Jason insisted the only reason he was calling him was to wish Carl the best and ask him to never approach him again.
See you. I hope I never see you again.
Okay, but I didn't call you a narcissist. You just made that up.
You call me every word in the book.
I call you a sociopath. Slept with more guys, more girls than anyone. I slept with more girls, obviously, than anyone you've known in your whole life.
Despite supposedly not wanting to associate with Carl anymore, the two still talk to each other, albeit it's not very friendly. Around this time, Jason was streaming to his 3,500 followers, when a user called
Canada is gonna collapse soon when Trump places the tariffs and more brain drain happens. Just move to Texas, dude. Your gun views perfectly align with Texas and it is warmer, so why are you staying in Canada?
If Canada ends up going through a recession and shit, that might actually benefit me. Because most of my money comes in here from USD. So right now, I'm actually making more money than I normally do because the Canadian dollar is so weak. So when the Canadian dollar is down, it tends to benefit me. So it's kind of a dope situation. Especially when interest rates are low. That's when it really fucking benefits me. So if interest rates are really low and the Canadian dollar is really down, and like there's a huge exchange rate difference between USD and CAD, yeah, it benefits me a lot. So I don't know if I'm gonna bother moving because of that. The only time I'd really consider moving to the US is, you know, if like the liberal government stays in power and they just keep making shit more and more expensive here. So they've done a great job in increasing like the price of housing, price of food, price of rent. And on top of that, they're like taking away gun rights and stuff. If it ends up becoming like the UK here, then I'll leave, but, you know, Thanks for the donation, Kiko. Why the interest rate thing? So if interest rates are low and I can borrow very cheap money, so let's say I like put money down for a car or a motorcycle or something, the amount of like it's almost like free money, right? And if the exchange rate is really high, so if CAD is like super cheap but USD is really high, I earn more money than normal, and on top of that, I barely have to pay any interest on any kind of loan. So basically I'm getting like free money, and it's super, super easy for me to pay off. So, yeah, that's, so like if I ever had to get a new vehicle, like, right now would be kind of an ideal time, because I think they just lowered interest rates again, and the Canadian dollar is really weak, and it's probably going to end up being weaker if Trump imposes the tariffs. So yeah, it's good for me. If everyone ends up being broke and poor and has no money and can't afford anything, it usually benefits me massively.
Starbucks Nazi sent a text-to-speech message containing the N-word with the hard R 40 times in a row, which led to a suspension. And after that, one Sonic came back into the picture. Following their introduction in 2023, the two alternated between being acquaintances and then being openly hostile toward each other. They started occasionally streaming together sometime in 2024, following...
Did the Jews create interest? Who decides the lowering of interest rates? It's the National Bank that determines interest rates. So the Federal Reserve, I think, in the US is what determines interest rates, and I think it's the National Bank in Canada that determines interest rates. I think they can legislate interest rate caps. So, you know, you can't mandate, like, there's no lenders that can, you know, decide, oh, we're going to have a 100% interest rate. So there's, like, laws against usury. But I think the interest rate cap right now is at 10%. So those, like, payday loan companies, I think the highest they can charge is, like, 10%.
Jason's glow up as a content creator, with Jason going as far as to buy Sonic a hat from Balenciaga. This was a bit tone deaf since it happened around the time Balenciaga had children posing in sexualized ways in their advertisements, so some people weren't too happy about them getting the hat. But regardless, all of that aside, the two were such good friends during this time they were even getting high together. One time, Jason gave Sonic an unspecified drug at his apartment, only to then kick him out and send him back home. It's a miracle the journey didn't end with someone discovering his body the next.
Oh, did Jews create interest? I'm not entirely sure. I don't think so. But I know a lot of Jews were really hated for being bankers. The only reason they ended up basically making their own banking system was because they were banned from, like, making any other business. So Jews were like a marginalized group for a very long time. They were banned from making a lot of different businesses. So they created the banking system and like charging interest on loans, because that was literally the only way they could make money. And then for whatever reason, they started hating on the Jews for doing that, even though they were the ones who created that situation. So I don't know if the Jews were the ones who first had that idea. I doubt it, but Jews were some of the first people to create larger banking systems.
next day in a ditch. And with that in mind, it really comes as no surprise that they had another falling out. At some point, the two of them had a fight after Jason called Sonic a retard in a joking manner. He took it pretty personally and stormed out of the apartment, grunting and huffing in a way pretty similar to that carrot-eating pufferfish. You know the one. Oh, he's so cute. Look at him. Jason then talks to him through the window to talk him down before handing him a beer.
Hold on.
No, the UK is way worse than, My LED light just turned off. Did it burn out? Or did it? Give me a second.
Fuck, damn it.
Turned off. Well, I'm gonna have to figure that out later. My light might have finally broken, but I don't know.
I'm gonna get. You want a beer, Sonic?
Yeah, give me a motherfucking beer.
No, but you stream outside like your anger that you're not in here. We stream inside. People love this shit. It's content. All right. Tell me when you need another beer.
About a month later, all that bad blood culminated in a very weird interaction outside of Jason's apartment where, after a brief argument between Sonic and some girl, Jason comes out of the building to see what the ruckus is about. And it turns into a very awkward argument.
What the hell is going on out here? Who's making all this noise?
He's a real ass nigga from downtown Manhattan, so shut the fuck up!
I'm so tough compared to you. You cannot murder me. Stop talking shit. Stop talking shit to me. Okay? I want you to stop fucking talking shit. All right?
But the fight did not end there, as after Jason let Sonic go, Sonic went in for seconds.
That's a WWE.
I'm going home. I just crossed the line.
Obviously, this incident severely damaged the relationship between the two, as they pretty much stopped streaming together for the next half a year, during which Jason was openly hostile towards Sonic, leading to this little gem.
We will go press Sonic without hurting Sonic or touching Sonic. I will track that bitch down, and using only my mouth, I will fuck Sonic.
But just as the drama boiled over, Jason got into another beef with a guy named Waxiest, who found out about the ongoing investigation into Julia Sumnick's death. The two had a big argument out on the street, as Waxiest expressed he was not comfortable with the idea of Jason hanging around women, given his history of allegations. Jason, meanwhile, accused him of slander and acted like he had no idea what he was talking about, before threatening to sue him.
Call me a murderer again.
I'm going off.
Call me a murderer again.
Break me then.
Call me a murderer
Break
again.
me then.
Call me a murderer
Break
again.
me then.
Come on, so I can
Do
sue
something.
you.
Do something, you twig.
The convo becomes completely unhinged from this point on, as Jason goes back and forth between threatening to beat Waxiest up and then inviting him to his apartment for a drink within a span of 3 seconds.
I love you, bro. You're a good guy.
Hey.
You're a good guy.
Alrighty.
Come back to my house. Let me make you a drink.
Undecided whether he wanted to get away from Waxiest or continue to badger him, Jason decides to sprint, but then turns around and starts throwing bananas at him. Literal bananas. He saw bananas on the street and he started throwing them. At some point,
Booty come donate $2. Since I schooled you on NATO GDP percentage the other day, I will mention now even Trump knew what that was. VG, how does that make you feel? Also, what does Canada even have for military spending? 1%, so retarded. Canada. Lanada. Trump still doesn't know what the NATO spending recommendation is. He thinks there's like a fee that you have to pay into NATO. There isn't. It's just a recommendation. Thanks for the donation though, Bootycum.
Jason gives up on the whole pacifist charade, and after Waxiest continues to ask probing questions, this happens.
Come on, dude. Why you running? Oh, he snapped my phone. Good thing I got a phone case on. That's assault. That's fucking... I'll report you for that right there. That's on his screen.
I could tell him you're calling me a murderer.
Eventually, Jason just walks off and leaves the cameraman, the aforementioned Carl, to chat with Waxiest, which seemed to make the situation die down for the time being. After this incident, Jason got really angry with Carl and ended his friendship with him, supposedly because he was a dirty, super racist sociopath. His words, not mine. Later on in the same month, a guy named Ronald, who claimed to be Sonic's boyfriend, walked up to Jason's door and started knocking violently, demanding that he open it. While it's hard to make out a lot of this interaction, Jason came away from the situation believing that this random guy had something to do with Carl, who came to visit the apartment shortly after the interaction. The two then had a very tense exchange, during which Jason goes for the old reliable and slaps his phone out of his hand.
Do you know that guy?
Mr. Mace, come on.
No.
What are you doing?
Look me in the eyes.
What are you doing?
Do you know that guy?
Oh, what are you doing?
Carl, do you know this guy?
It's hard to know how much Carl knows, and honestly, it's pretty uncertain how much of these altercations are real and how much of them are exaggerated for dramatic effect.
Would he come donate $2? No, I mean, Trump said today the baseline 2% NATO recommendation. You thought it was 4%. Yeah, I forgot, okay? Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
My God, Trump is a moron. What the hell was this country thinking making him president?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Why do traps grow so easily? A lot of people have good traps, including me. I don't even train them directly. Well, I don't know if I'd say they grow easily, but any exercise where you're holding onto a weight, which is a lot, so like deadlifts, walking, like lunges if you're using dumbbells, any kind of rowing exercise, overhead pressing, lateral raises, dumbbell curls. There's a lot of exercises that indirectly involve the traps because they hold up your shoulders, basically. You're going to get a lot of indirect work from a lot of different exercises, so... Like, your traps are just going to grow with normal training, even if you don't train them directly, but if you want actually big traps, then you have to train them directly in all likelihood, unless you're like, oh my god, my knee. Yeah, you're gonna have to train them directly unless you just have very genetically gifted traps, or if you're on steroids, your traps grow super easy.
To get more stream viewers, but we're kind of getting in the weeds here. So far, we've already established that Jason is willing to do a lot of pretty nasty things for the sake of attention or money. And if true, he definitely wouldn't be the only content creator who fakes drama and goes out of his way to look for conflict, knowing that his
Bootycam donating $2. It's okay you didn't know, VG. Also, what you do with Jasmine's leftover shit, maybe have some barbecue tofu and use the leftover shit to put it in the fire. Oh. Well, all of her stuff is just in the basement, and it's not like it's in the way, so anytime she wants to come pick it up, she can just pick it up. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
It's going to boost his viewership and get people engaged. Although his strategy did prove successful at getting new viewers, is it really worth it if it means finding yourself awake in the middle of the night, throwing bananas at people you barely know in the hopes it gets you like 50 extra people to watch your stream? By the looks of it, Mr. Bass was well on his way to being yet another struggling IRL streamer, making a fool out of himself online for scraps of engagement. But things would soon change, although I wouldn't say that change was for the better. A while after they first met, Jason finally wiggled himself into Joshua Block's orbit. Actively streaming with him, his fans multiplied, demanding he spend as much time with Josh as possible, and Jason gladly obliged. As the two of them started hanging out regularly, spending hours streaming in Jason's bizarre man cave and going out for drinks, Mr. Bass slowly but surely edged out Josh's former manager. It's not really surprising since Mr. Bass actually put in effort to be entertaining and keep things interesting when he was streaming with Josh, while the most that Michael Quinn did was feed off of Josh's fame, only to do nothing with it. And in June of 2024, while Jason streamed, Carl sent a text-to-speech message saying that he would sexually assault Josh, to which Josh replied by threatening to kill whoever said that, earning Mr. Bass a 6-day ban on Kick. Despite being on seemingly worse terms than ever, Jason had a few fellow streamers over at his house, and one of them was Carl. I don't know why they made up so quickly given Carl indirectly got him banned off of Kick by triggering Josh to make death threats on stream, but regardless, their friendship was bound for the floor, as Carl made the mistake of bringing his girlfriend with him, and Jason simply couldn't.
Yeah, something popped in the back of my knee, and the last time that happened, I was in high school. I was having pain in my knee, and then all of a sudden, something in the back of my knee popped. It got super fucking inflamed. And it turned out to be an E. coli infection. There was something that there was like E. coli stuck in the bursa in my knee or something. I'm really hoping that doesn't happen again. My knee looks a little swollen, but it's not like before. Because I almost had my leg amputated the last time that happened. Snitched donated $2. Do you think she snitched?
A trooper noticed a truck with out-of-state license plates and no headlights on. A traffic stop was subsequently initiated. Here's what went down.
Bootycom donated $2. Okay, VG, I'm playing with you, but seriously, why are people defending Elon Musk's Nazi salute? World's gone retarded. I don't think anybody's defending it. They're just pointing out the most plausible explanation is he's just an awkward retard. Like, not like Elon Musk's views do very strongly coincide with Nazism. Especially like with the way he's trying to essentially control the US government and everything. So it is kind of worrying people that he's doing that sort of shit in public. But there's just not really enough evidence to condemn him that that's what he, actually tried to do. Bootycom, wait. Never mind. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Shorts have been and periodically continue to be elements of uniforms around the world. Today, though, one country's use of them has seemingly risen above the rest, Rhodesia. During the Bush War, security forces had to get innovative when combating Xanu and Zapu fighters, leading to often quick in-and-out operations as well as patrols through the jungle. Those participating, such as paratroopers and Sealess scouts, would often ditch trousers and traditional boots for short shorts and trainers. Reasons primarily revolved around comfort, as shorts allowed the legs to breathe and keep cool while also lowering the risk of entanglement in thorns and flora, which could damage clothes and cause unnecessary noise. Though the danger of being cut or poked led many to move slower and more cautiously, it also had its drawbacks, as bare skin would be more prone to cuts, scrapes, insects, infection, and overexposure to the sun and heat. It did also have unintended psychological effects, though, promoting toughness and intimidation, as they would sometimes be referred to by their enemies as ghosts with white legs.
Taking a look at...
I really want to watch that movie with, what's his name? Leonardo DiCaprio on that Rhodesian War.
my cereal, which I've left alone unprotected for above 60 seconds. What's that I see? One singular black cat hair? One singular black cat hair?
Performing a ritual.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know what happened, but I walked into this room and there...
Wow, those are really pretty kitties. Oh.
He thought he was being sneaky.
Ow.
Open the...
Those are nice cats.
When I tell y'all what they saying about people who bench press 225, don't come at me. I'm just the messenger. I don't know who this dude is or where he's from and how he came up with the calculations he done calculated if his math is mathing. But I'm also keep it funky with y'all and say, I'm not mad at it. So, in the next clip, I want you to listen very closely to what they saying about people who bench press 225. And if you part of the 225 club, then enjoy.
Where is it to actually bench 225? The answer is it sort of depends. So between gym goers, around 3% of lifters can actually put up 225 on the bench, which means around 3 in every 100 people.
No. Pretty sure your average lifter can bench 225 after about 2 to 3 years of training. It's like about 50%.
Which means that even amongst gym goers, a 225 bench is still pretty rare. But the real surprise comes when you take the entire world's population into account. Then...
Yeah, you're talking about non-lifters.
Soviet leader Joseph Stalin was notoriously socially awkward.
Okay, time to get up. No, not yet.
This started affecting important international meetings.
It's been a pleasure to meet you. Oh, yes, of course. Oh, what a long handshake. Sully?
Bootycam donated $2 we can all agree Musk is retarded and not in a good way. Yes, we can agree that. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam. Yeah, it was my mom.
My hand's starting to hurt. Am I do it wrong? Let go. Oh, just let go of my hand. Oh, yes, sorry, Dad. No.
Stalin was sent to America to join an improv group and boost his confidence.
Okay, things you wouldn't want to hear on your wedding day.
Wow, do you reckon the priest is single?
You failed and kept the least.
Having failed to improve, it was decided that Stalin would be told what to do and say through an earpiece in a vital meeting with Churchill and Roosevelt.
And what lovely weather we are having. Oh, yes, indeed. You are doing really well, Joseph. Just make sure to smile. What? No, you weren't supposed to repeat that.
Initially, Hitler did incredibly well. I mean, his blitzkrieg, incredible. If he'd stopped with the Anschluss, where he gets Austria and then he's going to take Czechoslovakia, and then he says, I'm uniting the German people. If he had quit right there, he would have gotten away with it and probably be considered a brilliant leader by Germans. But then hubris, right? The blitzkrieg worked so well, his generals told him he couldn't do it, but of course it worked. And then he goes further and overextends, etc. When you look at what you think are great generals on the Western side, they are great generals. But their success has to do with a whole lot of other people. Think about it. If we hadn't broken the codes, which is the British helped us do that, and the Poles who brought out various Enigma machines and other things, would it have turned out the same? If you don't have Henry Ford, who's turning his cars into tanks, and the people who built Liberty ships, would it have been the same? If you do not have scientists doing the Manhattan Project, would it have been the same? And think about the enormous mobilization with the United States, where Americans are all on board, and in Britain and all over. We tend to personify it as the general.
Why did I get an E. coli infection? I had a surgery a few months before, and the E. coli came from them using dirty surgical equipment.
How are you?
Good on yourself?
Not too bad. I'm gonna pick up this penny that fell out of your door, okay? Is this your truck?
No, it's a rental.
A rental? Did you rent it?
Yes.
Okay.
We heard your entire phone call. Didn't I mute my mic? How the fuck did you hear it?
Do you have the rental agreement and your license? Yes. That was also down there. I didn't want that to blow out.
No problem.
Can you do me a favor? Can you turn your headlights on?
Yes.
Also, be careful with how close you're getting to some of those other cars, okay? You got in behind that semi. You weren't speeding or anything, so just...
Did I mute the wrong... I might have muted the wrong thing. Maybe I muted the desktop audio. We didn't hear anything? Okay. Moosis donated $2 low. They are like children. Let me see. Oh my god. Oh, side eye.
Could you be loved and be loved?
I don't see why not. Oh. I mean, I love Gummy and Gummy loves me. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason. Those are nice kitties. Oh.
He's just loving you. It's okay. He's just loving you.
Oh.
He's never had him do that before. That was very sweet, Sazum.
Aw, kitty's being nice and the dog's scared. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, that's a beautiful goat. Oh my, or sheep, I guess. Oh my goodness. Look at those sheep lips. Oh my god, he's like a person. Oh my god, he's a person. So beautiful. Oh, he's so handsome. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ, I love sheep. Oh. Who is this? Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh yes, cats love boxes. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, that's special. My goodness. That kitty looks like Prismo. Wow. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, look at the little baby deer. Wow. Oh my god. Ow. Cat. Those are good cats. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, Moosis.
Just go around them or back off of them. I don't want you to crash or anything, okay? Arizona?
Yes.
Where are you coming from?
From Arizona?
Coming from Arizona. Okay. Where did you rent this at?
Tucson, Arizona.
In Tucson?
Yes.
Where are you headed to?
Here to Harrisburg.
Harrisburg?
Yes.
Pennsylvania?
Yes, Pennsylvania.
Okay. All right. What takes you over there?
Because I'm going to move over there.
You're moving?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing this for a company?
A company?
Yeah.
No, it's because I used to move things at other times, so that's why.
Okay. So, where are you taking the truck to?
It's going to come back.
To Arizona?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you rented this and you're moving your stuff to Harrisburg?
Yeah, just a little stuff.
No women, no cry, in front of women or men as a woman or man.
You're better off not crying in front of women if you're a man. Generally speaking. But, you know. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
And they're not going to take another one.
Okay. When did you rent this?
It was on Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Sorry.
This Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Have you had any tickets or anything else?
No, nothing.
Okay. So do you work for a moving company?
No, I used to work.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't work
You don't do that anymore? Because it looks like you rented it under this. Andrea...
Yeah, that was my company.
Okay.
Like I said,
So this isn't your company?
No.
What's in here right now?
It's just some sofas and my luggage, just that.
Sofas and luggage? Okay. And it belongs to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I hear
it belongs
this
to
a
me.
lot, okay?
Yeah.
And if you're doing it for pay, that's fine. I'm
No,
not here
it
to beat you.
belongs to me. It belongs to me.
All right. And then you're going to... So why are you going to drive the truck all the way back?
Because, like I say, I'm coming to move her here, and then I'll go back and then bring another stuff.
Okay. All right. Bear with me. Let me do some checking on some things, but that's why I have you stopped, okay?
Yeah.
Be careful. Have you had any breaks or anything? When did you leave Tucson?
I just leave on Wednesday.
Wednesday? So
Yeah.
you've been driving hard then if you're
Yeah.
here already. Where you been sleeping at?
At the hotel.
Oh, you
yeah,
slept
I'm
at a
renting,
hotel?
Yeah,
Okay. How many nights?
It's 2 nights.
You spent 2 nights in a hotel?
Yeah. No, one night, like, I came on Wednesday. I slept in the hotel, and then yesterday I slept in the hotel. And
Okay. All right. Well, bear with me for 1 second. I'm going to check some things out, and I'll be back with you, okay? All right. Well, this is a agreement. This is a problem. Arizona. So she said she rented this on Wednesday, which she did.
Wednesday. Today's Friday.
Smell the air freshener? Yeah. It's all over the rental agreement. So she rented this in Tucson, but here's the problem. She won't tell me the truth. She rented this under Andrea Celia Delivery, which is a company. She said she had a moving company. She doesn't work there anymore. She's going to Harrisburg, PA, and she's taking it back to Tucson. I'm like, if you're moving your stuff to Harrisburg, why are you driving this back? And she's like, well, I'm going to go back and get more stuff. So one of two things is going on here. She's either lying about the moving stuff and this is not her stuff, or she's doing something else that she shouldn't be doing. That's really the only the reason for this. I mean, this is a $1,100 rental.
And she has to be back in Tucson with it.
In 4 days.
Well, she's not gonna make it if you keep pulling her over.
She'd do a better job of driving. I wouldn't have to stop her. I told her, I'm like, listen, if you're moving stuff for somebody else, I don't have an issue with that.
Dude, criminals are insanely dumb. You have almost $2 million worth of cocaine, and you can't follow, like, traffic laws and prevent yourself from getting pulled over.
I'm not here to do anything about it. I'm not the OT. She wouldn't come off of it, so...
I can hear her.
She's still up there, so...
Say what?
She's by herself. Coming from Tucson, going to Harrisburg, so...
Is she nervous?
Smell that.
It's like Downy or something.
That's what I said. It's like a softener, fabric softener or something.
You know, me, my wife will shoot me.
Huh?
How come it smell like that? My wife will shoot me.
I'm just gonna walk in.
Okay.
Oh.
Hey, check up! Check up! Hey, what's this? Check. Girl, come on. Good job, good job.
Oh my goodness.
Hello. Let me come on back. Okay, no weapons on you?
No.
I'll just have you put your hands on top of your head. I'm just going to pat you down with the back of my hand, okay? Face the car. Where's the key to the lock?
It's in the...
Is everything in that truck belong to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Just have you have a seat there, okay?
The duck head? Oh.
Big old one. Kilos, bro. No, it's not. Yeah, it's duffel bag. Holy my God. Woo! That's a big one. That's a lot of dope, baby. That's a lot of dope. Holy
Officer, that know my cocaine?
bro. Leave it here. We'll get pictures. That thing is filled up. Just put the lock back on. Let's go. You already know?
Yes.
Is this something
I love I was just like, you got me.
you want to deliver?
Yes.
All right, turn around. Right here, we'll do it in the front. All right, where's this going?
SP1742.
New York.
New York City?
Yes.
And you want to deliver it?
I was going to do it because they was going to pay me.
Okay, but you don't want to move this to New York? For us.
To help you as well. It's not just us.
Have a seat up there.
I don't know.
Think about it. You got some time, okay?
Go ahead and have a seat up there.
That's pretty hilarious. I'd take their offer. If you're cooperative, they might let you go.
Super Bowl, baby. That's the Super Bowl. Did you see it? Hey, where's the key? All right, what we're going to do is we're going to drive this back to our post to the next exit, and we'll talk in there, okay? All right? You good?
Yeah.
It's going to New York.
There's 2 big bags in there.
Dude, it's huge. Think about what we're offering you. This is part of your life, too, okay?
I have kids, I have a husband, so they don't know nothing.
I know, but somebody's going to be very mad.
Yeah, my husband is going to get mad with me.
I'm talking about when you lose what's in there.
I know.
I'm not going to be happy. Where's your family even think you're at right now?
They think I was working. They didn't know nothing. I just say I was.
If God is dead, did the man kill him to make us indistinguish the slaves between the chosen ones? If the man did, does he get heaven on earth or somewhere else? Do humans do evil for no payoff?
None of that made any sense, but thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Going to make a delivery. I like to put furniture for another person, and my husband said, "Oh, yeah, it's fine."
So what we're actually offering is for you to deliver that to New York and we arrest them. It helps you because the presumption right here for you is to go to prison. Okay? We work out here in the middle of nowhere. They don't like that stuff coming through here. Okay? So think about it. Because if you're willing to take it to New York, bring in the DEA, which me and him both work for the DEA as well, besides the fact that we're state troopers. And that in turn, that cooperation helps you with sentencing. Okay? So think about that.
Yeah, dude, I'd take that deal.
Any questions of me so far? Okay. It's big packages. No, you went after a different one. Is that other bag number 2? You think this was left there intentionally? I guarantee the dimness is set down. Take a picture, because this was shoved down in here. I think this is just props. Props, but we'll still rip it open. Alright. Am I driving your Tahoe or this? You're driving this. Feels good, baby. Just like that. Like that. Yeah, I can hear you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
When we get there to your office, can I call my husband and tell what has happened and tell my kids that I don't know something?
I'll tell you this, even if you choose not to cooperate, I understand, and we can't make you do anything that you don't want to do, I'll absolutely let you call your husband. But until we decide the game plan, nobody can know that you got stopped.
Okay.
We do that to protect us and you. You have a lot of big life decisions to make in about the next 20 minutes. Is that something that you would potentially be interested in, about doing the delivery?
I don't know, it's because...
Did you tell anybody you were getting stopped?
No, nobody.
What they typically do is just tell you a city that you're going to.
Yeah, they tell me a city and just go and they say, oh, we're going to call you when you're getting there.
Do you know that they're tracking you?
I not even know.
Yeah, they're tracking you. What do you do for work?
I don't work.
Okay. What's your husband do?
He's a plumber.
How many kids do you guys have?
4. 2 girls and 2 boys.
Ma'am, I know you know what my job is and what we do, but at the same time, like, I understand what people do for their kids.
Yeah.
I get it. Give me a minute, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
A little bit. You can stack it here on the ground, right?
Nice.
Hello.
I'll take you inside, okay? Go down that far bench over against the wall.
Hey VG. How do you calculate the calories of cooked food? Is it safe for me to just use the total calories of the raw ingredients? E.g. if I boil and roast potatoes with oil. Can I just use the total calories of the raw potatoes and oil regardless of cooking method?
Yes, you calculate calories of the raw food. Calories are calculated by cooking the food anyway, so... You just use the raw, like, measurements. Thanks for the donation, Sanderbling.
You can have a seat. Ma'am, I'm not pressuring you, obviously, to do the delivery, but we do this a lot. We're good at it. They're going to be really mad, okay? Just the fact you got caught, okay? We like to arrest the bigger players on this end. We like to get the other players on that end. We can only do that with your help. We can only do so much, okay? This is not your first time you've been involved in this. We're also very good at doing homework on people, okay? Were they paying you by the brick? Do you know how many you had?
I know I had 15.
The risk versus reward. I mean, I'll be honest, $50,000 is an incredible amount of money, but what you're risking is also an incredible thing to lose, okay?
That's really...
I mean, we just sentenced a guy 2 months ago that had 15 kilos. He got 16 years.
Just let her sell drugs. I don't know why they care, just let people sell drugs.
Didn't stop himself from sexually harassing her whenever they got close.
And stick it so deep in her mouth that like she nearly comes.
Can you rub it behind the I felt it.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? No one in the room seemed that bothered, with the cameraman mentioning how he should probably stop to avoid getting canceled.
Hold up, babes. I gotta protect you here. You're about to be Mr. Canceled if you don't watch yourself, bro.
But that did not stop Jason as he continued to grope this girl until he took it just a few steps too far.
You put your finger up my ass crack.
I know, but that doesn't count.
I guess it kind of shows the kind of people he likes to hang out with, that no one seems that concerned, as even Carl remains in pretty good humor about the whole thing and just tells Jason to stop, which has little to no effect at all. Eventually, Carl goes to leave Jason's apartment, and when Kimberly tries to follow him out, she gets grabbed and pulled back in by Jason. Even stranger is the fact that it turned out Jason's objective was to convince Kimberly to have sex with another guy at the party, not him.
Quickly, let this motherfucker get laid, like, correctly.
Yeah, come with me and Carl.
Come. Let me lend you to my bedroom quickly. Let this motherfucker get laid, like, correctly, because you know how to fuck. Let this motherfucker get laid correctly. Carl won't care.
Just a few hours later, when he was being pressed about it, Jason spoke as if he had no idea about anything that happened at the streamer party, saying he would never unconsensually touch a girl, let alone Carl's girlfriend, who in his estimation was unattractive. The excuse didn't really hold up though, as it seems someone called the police and informed Kick of what was going on, causing Mr. Bass to get banned and lose his partnership with the website. It's at this point that Jason goes completely insane, threatening to kill Carl because of the whole situation and accusing him of setting him up.
You wanna touch grass?
Let's find Carl, and I'm gonna kill him. Literally, I'm gonna kill him.
You ain't killing shit.
No, not literally kill him, but like in that game.
They did meet up again, and Jason jumps on Carl and throws down with him. After that's over, he has a meltdown at Kimberly, demanding that she write Kick an email claiming she was personally responsible for him being kicked out of their partnership program, despite her insistence that she hadn't said anything to anyone.
I didn't do anything to you.
I did.
Everyone said you took my KCIP.
I didn't do
Hunter,
anything.
tell them.
I didn't do anything.
Tell them right now.
I didn't do anything.
Did I do anything to you?
No, you didn't. I said it multiple times that you
We
didn't
both
do
lost
anything.
our KCIP because of you.
I didn't do anything though.
Tell them.
Whatever clout Jason had managed to build up for himself via his streams with Josh Block was now pretty useless, since without the ability to stream on Kick and having lost his partnership, he would now have to start over from scratch on another platform. Realizing what he'd just done, Jason went into full damage control mode. His justification for harassing Kimberly was that he was trying to get her to reveal herself as a cheater so that Carl left her.
And then when I tickled her on her ribs, he goes, "Oh, you put your thumb in my ass." Like,
what a selfless guy. Additionally, he claimed that he never touched her ass and instead was just tickling her ribs, which would still be kind of weird even if it were true. But almost immediately after, his tone changed, and he began calling Carl a cuck, a sicko, and a sociopath for letting him disrespect Kimberly, although he never admits that this was in the form of touching her ass.
he's a gifted performer. I'd even watch him after all this. I just don't want him around me. I could get $500,000 in subs to do something with Carl, and Carl make it not worth it later, trust me. I'm also getting to the point of being afraid of being physical with Carl, you know? I'm trying to cuck Carl. Cuck! I'm cucking Carl, not flirting like I like her. So he'll leave my home because I have no other way to get rid of Carl except flirting or touching or cucking.
If his initial intention was to rewrite the narrative in his favor so that Kick gave him a second chance and unbanned him, he had completely forgotten about it at this point, as it just turned into another incoherent Mr. Based rant. Afterwards, Jason vowed to never stream with any of the streamer friends again, adding that he would get a restraining order against Carl if only he knew his name and address. As for Kimberly, Jason claimed she was lying about the assault so that she could sue him for his $5 million net worth. It's unknown if there's even an ounce of truth behind the claim of him having that much money, but regardless, Jason was confident he was going to keep making money off of streaming, if not through his own, through Joshua Block. It's interesting how his career path went from pimping and exploiting young women to pimping and exploiting a mentally challenged person. It's almost like you could make out a pattern here. After 6 days, his Kick ban was over, and he immediately fired up another stream, during which he approached this random woman at a food stall. At first, their interaction was pretty normal, and then this happened.
Can I get a kiss for that?
You're bad.
No, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just, I thought you said so. You went,
You guys.
His whole normal dude persona quickly
to me, that's just like what he did with the other chick was definitely more like inappropriate, but that one's like
fell apart after that. When feigning ignorance didn't work, he tried to explain that he did it to get 10 subs. He then insisted on trying to get her to go to a bar with him, which she was understandably kind of upset about.
You can't do that to women.
Do you want me to buy you drinks or not?
No, that was weird. You just force kissed me.
Oh, Jesus, I'm the wrong guy to say that to.
No.
I mean, she was gonna kiss him anyway. He just turned his head.
Oh, they accused me of it the other day.
Yes!
They accused me of putting my thumb up someone's ass.
I don't know what possessed him.
Oh my god! Oh, what a way to talk yourself out of a situation. Oh my god. Oh shit. Dude, what the fuck? She's like uncomfortable that he like snuck a kiss. Yeah, they accused me of something like that the other day. They accused me of sticking my thumb up somebody's ass.
To admit he was accused of even more, but it's not the worst thing he does here.
Oh my
he eventually
God.
turns the camera away as the two have a full-on argument.
Dude.
Swag donated $2. Man attempts to squat in a little girl's bedroom.
On January 1st, 2023, in Athens, Georgia, at a cool 54 degrees, a mother called advising dispatch that her 32-year-old son was refusing to leave. She stated that her and her family were preparing to go to church and did not want her son to accompany them or remain in the home. The son is flagged in the system for officer safety and is known to assault police officers.
So he, I guess, doesn't stay here. He just occasionally stays here. His mom lives here, and they want him to leave, and he's not willing to leave.
Has he been bored?
Not yet.
Do they want a bar?
Yeah.
Because if they don't want a bar, we can't do anything.
Yeah, they
Bar 'em.
do want to bar him.
Okay.
One
That's just,
bit.
so basically, he's refusing to leave, basically?
Yeah.
Okay. Is he claiming to live here or anything?
Yeah.
Have you seen any proof as far as, like, what he's saying?
I haven't, but I think he showed something to Gus that had this address, but...
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't determine residency. So,
But everybody inside, including the kid, is saying that he doesn't reside here.
So, all right. So, yeah, just go ahead and conduct the barring. I'll talk to him, see if he can show me something, like, as far as stuff.
Okay, do you want me to go inside and get...
Yeah, go ahead, and, or if you want to fill out the paperwork, or I don't know how you conduct barring. I fill out the paperwork, but... Hey, so, these officers tell me you say you live here?
Yeah.
What's your proof that you live here?
I just show him the patient.
No, so, like, it's not paperwork,
everything.
so that doesn't matter. That doesn't determine residency.
bills are
So,
in my name.
that doesn't determine residency either.
For her too, that's what I'm telling her.
So, that doesn't...
So who has the right to say who leaves?
So, how
I
much
understand what you said.
stuff do you have here?
I have my clothes.
Like, what do you mean?
About 3 times she done threw
Like-
4, 5 bags of clothes away, shoes and all
So,
that.
like, what do you...
Nobody nothing.
So, wait, you're circling my question. How much clothes?
A trash bag.
You have a trash bag here
Yeah.
currently of clothes, and that's it?
Yeah, shoes and my hygiene, my box, my sock, all my stuff.
Can you... Do you have it, like, in a specific room, or
Yes.
where?
In the room in there.
Okay, can you show me?
Why you running on me like that?
No, I'm just following you. I don't know where we're going.
You running on me, though. You running on me like that.
I'm not. I don't know where we're going. So you saying the kids' room? This looks like...
Yeah, but that's her husband. Why she don't sleep in there?
So this is all you got?
Yeah, bro. Come on,
Okay.
man. She
So-
get missing.
So this is not enough for you to say that you live
How the hell
somewhere?
that ain't enough? That's all I got.
That's like a suitcase.
She keep throwing it away, though.
Okay,
Come
so...
on, man. That's all I got.
Okay, well, this doesn't look like this would be a room for you. This doesn't look like it'd
It
be...
don't matter. This where I'm
No,
at, bro. What you
but
mean?
you can't say you live here.
How I can't?
Because you don't have enough stuff to prove it.
How the fuck did this guy get in a situation where some family let him sleep in their little girl's bedroom? What the fuck? Dodo $22. Do you think Brian Johnson is a Republican or a Democrat also?
The whole thing was very formal.
To me, he sounds closer to Democrat than Republican. But, he seems to be trying to be as apolitical as possible and just show support to, you know, whatever party wins. But yeah, publicly it seems like he's trying to stay apolitical, but yeah, it seems like he's more like Democrat than Republican.
You could see Melania Trump being escorted into the rotunda by her new boyfriend. Of course, I'm kidding about Donald and Melania are very, very much in love. You can see here they had a very sweet moment. They shared almost a kiss. I guess she didn't want to mess up his makeup, so the whole Trump family came out of their holes to celebrate. First, marionette-in-law Jared Kushner is back. You can see him here saying hello to all the billionaires who showed up. And before taking a seat, this was interesting. Jared said hello to, didn't say hello to Marco Rubio, but did sit right on Mark Zuckerberg's lap. A lot of people were surprised to see the former Vice President Mike Pence show up, but he did. No, that's not him. That is definitely...
Dude, that's based as fuck. This guy shows up in a sweatshirt and fucking shorts.
My dream of working remote is now dead. Fuck this fascist Cheeto god.
Trump signs order ending remote work, mandates federal workers return to office. Oh my god. Isn't this the same jackass who said he wanted to reduce government costs? Why in the hell would you not want them to work remotely? It lowers costs. What a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Not him. Do we have Mike Pence? Mike Pence, the last time he was in the building, he was being chased by a man dressed as a buffalo, but he showed up anyway. He showed up without mother. Karen Pence opted not to celebrate the man who was all good with a bunch of yahoos killing her husband. Mike is actually the fun one in the couple. The award for best dressed at today's inauguration, let's go back to that, went to Senator John Fetterman, who it looked like his mom interrupted his Fortnite game and forced him to come downstairs. You know, John, even Adam Sandler wears a suit to the Golden Globe.
Fetterman is retarded.
I love you, man. You made me sexy. Babes are surrounding the vegan Chadleys. All we need is love, cunt. Life is good.
Alright, well, I'm glad to hear that. Appreciate the donation, Wandering Mason.
Man, I don't give a damn. That to do. This all I got, bro.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, that's not enough. So she's gonna want to borrow you from the property?
Man, she can't borrow me from that, homie.
Okay, and that's fine.
She tell me to lock me up, dog. I mean,
I'm just
this all I got. She threw all my stuff away, bro.
Okay.
Come on, man.
When did she throw it away?
Multiple times.
Okay, and then why weren't we told?
Why we got called?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you're the victim of a crime of your property being thrown away and destroyed, why didn't you call us?
Because I don't do that.
You need Miss Okay.
It's just her. She ain't borrow. How you gonna borrow me for something I stay here?
Okay.
See, her name ain't no name. Her name ain't no name. Y'all ain't gonna text me, bro.
Relax.
Man, I feel like y'all on some bull, bro. He already talking about that ain't enough clothes.
It's not.
Come on, man. I ain't gonna text you, bro.
Oh, that door is not attached.
I'm just angry, bro. That's how she treat me.
Okay, let's, you know.
Man, come on, borrow. How you gonna borrow me for something like I stay? Her name ain't no nothing.
So the names doesn't matter.
No bill.
Then take your name off it.
Why she can't get ball? I don't want her ball.
Where she live here?
I do too.
You don't.
Yes, I do.
You have a trash bag for
I stay in that room though. Why you think it's bunk beds?
Because children stay in there.
One girl. That's why she came and got her other girl.
But
so my mama had no.
So it makes sense that she lives in there because 100% of the stuff in there, or 95% of the stuff in there, looks like it's female or child stuff. I mean, like.
Buy me some?
Huh?
You gonna buy me some clothes?
I'm not your father. I'm not anybody to you. I'm not gonna buy you clothes. So all right, look, so do you have anywhere else you can go?
Nah, she know that. She got.
New updates.
A new battlefront in the war against terror begins. Judea and Samaria has now become the center of focus. The IDF is transferring large forces to Judea and Samaria amidst concerns of an increase in terrorist activity there, as the Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Herzi Halevi, held a situation assessment in which he declared that the IDF is preparing for a major operation in the coming days. The attitude in the General Staff is that the time for mowing the grass is over, and instead, it's time to turn over the soil in Judea and Samaria, starting right now. The new policy is based in part on the assessment that with terrorists being released from prison and returning to these areas, along with an increase in attempts by Iran to smuggle weapons into the area, there is an increased threat of attacks. Active combat has stopped in Lebanon and Gaza for now, and the IDF has the ability to concentrate forces on the new threat, which is also an old threat. The root causes of the problem need to be addressed, as can be seen in the celebrations that took place in several Palestinian cities and villages at the news of the release of the security prisoners
Dude, some of these girls are fucking cute. It's too bad they're terrorists.
from Israel. These demonstrations feature residents waving Hamas and Hezbollah flags and chanting, "We want El Qassam," and, of course, Allahu Akbar. The IDF and the Palestinian Authority tried to stop these celebratory demonstrations, but they happened anyway. Meanwhile, in Gaza, Hamas made some noises about not releasing more hostages and then relented, declaring that some more female hostages will be released on Sabbath, Saturday. But they like to taunt Israel and
Dodo and HLRs, which are you surprised by? Attitudes towards China vary widely across regions. That makes sense. US, Canada, Greece. I can understand a lot of European countries. Greece, Hungary, Italy, Spain. That's actually a little surprising that only 67% find China unfavorable. Like, especially with a lot of criminal organizations that are linked to Russia and China being in the UK, and China tried to take over the UK's nuclear power grid. That's a little weird. Yeah, the rest of Europe, that makes sense. Thailand, very favorable. I guess they do a lot of trading. Same with Singapore. It's a little surprising Sri Lanka finds China mostly favorable. Bangladesh, Philippines, South Korea, India. Yeah, India has had pretty bad relations with China for quite a while. It's a little weird. African countries make sense that they generally find them favorable. Peru, Mexico, Colombia, Argentina. Like, some of these are, like, that's actually kind of funny. Brazil is one of the, like, Brazil is part of BRICS, aren't they? That's kind of funny. 40% find them unfavorable. Mixed views of Xi across 35 countries. Percent who have confidence in Chinese president to do the right thing regarding world affairs. Again, kind of weird. Sri Lanka, India, that makes a bit more sense. I think that first graph was a bit more surprising. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
it's come to light that the massive crowds that we saw in the video tormenting the hostages as they were transferred to the Red Cross was just theatrics. In reality, the transfer was deliberately made in a closed-off area with a relatively small number of people crowding around so that Hamas could make a movie that looked like their armed guards were holding back a huge mob. The Palestinians are the only group of people in the world who can claim to have suffered a genocide one day and then the next day declare a great military victory, and everyone takes them seriously. Meanwhile,
yeah, it's retarded. Swag, donate $2. Let me see. Do men not realize that we can immediately tell if they watch porn? I don't know what she means by that. Shop my tallow-based skincare. Okay, this is somebody who's very retarded. Sounds like Reddit made you trans. Right wing made me trans. Sorry if this is a long one. We're not interested. Seen the right wing, Western world up and decide that transgender people are suddenly the enemy. Because of this and my lack of knowledge about being transgender, I decided to find out myself, suddenly down the rabbit hole. From here in Reddit, Twitter, what I found was some most interesting, downright painful stories across the trans community. Journey across social media, something. After that first meme hit, the next one did, and the next one, because I was comfortable in my gender. So, sort of had a minor panic attack, had messy mentally for a little while. Slowly doing little things like shaving my legs, painting my nails. Okay. Reddit mod puts his foot down. All you Nazi conservatives don't have enough upvotes to talk in this subreddit. This has a tenuous connection to Australian law at best, and basically none of the discussion relates to the law. Instead, every mouth-breathing conservative Nazi apologist seems to have found this thread. Commenting with their usual shit tier Facebook hot takes. We're shutting this one down. P.S. For all you Nazi apologists who have no karma in the subreddit, your comments are automatically held in mod queue and aren't released to public view. Congrats on wasting your time screaming your brains. Okay. Thanks for the donation, swag.
Hezbollah is also threatening to resume the war against Israel when the ceasefire expires on January 26th. However, there are quiet contacts being made with the new Lebanese government, and signs of hope are emerging on Israel's northern border. Further afield, the Houthis are claiming they plan to send hundreds of thousands of fighters to Israel, but I guess they never got around to it. In any case, they are continuing to threaten Israel with horrendous consequences if the ceasefire in Gaza does not hold. Finally, we send our congratulations to the new United States President, Mr. Donald J. Trump, hours after his inauguration. President Trump delivered a speech in which he hosted on stage some of the freed Israeli hostages alongside representatives of the families. To the family members of Omer Natura, who passed away, he was killed on October 7th, he said, "This should never have happened." We have a lot to talk about today, so let's dive into the details. Force carried out a sweep operation of arrests and searches in the village of Tamun in northern Samaria. This is part of the IDF's friction policy towards Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad in this region as they attempt to establish their infrastructure in Judea and Samaria to compensate for the devastating defeat that they suffered in the Gaza Strip. However, this policy does not come without cost. And overnight on Sunday, a soldier from Battalion 8211 was killed in action while the vehicle that he was riding in was hit by an improvised explosive device in the Tamun area of the Menashe region. It's important to point out that the battalion that these soldiers were part of is one of 20 battalions that are currently deployed to this region, and many of the reserve soldiers in these units have been mobilized in the reserves for at least 250 days since October 7th.
Ban porn donated $2. Oh, this is gonna be stupid.
Porn addiction.
Huberman is an absolute fucktard, dude. I would not listen to anything Huberman has to say about any topic. At worst, the guy just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And at best, he deliberately lies so that he can just grift and make money.
It's expensive. It's time consuming. And it's
Porn is not expensive, nor is it time consuming.
more common than you think. About 40 million US adults reported visiting porn sites on a regular basis. Not only that, but various research studies show that it has detrimental effects on brain function. So let's get right into the ways porn.
So, if you look at the average porn user, you can go by like Pornhub stats. People spend more time playing video games than watching porn. People spend more time watching Netflix than watching porn. whenever anybody talks about like tries to blow things out of proportion, I can't remember the exact figures, but it's very, very low amounts of time. I think per like masturbation session, people spend like an average of 7 minutes. It's not long. So that's like the majority of people who watch porn. They'll find a video, jerk off for 7 minutes, and then they're done. And even if they do that, like, 2-3 times a day, every single day, that's a minuscule amount of time. More people, people spend more time playing video games or watching Netflix. So, like, is that a massive time intrusion? Is that going to negatively impact, like, every aspect of your life because you're dedicating so much time and energy and effort? Like, no.
Porn addiction damages your brain. Porn rewires your brain. This is what your brain looks like. And this is your brain on porn. Not to sound like a
yeah, sure.
2090s PSA, but these are actual brain scans that show just how much excessive porn usage alters your brain structure and...
What is the scan? What type of scan is it? What does he mean? This is just a lie. Okay, buddy, if you were to crack open... Like, what is this? What is this an image of? Is this electrical activity? What is the source? Does he even link any of the sources? References. Survey of sexual function, brain scans of porn addicts. The Guardian. When was this published? Last year. This was only a few months ago. He literally links a fucking Guardian article that is broken. It doesn't even bring you to the fucking page. So he doesn't even link a study. This isn't a study, it's a fucking Guardian article and the link is broken.
Reward system. In fact, porn is so potent that it can damage and rewire your brain in the exact same way drug addiction would. Here's how it works. Pornography triggers the release of dopamine, a neurotransmitter responsible for pleasure and reward in the brain. Over time, repeated exposure to pornography activates delta FOSB, a molecule that regulates the reward system in your brain and accumulates when you engage in any addictive behavior. This molecule basically acts like an electric switch in the brain and creates new neural pathways in response to overstimulation, aka dopamine release, from watching porn. The more exposure to porn, the more this switch goes off, making it extremely difficult to quit the addiction because your brain is now wired to crave it constantly, the same way a person may crave a McDonald's cheeseburger or a hit of...
This is absolute insane nonsense. The same argument they're using for why porn is addictive could be an argument for why sex is addictive. Oh, you should never have sex because it releases dopamine. Oh, you should never eat like good tasting food because it releases dopamine. Oh, you should never exercise because it releases dopamine. Oh, you should never have fun because it releases dopamine. One single neurotransmitter is not the end-all be-all of an addiction, you fucking idiot. This is just stupid Andrew Huberman nonsense. Again, if this is his supposed pathway in which pornography is addictive, why isn't everyone who watches porn addicted to it? Why is the average porn user only watching it, 3-4 times a week for 7 minutes? Why isn't everything else addictive? Why aren't people getting more addicted to actual sexual intercourse? It's just stupid, ridiculous nonsense.
Of cocaine. Not in that particular order. If you notice that your urge for porn is persistent and even uncontrollable, it may be time to speak to a mental health professional. Negative impact on relationships. If you've ever gone down the rabbit hole of pornography sites at least once in your life, you probably know that there's a tremendous array of NSFW content beyond any person's wildest imagination. It's no wonder why real-life sexual experiences and partners may have some trouble competing with the billions of porn images and videos available to the masses. As neuroscientist
I called it. Yeah, he's just copying nonsense from Andrew Huberman. Andrew Huberman is a pseudoscientist. He has no fucking idea of what he's talking about, and this guy just grifts for money. So he's just copying nonsensical horse shit that he heard from fucking Andrew Huberman.
Andrew Huberman puts it, there is good data to support the idea that if your brain learns to be aroused by watching other people have sex, it is not necessarily going to carry over to the ability to get aroused when you're one-on-one with somebody else.
Please explain to me why in large-scale epidemiological studies we don't find this relationship. Regular, average porn users do not have problems with actual sexual intercourse. You do not see that in large-scale epidemiology. You can find case reports. You can find people anecdotally sharing their experience that, oh, once I started watching porn, I was not attracted to my girlfriend anymore. This is not the average use case.
Research shows that porn addiction can negatively impact a person's ability to feel sexually satisfied with their...
So notice how he's conflating terms here. He's conflating porn use with porn addiction. So he'll state in one, he'll make a proposition where he's talking about two completely different topics. The first part of his proposition, he says porn use. The other part of his proposition, he says porn addiction. Those are two completely different things. He's just making a non sequitur.
...a partner due to desensitization and can even distort their view of intimacy. Here's the quick science lesson. The more porn you consume, the more you develop a tolerance for it, which causes you to crave more of it to feel stimulated due to a shift in brain chemicals. Once this tolerance...
Oh my god. No, not necessarily. There could be different reasons for why you start watching more porn. You might be bored and have nothing to do. You may be having a lack of intimacy with your partner because for some reason her vagina's broken. So you just start watching more porn to satisfy your sexual cravings. Like just because you're watching more porn than normal, that doesn't necessarily mean you're becoming addicted to it. That's like saying, oh, I have time off work. I guess I'll just play more video games because I have more free time. Oh, you're addicted to video games now. The only reason you're playing more video games is because you're a video game addict. Like it's retarded. Why would you make that logical leap?
Once in your brain is established and dopamine reaches its peak, it becomes increasingly difficult to feel sexually satisfied with anything or anyone. Sexual dysfunction. Speaking of never being...
And he can provide absolutely no scientific evidence for this. The best he can do is, oh, Guardian article.
Being satisfied, have you ever spent hours relentlessly doom scrolling through porn websites until nothing you see arouses your interest? No pun intended. You may feel as though you've seen it all and that you're just used to porn, right?
Oh my
well,
God.
It could actually be a sign of sexual dysfunction. In a study published in the journal Military Medicine, men between the ages of 20 and 40 were evaluated using a questionnaire called the International Index of Erectile Function. Participants were asked to answer questions on their levels of orgasmic function, sexual desire, and overall sexual satisfaction. The study found that rates of erectile dysfunction in men were higher in participants who preferred or chose pornography over having real-life sex with their partner. This data supports the growing theory that desensitization...
There could be a myriad of explanations for this. One, people who have excessively high levels of porn use may have sexual dysfunction due to the porn use. Another explanation could be people who have sexual dysfunction and cannot perform adequately with a partner may end up resorting to porn use because they have sexual dysfunction. So when they have sex with a partner, they're not able to actually ejaculate, or they have erectile issues, and then their partner gets bored, leaves them. So the number of sexual partners they have ends up becoming like 0 because they already have a sexual problem. But they have sexual desire, so they use porn use to satisfy their sexual desire because it's just easier for them. They don't have to like stay hard throughout the entire duration. Like there's a lot of different explanations for this, and this doesn't necessarily describe normal fucking porn use.
In the brain from porn addiction.
Like, by the way, if I were to make a comparison, there are people who exercise, right? There are people who exercise a lot, like me. And then there are people who literally have an addiction to exercise, and they like exercise way too fucking much and they end up having like problems from it. Are we going to start saying like exercise is bad and inherently addictive and leads to like physical problems just because there's like a small proportion of people who end up exercising way too much and have some sort of psychological problem that's akin to addiction? Like, no. Just because there's a small proportion of people that end up having a problem with a given thing, that doesn't mean that thing as a whole is bad.
Addiction is highly correlated with reduced sexual satisfaction and desire overall. Make sure to consult a doctor if you believe you're experiencing symptoms of sexual dysfunction, since there can be various underlying causes at play. It can alter decision-making. If what we just mentioned isn't bad enough, porn addiction is powerful enough to trickle down in other areas of your life and can even cause you to make impulsive decisions. Research from the University of Texas Department of Neurosurgery shows that desensitization from porn addiction is also associated with diminished activity in your brain's reward circuit. Partly due to developing a tolerance to dopamine, the study evaluated that
So again, he's talking about addiction, not porn use. Addiction specifically.
addicts show decreased cellular activity in the orbitofrontal cortex, an area of the brain that is responsible for helping us make strategic rather than impulsive decisions. You heard that right. Porn can literally diminish your capability of making sound and rational decisions, the way any other life-destroying addiction would. If you or someone is struggling from addiction, check out the
Right. Okay, so basically he made a non sequitur argument where he conflated porn use with addiction and then literally did not even provide adequate resources for any of his claims. Oh, Andrew Huberman said it. I saw it in a Guardian article. Genius. The Wandering
Maybe it's a boomer sip so men work more lol.
Could be. It's possible. Andrew from The Crucible actually made a hilarious observation. He was criticizing married women on Twitter that they were admitting they did not have sex often with their husbands. So they might have sex like once every few months, if that. And then these same women end up making posts about how their husband's addicted to porn. And then he said, gee, I wonder why they're watching porn. Now, he's a crazy lunatic. Like, he thinks women should be completely and utterly subservient to their husband. So anytime, like, their husband demands sex, like, a woman has to give in. But, I mean, yeah, I wonder. Like, there are a lot of women who aren't giving up the pussy, and these same women are complaining that their husbands are watching porn. Like, there may be a correlation there. Thanks for the donation, The Wandering Mason. Kid Boo donated $2. Would you rather vote for AOC or Gavin Newsom as president? Probably AOC. The reason I say that is Gavin Newsom is, from what I can see, very compromised. Anytime he receives large political donations from an organization, he completely and utterly capitulates. And he seems to be way more of an anti-gun cuck than AOC. Like, he's flat out stated he wants to amend the Constitution to get rid of 2A rights. I haven't seen AOC make any claims like that. So I think AOC is a moron, but I don't think she's quite as insane as Gavin Newsom, and I also see her as less competent. So even if she wanted to implement, you know, some kind of stupid fucking policy like ban airplanes because they have greenhouse gas emissions, or ban guns because she's afraid of loud noises, I don't see her being able to actually get anywhere with that, whereas Gavin Newsom, he's smarter and more scheming and conniving, so I could see him getting further with a goal like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Nowadays, I get a lot of questions about pornography. And the discussion around pornography is always related to the discussion around masturbation. But let's just talk about pornography for a moment in this context of these primitive drives and these circuits within the hypothalamus, which we were all born with, that clearly some of them are devoted to our progression as a species through reproduction. Zero question about that. Sexual behavior being linked to reproduction. Not always, but certainly. We can all agree on that.
It's a necessary precondition.
I hope we can still all agree on that. But last time I checked, that's still true. A sperm and an egg met someplace in some context to create all of us. Okay, we're still grounded in that. Pornography is something that I hear.
How often do you watch porn? Probably 4 or 5 days a week, like at night before I go to sleep.
Quite a lot from typically young males, but sometimes young females or even older females who say that they can see themselves trying to resist the desire to go look at it. And it almost doesn't feel like a desire anymore. They're sort of just in a kind of a compulsion that is almost unconscious, but they're just aware of the fact
like
that
an
they're
eating disorder.
like an eating disorder. They're doing it. They know they shouldn't be doing it, and they can't help themselves. And we could think about 2 ways to attack this if one believes it's a real concern, and they certainly do. So I do. I would be open if I had or do. Pornography has not been my thing, and I don't struggle with it. But when I hear from these people, it's so clear that they're asking, is it the prevalence of pornography out there, or is it something really broken?
So I don't believe him for a fucking second. Women who've dealt with Andrew Huberman have shared private conversations they've had with him. And apparently he has like a fetish with like sex slaves, BDSM, stuff like that. You know, cringe shit that you'd read from like 50 Shades of Grey. It's entirely possible that somebody could have, you know, a fetish like that without ever watching pornography. But some of the things that I've heard from these women, it sounds like this guy got it from some kind of erotic material. So, yeah, I don't know about that. When he says, oh, yeah, I never watch porn, this and that, and then I hear some stories from these women, it's like, I don't know about that. Either this guy is reading erotic women's fantasy novels like 50 Shades of Grey, which I don't know why any dude would read something like that. Or, again, he saw this from some kind of adult erotic material that you'd expect men to watch. So, sure, buddy.
Would you say this is the explanation as to why people who are of ethnic Scandinavian or British ancestry might be better at certain sports as shown here?
White people have an advantage. Northern Europeans are the tallest people on average. You can pack more size onto your frame when you're taller. For strongman competitions, lifts like the Atlas Stone, keg toss, and car flip become ergonomically much easier when you're taller. They have about 2% Neanderthal DNA. Neanderthals are about 3 times stronger than the average human. Humans have up to 25.
Nobody actually... So, for one thing, we don't really have any idea how strong Neanderthals actually were. We're just assuming how much muscle mass they may have had based on things like bone mineral density, bone thickness, stuff like that. So no one actually knows, and they're also extremely short. You're talking like I think their height on average was close to 5 feet. Average Neanderthal height. Oh, maybe it was... No, yeah. Average Neanderthal men stood about 5'5". They were not large. Here's a... Fuck. And this is a Neanderthal skeleton next to a human skeleton, like a modern human skeleton. Like, I am extremely, extremely doubtful Neanderthals were physically stronger than modern humans. They were much smaller and shorter, and yeah, I don't know... I really don't know about the research on this. Like, again, they're looking at, like, I think this is just based entirely on like bone structure and how it correlates to muscle mass or something. But I seriously fucking doubt it.
25,000 genes, meaning that's 500 Neanderthal genes. They have a very endomorphic build from being up in the cold for so long. This was an adaptation to help them stay warm. White babies are heavier than black
Gross.
and Asian babies. From birth, they are literally destined to be big. They also have the widest hips and trunk, which allow them to get bigger. They also have the longest torso, which lowers their center of gravity and helps them lift more. That, along with their less dense bones, also helps them swim better. Europe has had many bottleneck events through war. The people that survived those wars are going to be the strongest people. Their genes went through so many filtering processes, with them standing at the end of it. Northern Europeans also had a Viking culture which prioritized physical strength. And when physical strength is sexually selected, then more of the descendants are going to be physically strong. This shows the power of prioritizing.
He's making a lot of assumptions here. So one assumption he's making is that no African cultures, or very few, ever engaged in warfare, which... Buddy, have you ever been to Africa? Like, all of them hate each other, and they're constantly trying to kill one another. On top of that, I don't know of many cultures where height and physical strength is not a sexual preference among women. Like, none. If you go anywhere, women prefer taller, stronger men. So this theory doesn't really hold much weight.
Strength in your day-to-day life. Also, a lot of what made Europe really tall was the fact that they had really great diets. You can roughly predict how tall a country is going to be based solely on their diet. As a fitness coach, one of my specialties is improving your diet.
No, height is extremely heritable. The vast majority of your height is down to genetics, not your diet. Diet obviously plays a role, but the majority of your height is going to be determined by your genes. If your parents are tall, you're probably going to be tall. If your parents are short, you're probably going to be short.
And improve all areas of your life. I help create sustainable nutrition plans tailored to your goals. And if you want to start doing that for yourself, DM me Coach for one-on-one coaching.
I think there's probably two main reasons why white people are generally more successful in strongman. One has to do with height. If you want to be a professional strongman, you have to be at least 6 feet tall. Even some of the shorter dudes like Eddie Hall or Mariusz Pudzianowski, they're like 6'2", 6'3". And I thought they were shorter, but they're actually pretty tall. Yeah, I think Mariusz was one of the shortest strongman athletes. He was 1.86 meters tall. I think that's 6 foot. 1.86 meters to feet in inches. Yeah, it's 6'1". He is one of the, if not the shortest ever strongman winner, and he was 6'1". So that might be part of it, and another part is just culture and money. It's pretty, like, it's fairly expensive to be competitive in strongman, and like historically there hasn't really been much money in it. And if you go into, like, you know, black communities, a lot of them can't afford, like, the specialized sort of equipment or don't have access to it where they'd be able to realistically compete in strongman. So, like, Atlas stones, yoke walks, like, you might be able to go to a commercial gym, but it's not really the right type of environment for stuff like that. A lot of strongmen compete in, like, professional, like train at professional strongman gyms or, like, serious hardcore gyms. And they have access to specialized equipment like Atlas stones, yokes, shit like that. So I think it's just a combination of taller people who have access to that sort of culture and equipment, Because, like, black people dominate literally every sport. The only sports that black people haven't dominated yet is swimming. And again, that's probably for the most part because access to swimming pools and black people have higher bone mineral density, so they don't float. So that's a disadvantage. And hockey. And hockey is a more expensive sport to get into, so that's probably the explanation there. But literally every other fucking sport, football, basketball, fucking tennis, like everything. So yeah, if strongman became more accessible to more people, you'd probably see more black competitors in strongman. I know there's at least two. Like Iron Bibby is a top competitor, and there's like one other guy who's a bit older, who's a top competitor who usually gets invited to like the Arnold and World's Strongest Man. Oh yeah, and that former WWE wrestler. I know he'd compete at the Arnold. I don't know if he ever competed at World's Strongest Man. But yeah, like a lot of them come from Scandinavian countries and shit. It's probably more of a cultural thing. Like there's plenty of black dudes who are over 6 feet tall who could realistically compete in strongman. Like look at Larry Wheels and shit, right? Bend over to $90. That thing you just said made think of this thing. I saw that one time.
You gotta stay relaxed. Yeah. You jerk off? Do I jerk off? Yeah. Yeah, I jerk off, yeah. How many times a week? Like, three or four times, maybe. I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket. I myself, I jerk off at least twice a day. Wow. Once in the morning, right after I work out, and then once right after lunch. Really? Mm-hmm. Okay? I want to. That's not why I do it. Mm-hmm. I do it because I fucking need to. Think about it. You're dealing with numbers all day long. Mm-hmm. Decimal points, high frequencies, bang, bang, bang. Fucking digits. All very acidic, above the shoulders, mustard shit. Mm-hmm. All right? Mm-hmm. It kind of can wig some people out. Mm-hmm.
Good advice. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Dark Sovino is still defending Red Note.
Chinese app does a better job of protecting women, LGBTQ people than an American app. They don't. There have been a fuck ton of people who have been getting sexually harassed on Red Note. So, no. But thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Broken in them. Like, are they broken? But I don't know that I would say, after having the discussion we've had thus far, that they're broken. It seems to me that it's like, as you said, it's the manifestation of one part of their, it's one personality within them.
Well, and it's been compulsively rewarded. So, you know, when you see yourself moving towards the culmination of a desired goal, a dopamine, that's accompanied by dopamine release, okay? And so two things, you know this, but everybody who's listening might not. There's two elements to that dopamine release. One is pleasure, but the other is that the dopamine, imagine that there are circuits activated as you're acting. What the dopamine does is increase the probability that the circuits that were activated just before the positive experience happened grow. Okay, so now if you're engaged with pornography and that culminates in successful sexual satiation, which it can, that's what masturbation does, then the whole personality that's oriented toward that set of stimuli is going to come to dominate. It's very much like an addiction, except it's you know, there's been work done with generally simpler animals on these phenomena called superstimuli. I think it's stickleback fish where this was first observed. So males, I hope I get this right, but I've got it approximately right. I believe it's male sticklebacks they're very aggressive towards other male sticklebacks. And the reason they're aggressive is because the other male sticklebacks have a red dot on their bellies. So they don't like red dots at all. And so you can really...
He's talking about fish to make a point that porn is bad. Like only fucking Peterson. You see, there's this fish. It's called a sickleback, and other males have a red dot on their tummy, and it signals to other males that that's another male, and those sickleback fish attack other males, and that's why you shouldn't masturbate, because Jesus is always watching you. Like,
enrage a stickleback with a red dot. And if you use a red dot that's a little bigger and a little brighter than the typical red dot, you get a super stimulus. It's virtually irresistible to the stickleback. And it's weird because the maximal activation is produced by a stimulus that they wouldn't see in nature. It slightly exceeds, that's exactly what pornography does. It's a super stimulus, right? And it's not surprising that young males in particular are susceptible to that, because male sexuality in human beings is very visually oriented, very. And a lot of our brain is visual, way more than virtually every other animal, certainly every other primate and every other mammal. And so we have a situation where any 13-year-old boy can see more hyper-attractive, super stimulus women in one day than the most successful man who ever lived 100 years ago would have.
So, by the way, he's completely and utterly full of shit here. He's made this point time and time again about why pornography is bad. He's made far more general claims about how, like, oh, on the internet you can see an infinite amount of naked women, but only like some sort of like only Genghis Khan would have access to that many nude women, you know, in the past. That's totally untrue. Go to any tribal society, there's naked women walking around fucking everywhere. They don't wear clothes. They shit and piss out in the fucking open. So, no, go to, like, some sort of tribal society in Africa, like any warm climate, where, and especially if they have dark skin or they have a lot of tree cover, people are obviously not going to wear much, if any, clothing because it's fucking hot as shit, and if they have dark skin, they're not going to get sunburned that easily. So you see nude women walking everywhere. And people also have, like, communal baths. They'll all go to, like, a lake or river to bathe with each other. They piss and shit in front of each other out in the fucking open. So this is completely and utterly untrue. Traditional society, you see each other naked all the fucking time. Like, he's just fucking wrong.
The guy Dark Sovereigner is the same guy who said that he believes that pornography is responsible for the downfall of society and that countries where it's illegal are less fucked up.
I don't know how he figures that, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donators, remember when you went on that show recently and asked for advice for dressing nicely and that jackass just told you to buy his ebook? Like, if someone asked you that, you would just suggest some brands or types of clothing to buy, not plug your ebook. What a jackass. Well, I don't know if he really knows too much about fashion. Like, he told me to get a suit. I don't know why I'd walk around in public with a suit. So, yeah, if he knew much about fashion, I would imagine him, like, he would just recommend brands of clothing. And maybe types of clothes for, you know, different situations. So, like, oh, well, if you're going to do some sporty activities outside, you know, like Under Armour or Nike is a good brand. If you're kind of more casual, you know, doing stuff around town, getting groceries, like this brand. If you're going to a more formal event, like this brand, you know. So I don't think he knows too much about fashion. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Why do you look like a monkey? Do you get that often? I can't put my finger on it.
I don't think I look too monkey-like. I'm not quite hairy enough yet. Thanks for the donation, though, Keiko.
Ever seen in his whole life. Yeah, well, that's like an evolutionary, ecological, radical ecological transformation. And it's worse because it's easily accessible, so it takes no work, right? So not only is it a super stimulus, it's one that's at hand, so to speak.
And the analog in the food world would be highly palatable, highly processed food.
I don't know what he means by super stimulus. Like, most people who are watching porn, he never defines his terms. Like, is he just saying, like, the women in porn are way more attractive than normal women? Is that what he means?
Oh yes, Dark Sovina, just tell that to countries like Uganda or Jamaica, where not only is pornography banned but they're also both anti-LGBT and they will even kill you for being gay.
Well, yeah, I'd imagine countries where pornography is banned are, like, poor shithole, like, crazy fascist countries. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. I've never had... I can't say this is a personal experience of mine, but I've often wondered. Like, I see ugly couples in public, and I have, like, ugly family members who are married and shit. I have never understood how ugly people find each other attractive. I don't know if ugly people just have a different, like, just end up developing different tastes to, I don't know, make things work romantically, but without pornography, like, let's say we had a world without pornography, it's just hard for me to fucking imagine ugly people still just finding each other attractive. Like, I don't know, like, in my estimation, I would imagine ugly people would have sex less than non-ugly people because they're just less sexually attracted to each other, right? So I don't know if porn is like this super stimulus because, oh, now you have pretty women that you can see naked. I would imagine ugly people would just have sex with each other less anyway. Just because they find each other less attractive. And then when you add other issues like obesity into the mix, not only are they less attractive, but, like, just having sex is harder. Like, you have to lift up stomach flaps and stuff, and, like, they're less physically fit, so, like, they get winded easier. So, I don't know if this theory really makes any sense. And then when you're talking about attractive people, I don't know how this would be a super stimulus. Like, if you're dating good-looking people anyway, if you watch porn, you're going to be watching people who are around as attractive, if not, like, less. Because if you're really good-looking and you have access to good-looking partners, there's a lot of ugly women in porn. Like, even if we're not going to call them ugly just in general, I mean, you know, everyone has their own personal preferences. Like, chances are you're not going to find most porn stars attractive just because you have your own personal preferences. So the women that you choose to date or men you choose to date in real life, you can actually select those partners to fit your preference. So I don't know how he could argue the super stimulus concept unless he's talking about something completely different, where rather than the super stimulus being physical attraction, it has something to do with the act itself. So, like, oh, normal people sex, missionary, like something boring. But then when you watch porn sex, oh, it's fucking hot. It's ass to mouth. People are pissing on each other and shit. I don't know if that's what he means by super stimulus, but, like, again, if you ask most people, I don't think most people want to see girls, like, guzzling fucking cum from, like, bukkake fucking gangbangs or, like, you know, piss drinking or anything crazy like that. It's usually just pussy fucking and anal, right? So, again, that's just normal sex to me. I don't know what the super stimulus is. Again, he never fucking explains any of this shit, and no one has ever given him any pushback because this fucking moron refuses to talk to anybody who has any disagreement with him.
Yeah. It's kind of like you and your wife of 8 years. A truly ugly couple. That's the kind of couple I see walking on the sidewalk holding hands and wonder how they could possibly find each other attractive. They're both incredibly ugly.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. $21st Savage, $92. Did you used to have to pick up Jasmine's stomach flaps before you could reach her pussy? No, she never got that fat. You know, when she was like really, really overweight and you were also quite bloated looking yourself. No, we never got that fat. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I have to scroll the hub for 30 minutes before I find a video I like. There is tons of ugly porn stars.
Yeah, I usually just have like a set of videos that I watch, you know, like I'll find, you know, maybe 4 or 5 porn stars or something that I find attractive. They might have, you know, 2-3 videos that I like each, and I'll just like cycle through those. And then same with hentai, like, you know, I might have like 10-15 hentai videos that I like. So this super stimulus concept is just retarded. At the very least, it does not describe your average porn user. Again, they like to conflate porn use with porn addiction. There might be something weird going on with porn addiction, where the type of stimulus or the way it happens with porn causes sexual dysfunction. But yeah, this hyperstimulus theory doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Food.
Yeah, sugar-fat combination.
You go into the other day I went into a gas station to use the restroom because I was traveling home for Thanksgiving, and I looked around and I thought, this isn't a convenience store. This is a pharmacy.
Right.
Everything that had chocolate also seemed to have caffeine and color. Every drink seemed to combine not just sugar, but also caffeine and some other things that would provide stimulants. And you got nicotine.
Energy drinks.
And these things on their own aren't necessarily bad. Any one of these one elements in low enough doses and frequent use, et cetera. But maybe sugar being the one that clearly I think deserves deeper investigation, right? But it just occurred to me that
difference between manufacturing sugar and manufacturing cocaine. I mean, you take something that's available in its natural form in relatively low concentrations and purify it. I mean, coca leaves, the natives used coca leaves forever as a mild stimulant, didn't seem to cause them any trouble, but that's way different than cocaine, right? And sugar has arguably the same pathological properties.
Well, I didn't think we were going to go here, but I think it's extremely appropriate.
I'm pretty sure people get addicted to coca leaves. South American Indians have used coca leaf as a remedy for thousands of years, blah, blah, blah. In leaf form, coca does not produce toxicity or dependence. Its effects are distinct from those of cocaine. How did they figure this? Bro, I've seen documentaries of,
This bushy medicinal plant.
Like, I've seen documentaries of people in South America who are, like, really poor laborers. They chew these constantly all fucking day long. I don't know how the fuck they figured, like, these people don't have a dependence.
Today, for highland cultures of Peru, chewing coca leaves is still widely
Did you know that you can chew coca leaves, the same leaves that are used to make cocaine? If you go to Peru, particularly the mountainous area, traditional and medicinal significance. Want to know how to chew them? Buy a bag at your local Peruvian market. I also suggest asking for this thing called yipta to go along with it. This substance is called an activator and is usually made with burnt quinoa ash and powdered seashells. Basically, it makes the alkaloids in the coca leaves more readily absorbed by the body, thus and gums, chewing slowly and occasionally. The coca leaves themselves taste fairly bitter and earthy. If you're not into that, the yipta has a minty flavor to it and makes the leaves more. Leaves will dissolve, and some people will simply eat them, while others prefer to spit them out to make room for more. The alkaloids that are present in they are often recommended to travelers looking to stave off the effects of altitude sickness, which you might experience.
Yeah, like, I don't know how they determined... I don't know how they determined that coca leaves aren't addictive. It's kind of like saying cigarettes aren't addictive. Like, oh yeah, I chew them every day, all day long, but I'm not addicted. So, like, yeah, you can have a functional addiction. Just because you're taking, like, a low enough dose of whatever active ingredient is in the thing, and it doesn't really cause any harmful physical effects, like, that doesn't mean you don't have some kind of dependence to it. Like, people eat these all fucking day long. Matsius Wiseco donated $2. Let me see.
At having to break bad news to her children. I remember I came home from school one day. She said, Anthony, I don't know how to tell you this, but I've been having an affair, and you can't tell Dad. I said, well, why not? She said, 'cause he just passed away. My mom was...
That wasn't funny. Thanks for the donation, dude. 21st Savage, Johnny Tillers, vegan
I
gains.
like black women and Arab or West Asian women. Thick in the right places and a cute face with cooking skills.
That makes sense. I like how Arab women have really big noses. That's hot. I like big noses. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason. Vegan Gains goes on hypocritical rant about ugly couples. Good video title, yeah. Sure. Thanks for the donation, dude.
And important that we do. So I know that you followed what is essentially an elimination diet for a number of years. You eat meat, right? I eat meat, vegetables, fruit, and some starches, unrefined starch. In any event, one thing that I think is absolutely clear from following a clean diet, so to speak, of any kind, but let's say of the sort that you follow or I follow, is that you very soon learn the relationship between taste of the food, volume of the food, macronutrient, so protein, fat, or carbohydrate content, micronutrients, and satiation, which is, if you think about it, it's sort of like a big plate of broccoli or a big steak or something. The brain learns and the hypothalamus learns the association between the taste, the caloric content, what else is in there, and satiation. If you think about highly processed food or even combinations of multiple ingredients, that's absolutely impossible to do. The brain can't parse what are the various things in here and how do they relate to my feelings of satisfaction. It's the difference between a super drug and what I believe are the elements.
Here we go with the fucking nonsense.
That were that we
explain why you think that link about satiation can't be learned in the case of these processed foods.
Yeah, because in the context of these processed foods, they're activating multiple neuron systems in the hypothalamus and gut. We know that the gut has neurons that can respond to sugar, fatty acids, and amino acid content. And there's this prominent theory that one of the main reasons we eat is to forage for amino acids. That we'll eat until we get enough of the essential amino acids. And and we correlate that with taste, but that the gut has neurons where we know the gut has neurons that signal through the vagus up through a little relay.
That doesn't make sense because when you look at studies on satiety indexes of foods, high carbohydrate foods tend to be the most satiating, then high protein foods, then fatty foods. And vegetable soups actually tend to be the most satiating because they have a high fiber and water content, and they also take longer to consume. So, again, science doesn't really align with what he's saying. Street Vegan donated $2. Let me see.
Hey, let's write something. What rhymes with door? As in, I say I'll go, but we both know I'll be waiting outside your door.
Last year I had 90 kids in my basement. This year I'm aiming for more. My uncle has done my cheeks feel sore. My grandma licked the load on the floor. Bought some marshmallows and went to Los Angeles to make me some s'mores. We don't offer fire insurance anymore. My drunk driving killed a family of 4. I took my epileptic brother to a rave and he started dancing on the floor. I like my bike, but the black guy liked it more. To the tower my plane tore. If you hear any voices coming from my basement, please ignore. I heard shot it once, now I wanna hear it more. Shut it. Minor is something Drake hates to ignore. Did he smell children's underwear and said he wanted more? Did he make kids go down on all fours? A Japanese plane has just been spotted near the Hawaiian shore. The voices are too loud, I can't ignore. I need free food so I can tell people I get free food to the poor. This video will be reacted to by the movie Got More. My uncle taught me how to milk a cow blindfolded when I was 4. Shut it.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Gum Gum, no. No Gum Gum. Okay, I'm gonna have to put my bowl away because Gum Gum desires snack. And he's trying to, attack. Yeah, when you get hungry, you try to steal my food, huh? Isn't that right, Gum Gum? I love my Gum Gum. It's a good baby. Yeah, you're a good baby. This cat gets hungry. He's a hungry kitty. Look at him. Look at this cat. Look at this cat. Cat, cat, cat. This is a really good cat. He's my little baby. You're a big baby. It's a big baby kitty. I love my baby. How's my Gum Gum? How's my sweet little Gum Gum? Look at him. He's a big baby. You're my baby. Love my baby. Alright, I'm gonna put my bowl away, and I'm gonna go take a piss, and then I'll be right back.
Ah, damn it. Ah, fuck.
Oh, man. My knee is really fucked up and it hurts like hell. That's what that was.
Called the nodose ganglion, if you want to look at it, fun name, and then up to the dopaminergic centers of the brain, which make us, when we eat something that has a high essential amino acid content, like a steak, like a really tasty steak, the neurons in the gut, in a way that is independent of taste, are signaling to the brain, I'm getting essential amino acids. You should eat more of this thing. If those, let's just say a small fraction of those amino acids that are present in a candy bar.
Didn't he literally just say satiety has to do with amino acid abundance? So he said, if you eat high protein foods, you become satiated faster. Then, like 5 seconds fucking later, he said, if you eat foods high in protein, your body tells you to eat more of it.
Or in a package of Skittles, which I'm guessing there's very few of them, if any, you're going to continue to forage for food because those neurons will also respond to sugar. Basically, it will keep you eating until you get enough of those amino acids. In other words, there are two parallel tracks. One within our taste.
No, what he's saying is complete nonsense. Kevin Hall actually, didn't he do a study, I swear it's been 2 fucking years ago now, where he was able to determine palatability of food has a massive impact on hunger drive. So if you're eating foods that are extremely tasty, you're far more likely to eat more compared to foods that aren't as tasty. So very sugary, sweet, salty, savory foods are going to increase hunger drive more and make you eat more and get fatter, compared to foods that are just more bland. It has nothing to do with amino acid content. What he's saying is just not supported by any science.
Now that you've separated from she who shall not be named, does that mean we are able to at last fulfill our wildest homosexual fantasies and become gay lovers at last?
I don't see why not. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Pathways to satiation.
Right, they're totally right. Multiple pathways to satiation. One dependent on taste, one dependent on actual nutrient content. The mouth can only learn taste association. The mouth can't actually learn nutrient content. The gut knows nutrient content. The problem is you take a food that is low in a micronutrient or macronutrient or essential amino acids or essential fatty acids. After all, there are no essential carbohydrates. There are only essential amino acids and essential fatty acids.
Right.
And it will keep you eating, and it will keep the appetite system revving until you get enough of those. Now, here's the issue. If you've ever done this,
So that's empty calories.
empty
so to
calories.
speak, yeah.
But what's so in some ways, this again is an analog to the whole discussion around.
Richard's Frozen Sperm Wells donated $2. Richard, hop on Just Talk Discord. He's covering all the biggest current, all the bridges currently being burnt by Tiny leaks. Apparently, Just Talk also cut ties with Tiny after the leaks. He's not allowing anybody into his Discord. So, can go in the call-ins, I guess. I don't know if he's going to invite me in. Thanks for the donation, dude. Where's he streaming to these days? Is he on Kick?
Nope. These are a few DMs of our disagreements, but found this to...
Hey, this you, nigga?
Something.
No, I don't think that's me. Thanks for the donation, night.
Fix the harms he had done, which is why I remained in business partnership with him. I'm very disappointed and angry with him that he opted not to reconnect with Pixie. I learned of the allegations against Cherry, I guess from Cherry against him yesterday. I support her and Pixie's decision and the lawsuits/charges. I've paused Bridges' releases, canceled guests, and will evaluate business relations as I learn more. I asked Stephen for more for information, but he's uncomfortable sharing due to legal involvement. That's not a valid excuse. That's, by the way, this is still covering for him a little bit. You can't say, I'm not going to tell you something in confidence off the record that I'm just that you can't use against me in court, right? I'm not gonna literally just write down the answer for her, right? You could write it down so you're not getting recorded or something. This is not a valid thing. This is not valid. If he said, well, no, I have legal complications, right? That's not a valid thing to say, no, I have legal complications to your business partner. That's not it. Everything here is released with all parties' consent. My DMs with Pixie were not given to Sunday or others with Pixie's consent. Now, while this is true, yeah, this is true. Yeah, this is true.
I promise you will love this.
Now, what do you think of Bonnie?
What do I think of Bonnie Blue? Have I had a stroke? I can't smell toast. I've no idea what... What, sorry?
The young girl who's just slept with 1,000 men.
The young girl that's just slept with 1,000 men? What, in how many hours? 12 hours. Oh, as if I was going to go, what, the full 24 hours? I'm not that impressed. Oh, 12 hours. Interesting. Well, I don't know, we're very judgy about such things. But we've all seen hot dog eating contests. It's no different. Fucking hell. All right, mate, your mum's been in the news. The show started. I'm pretty sex positive. I wouldn't judge her for that. I think it's I don't know, I presume she made a ton of money doing it, right? It's a weird thing as well. I think there's an odd thing where we slut shame because of numbers. Okay, so imagine someone goes on honeymoon and they get fucked for 12 hours straight by their fiancé, or by their husband, right, on the honeymoon. We're not judging that, right? So, tremendous. You had a lot of sex over that weekend. Well done. But if you have 12 hours of sex with 1,000 random guys, her cunt must be ruined. It's the fucking same. I think you should do it. You'll think about it. Do you mind me asking, madam, and I know this is a personal question, have you got kids?
Yes.
How many you got?
2.
Oh, come on, it's a skydiver's mouth. Most of the fellas won't touch the sides. You had cesareans. Whore. Sorry, you didn't see that. That's so good. Her other half just went. That's a bit of true love right there.
None of that's funny. Thanks for the donation, dude. Richard's froze. Oh, hey. What's going on, dude?
What's up? What's up, Bean Gains?
Yeah, so I did a stream the other day where I was kind of in defense of Destiny because I hadn't seen a number of the leaks, and to me it was kind of questionable whether he deliberately leaked anything or if somebody took his phone or whatever. Right now, from what I've seen with a number of the DMs, it seems like he did do a dum-dum, and he shared a video of Pixie with some random chick he was trying to hook up with. And it seemed to be...
that he'd never met in real life.
Yeah, it seemed to be part of his strategy to turn her on or something.
Yeah, it's social proof, right? You go here's a hot girl I've slept with. Look at this video. Or girls have sex with me. Here's a video. I think he even uses the breadth of his library, how many videos he has as a social proof as well.
Yeah, so was Pixie like the only one who got leaked, or was it some other people too?
No, there were other people. Melina explicitly said she did not give permission, and she's out as saying like she's a part of the leaks. So Melina did not give permission. She said as much.
Okay, so he did this with
And
multiple people.
well, he leaked multiple people in that conversation. There
Right.
are also other people I've spoken to who are in those leaks as well. So there's at least one other person that I know of that's in those leaks that is like related, but they're not named yet. So I'm gonna leave their name out of it. So yeah, there's 3 people that I know of that were leaked in just that conversation, and we now have a significant amount of evidence that there is. I would say that's fair. That there's a significant amount of evidence that he did this like pervasively. That there are a lot of people with leaked, probably non-consensually shared pornography or images or audio recordings that have been sent to them by Destiny.
And was this with only one chick, or has he been doing
No.
this with other people?
So, did you get a chance to see Cherry's tweet?
No. I only saw like
So-
the stuff from Pixie and a few random
Okay.
stuff from Destiny's DMs that people sent me.
Yeah, sure. So with Cherry, somebody reached out to Cherry yesterday and said to her, "Hey, I have this audio recording. I think I can say this is Selman here. Hey, I got an audio recording from Destiny. Does this? It sounds like you. Could you tell me if this is you?" Cherry found out that there was a non-consensual recording done of her in an intimate scenario, like having sex with Destiny, and it was shared to other people. That's the allegation here. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's
Not just that. Okay, go ahead.
well. You continue.
Oh, I was going to say not just that, but I think I've seen 2 people reaching out saying they had this audio. That is a part of her next tweet. Sorry. The next tweet is saying that like, "Hey, Destiny's blocked me. I asked for an explanation privately, and when I wasn't given one, I spoke publicly." Also, that so Cherry's not a part of the November leaks, so she's different from that. It was people who saw the November leaks, okay, the things with where Pixie and Melina are leaked, and then they reached out to Cherry and said, "Hey, I didn't, recognize this at the time, but did you know that? Like I got this audio?" Cherry obviously didn't know. Cherry, in fact, didn't even know the audio was recorded. Yeah, so she says she's filing a police report and pressing charges.
So Destiny was recording people without their consent during like romantic shit going on. Like what were they having sex?
I believe there's significant evidence of that. Yes, not just the Cherry allegation. I believe in the DMs with that girl that got leaked, there's also a reference to, "Hey, like I just blew this guy from Grindr. Here's the audio. It's a little scuffed because my phone was in my pocket," right? So the argument would be, why was your phone in your pocket? If you had consent, why wouldn't you just leave your phone out? Like you literally reduce the audio quality, which you point out, right? The audio quality is scuffed. I can show you this DM. Just give me a second. Can someone find this link for me? I'm trying to find the link here. I'm going to start doing a document of these because I want the like talking points to respond to some things, because some people will say there's no evidence he did this non-consensually. It's just Cherry's word. And I think
So to be clear,
the
it
leaks
was
from
only
November
audio?
actually back. With Cherry, it was only audio, yes. I don't want to say only audio because obviously when the voices are identifiable, it's still a fucked up invasion of privacy. And I'm pretty sure that audio still counts in almost every non-consensual recording law, non-consensual everything, right? Like it applies for everything.
No, I know there's
Sorry, go ahead.
I know there's phone recording laws. So if you live in a mutual consent state where like you have to ask the other person for consent to record a conversation on the phone, then you explicitly do have to ask for consent. If you're in somebody's home and they have audio recording equipment all over the place, I don't think you ever have to ask for consent for something like that. I don't even know if there's any. I don't even know if there's any explicit.
I think so. That is true, but the voyeur laws explicitly prohibit that. So there's arguments for that with security cameras, but you can't have security cameras like in your bathroom and then go like, oh, well, you consented to this, right? There's
Right.
actually a law around recording people in sexual situations. I don't know if it but I would assume it does apply to recording. Like essentially you're not allowed to record lewd acts, even in any medium, without getting the consent of all parties involved.
Being as charitable as possible. One of the reasons why Destiny might have audio recording of some of this is to cover his ass in case like one of these girls say it was non-consensual, then he just has the audio recording. That would be an explanation why he has like an audio recording of this. I do think it's fucked up though that he'd like share something like that with random people, or anybody really.
Yeah, well, it's illegal. It's illegal to do the recordings. It's illegal to do like literally if you have somebody's consent, you could say, "Hey, I'm recording audio, and you can watch me delete it like right after this. This is how it works, right?" You could just do this whole process with people. There's absolutely no reason to not get their consent to record, right?
I don't know.
Like you have consent for the sexual encounter. There's
I don't
no
know.
reason. And it's just openly illegal. So you would be arguing that you should be able to break the law because you're concerned about your like safety here.
Yeah, I have no
provision for
idea
it
what
within
the law is with audio specifically. I would imagine there might be laws on the books, like if you're having sex and you're doing dirty talk, like, oh yeah, fuck my mouth or something, I would imagine that would be covered by like some sort of revenge porn thing or something.
Wait, can you give me that hypothetical again? I didn't.
Right. So let's assume, let's assume Destiny was worried that if he has like these casual sexual encounters with these women, they might end up lying about it later if he ends up, having a bad relationship with them down the road. And he just uses his phone to record the audio so that he just has the audio available to show the entire interaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you need somebody's consent for that.
You absolutely need somebody's consent for that. And
You sure?
I mean that entire argument, I'm
Okay.
I am positive. I am fuck. Because it's like to begin with, I believe Florida is a mutual party consent state, right?
No. For phone
Single party
recordings,
consent
no. Billy Mitchell just had, or is it? No, I think it is. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so it is a mutual party consent state. Two party consent. Yeah, okay. So it's like at a base
That's
level.
with
it's
phone
illegal.
though.
Yeah, I feel like it would be precedent setting. So the other thing about this is, like you could maybe make that argument morally, but obviously that argument completely disappears the second you share those recordings with other people for a sexual purpose. Like it's just completely gone, right? Like hypothetically, somebody could do that, but
yeah,
the
I
second
mean,
that it's shared around with other people, like you lose. You not only lose on the non-consensual sharing, you lose on the non-consensual recording. Like you've lost your justification because you're actually doing it for another purpose.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's kind of avoid the legal question. I don't know if the whole recording.
Sorry, that was a moral and legal response.
Yeah,
That
sure. So
morally
I
you lose your right to
I
be
have
the first because of the second.
I'm more interested in the moral issue. So, like, yeah, I have no idea if it's illegal or not to record somebody without their consent or knowledge, like with just audio to say protect yourself from like, some sort of sexual assault accusation. Destiny clearly used that audio for completely different purposes, where he was trying to like hook up with some chick and send them some like erotic material or some crap like that. So I would say, yeah, on the basis of why he shared that audio, I think it's totally immoral. From my position, if he had only recorded audio of some of these encounters just for his own protection, I don't see anything wrong with that. But where he certainly would have crossed the line is sharing it again for like just to hook up with some random fucking chicks he met on like Discord or something.
Oh, apparently illegal recordings aren't even admissible in court. So if you've recorded something illegal, it's actually not even valid. It's not a valid defense.
Well, yeah.
So like that's not even a legal justification.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know if it's illegal to begin with.
Okay. Sure. I think it's just it becomes morally black, and the act of the protective thing, that would just be a cope, right? You can't say I'm doing this to protect myself. Then once you've had a successful sexual encounter, keep the recordings and distribute them. Right? That is just a total
certainly.
cope. You can't even really entertain that.
Certainly.
So like I get that what you're saying. Sorry, this is really autistic. You're basically saying like this is an argument I've made or an argument I think about, but it doesn't apply to the Destiny situation. You're not applying it to the Destiny situation. You're just saying in a vacuum, in a different situation, I wouldn't necessarily have.
Yeah, so I've tried to be fair to both parties, and like have some level of charitability on each side, because I haven't seen all the information, and even now we don't have all the information in context. Like this is something that's going to have to be, it's something that's going to have to be bared out in court. And, I'm sure there's going to be subpoenas for people's phones and look at all the information. But it's just good to have charitability on both sides and see what each person might have been doing rather than just completely condemning them. But so far, with what I've seen, Destiny is being a complete dickhead.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he should be on the sex offender registry. 100%. Like once he's on the sex offender registry in the state of Florida, I'm like good.
That would cover. So the leaking of porn, that is something that would put somebody on the sex offender registry.
I think non-consensually recording and sharing shit. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
By the way, I have not looked at the statutes. I don't know if that's like official, but I think absolutely a sex offender. Like, I think that should be something that's recorded that he should have to inform people of for like a long period of time.
Well, certainly if it's video or photos, absolutely.
I think if it's audio of a person you're very close to that like could obviously be tied to that person, I think it is the same thing. I think people would find it less embarrassing to have audio recorded instead of like a full video of them. But I think it is no less an invasion of privacy and like a sexual crime. So between the Pixie case and the Cherry case, I fully believe. So like, and like, there's a third case here, which is the non-consensual Grindr recording as well. That this guy is like trying to hook up with people off of dating apps and is recording those hookups to share with people. That is like by definition, like that should put you on a sex offender list.
Okay. Yeah. I don't mean to victim blame here, but anybody who thought it was a good idea to record shit with Destiny is out of their fucking mind.
I would tend to agree with you, but like I don't really not out of their mind, because realistically, people who are fucking are generally out of their mind, right? Like especially if you have feelings for somebody, you're generally out of your mind. Like,
well, it's Destiny.
I believe
too.
when this was recorded, I believe Pixie was like 20 or 21, and he was like 32. Right?
Okay,
31, 32?
Yeah, that's just bullshit. If you're at the legal age of consent, I don't care about
Pixie was 19?
Yeah, she's 19. She's an adult. If she can sign up for the fucking military and get blown
you understand
up
it's a
by an
maturity
IED.
argument. I'm not calling him a pedophile, right? I'm saying she was immature. She doesn't have like she could obviously be manipulated by somebody with that massive gap in maturity and experience. Not only that, she specifically says that she was not sexually experienced and she relied on Destiny because of his like his online takes around, consent, sexual relationships, all of this shit.
Here,
right?
okay, so I've read Pixie's.
Just to be clear, I'm not saying it's a pedophile thing at all.
Sure, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I've read Pixie's whole statement on the situation. She comes off as extremely manipulative, where she's trying to milk this for all it's worth. This isn't just somebody who's trying to
Sure, I don't care. That's like post hoc, right? That's after the fact. We don't even
Well,
need to worry about that for the
know.
condemnation for Destiny.
I know,
I literally
but
don't care. I could avoid reading Pixie's Substack and think Destiny like needs to be a sex offender on the sex
certainly.
offender registry. without even looking at her Substack post. So there's a lot of people, sorry, it's not even you, it's a lot of comments I've seen. They're like, he didn't read the Substack, he's not even informed. It's like, motherfucker, I don't need to read the Substack. I made this tweet and we can just look at it really quickly. So Destiny violated Pixie's privacy and effectively destroyed a future career path for her because it was the only video he had of himself getting a blowjob and he had to impress a 19-year-old Discord kitten. Responding, I was mad at this person. Whoops.
I don't buy that whole story that would destroy somebody's entire career path.
That basically they'd built their career, that they had a whole thing. So it's twofold. There's some element of she also trying to differentiate herself, saying, I've never had a relationship with Destiny, I've never had sex with Destiny, right? So like she can have that and like they can even have the relationship, but Destiny violating her privacy this way has destroyed that illusion and by extension like harmed her career significantly, right?
No. I totally disagree that this would in any way harm her career.
I just want to read this to you, right? I just want to read this to you just to further hammer home. I don't know if you've read this, but he says, I don't think I have much BJ stuff recorded, LOL. The girl responds, it's fine, heh. And he goes, oh, there was a girl once. She was young, so she was kind of new and wasn't that good. She's going to describe how he got up the blowjob. Do you want that video? I'd love it. Oh my God. And he immediately sends it.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Within 3 minutes, he sends the video. Okay.
Yeah, I totally...
So like that's the level of consideration he had for this person's privacy.
Well, I know.
And
I know. What
right?
Destiny did was scummy as shit, but this narrative that this would completely destroy her life and any career opportunities she could ever have is just total nonsense.
I didn't say, I said a career path, a future career path.
Like,
I didn't say destroyed her life or any all career
which one?
Political influencer.
How would that... I mean, Hassan is the probably biggest political influencer in the entire world. This is a guy who literally openly
destroyed.
Sorry?
I think it's possible, but I said effectively destroyed.
No.
I don't think it's like
no,
totally
that's
destroyed,
nonsense.
but I think it's effectively
That's
destroyed.
nonsense.
Okay.
Look, the world's
All right.
biggest political influencer is Hassan. This is a guy who invited a Houthi terrorist onto his stream and just yucked it up. Literally flew the Houthi banner, which says "Destroy all Jews."
You understand
I mean,
that, like, the
if that
classification of
doesn't
them as a
destroy,
terrorist organization
okay,
is a matter of
buddy,
politics, right?
If sharing your allegiance with a terrorist organization, openly sharing hatred of Jews, supporting the October 7th attack, if that doesn't destroy your political career, but giving somebody a blowjob would destroy your political career, like I think you're delusional.
Do you think having stupid political beliefs should destroy your political career?
That's not a stupid...
I mean, I might even agree with that, but that's just not how politics works.
Buddy, that is beyond a stupid political belief. Like, that's literally openly supporting, like, Nazism. So Nazism does not destroy your political belief, but a blowjob would?
Like, it's downstream of his political beliefs. His political beliefs are retarded. His support for them is downstream of his political beliefs, right?
My point is, you can openly support what is essentially Nazism and not destroy your career as a political commentator.
I think the statements Hassan made, even the showing the Houthi propaganda, I think when he reacted with Nick Palm to the terrorists kidnapping those people, I think that is less bad, okay? A less bad act than Destiny doing this.
I'm not talking about...
I'd fuck with Hassan, okay? I'd go have a beer with Hassan. Fuck Destiny,
I'm not talking, dude, I'm not talking about Destiny or Hassan being less bad. I'm talking about whether a video of you giving Destiny a blowjob would be a greater hindrance to a political career than openly supporting your allegiance to Nazi terrorists. If Pixie's going to claim I can't have a career as a political commentator anymore because at the age of 19 there's a video of me floating around giving Destiny a blowjob, that's just manipulative nonsense.
I don't know if she's claiming that. I'm claiming that.
Yeah, that's just nonsense.
Okay. I mean, we disagree. I feel like we're gonna have very core disagreements there that we're gonna run into really quickly. I don't
like. By the way, if you just look at the discourse around this from every fucking community, no one is ever criticizing Pixie over anything. Like, they're just seeing her as like some 19-year-old girl who got manipulated by an older guy, and all of the discussions on Destiny.
In this
like
case,
nobody cares.
I'll just explain it to you. In this case, 95% of people's outrage and condemnation is over Destiny violating her consent. Okay.
Yeah.
Not just her consent, but multiple people's consent to somebody he'd never met before, somebody he had no particular tie to. Okay. And it's escalated from there to realizing he actually did this to multiple people with multiple people in the same way. Okay. So it's a systemic problem. It's a systematic abuse of people's privacy. Okay.
Sure.
That's where 95% of the outrage is coming from. And that is not disputable. Okay. It's just not disputable. No matter what Pixie does, that can't be disputed. And that's where most of people's outrage is coming from. Bring up the George Floyd comparison. Yeah, the comparison people have been using is you want to talk about fentanyl in somebody's system, and it's we're going to focus on the knee on the neck, okay? That's what we're going to focus on, all right? That's the problem here. The actual wrongdoing. So you could say nobody's criticizing Pixie, but that's because there's a far more criticizable act going on here on multiple levels. There's the act itself, which, by the way, if this was a one-time thing with one person in one case, I think there could be an argument somewhere for defending Destiny, right? It's the systematic approach of doing it. It is the sharing of multiple people, and it is the sharing of multiple people with somebody who had no reasonable expectation of privacy with. The recklessness that baffles the mind.
Right, but I totally agree with you. Destiny is in the wrong. My point is...
I didn't say Destiny was in the wrong. I said many more things than that. That this is the core of the issue, right?
Well, sure.
And that obviously Pixie, in the core of the issue, has not done anything wrong. And even if she had, let's say she were to
she didn't do
shared
anything
videos
wrong.
this,
I think she
you'd
was just
approve,
being
right?
stupid. But
sure,
it's
but
like
I'm saying
leaving
even
your
if she had
keys
done,
in the car
same
on the
act
street.
once, I don't think it's necessarily anywhere near as bad, right? With Destiny, it's the pervasive issue, the multiple instances, multiple people's privacy violated, right?
Well,
Pixie
right.
just happens to be Pixie's the tip of the iceberg, okay? I wouldn't worry about criticizing Pixie because there's just going to be a lot of other things going on here. Oh, Melina as well. Melina is shared in these leaks. Things that her and Destiny had explicit conversations on consent, right? There's a video of him from the Bob 7 drama where he says Melina was mad at him for leaking videos of him and Melina, two girls that they hadn't agreed to, right? And he says, I can't do that anymore. And then there's literally proof of him doing it again 2 years later, a year later.
Right. The what we were arguing about just before this, though, was this claim that Pixie cannot have a career as a political commentator. What basis do you have to make that claim?
And I listen. I said we can have that. We could have that argument at a different point. I just feel like it distracts from the core issue.
Sure. If you just want to talk
I'm
about the issue with Destiny, yeah, absolutely.
Well, and trust me, I'm always interested in having arguments like that. I said effectively, I tried to couch this. I think it harms her. I think we could agree it harms her political career. Yes.
No.
Okay. All right. We'd have to have the debate another time. I think we have super fundamental. Listen, I appreciate the response. Okay. I appreciate the just no.
Well, again, I don't mean to victim blame.
Response.
Right, but I don't want to victim blame.
Sorry.
But
that sentence, that statement there's going to be hilarious shit that follows that. Go ahead.
Sure, I don't mean to victim blame.
Pixie, don't take this personally.
I don't mean to victim blame, but I see this as the equivalent of leaving your keys in the car on the street with the door open. You technically didn't do anything wrong, obviously. The person who stole your car is in the wrong. But if you're going to have a sexual relationship with Destiny, a guy that we know really only cares about himself, we could see his whole relationship with his wife, Melina. You can see how he structures his whole YouTube channel and career, where, he'll go on Jordan Peterson's podcast, he'll go on Candace Owens. He won't give these people any real pushback and actually, fight for any of his, actual political values, because he knows he does things with callous disregard. He does things that only benefit him. And the type of people who have these sorts of relationships are usually immature. If you look at the Sam Bankman-Fried thing.
Oh, sure. I think there's reason, but there's all the reason in the world to believe Pixie was not mature enough and didn't have the experience to navigate this situation effectively. Like, I don't think there's anything illegal there. I'm just saying morally, you as the adult in this situation, you have to understand that you could manipulate that person into doing things that they're going to regret later, and that you probably have some amount of duty to not do that.
Look, I grew up. I was born in.
But hold on. I think we agree on that, right? That a person who is significantly more experienced, they do have some burden on them to not manipulate.
Well, look,
somebody into a
I'd
decision
put all
that
the
they
blame.
could reasonably regret later, right?
Well, look, I'd put all the blame on Destiny for what happened. I'm not going to put any of the blame on Pixie. What I'm just pointing out is, like, for anybody ever thinking of, like, having casual relationships with somebody and them taking photos or video of you with their phone, don't do it. Like, it's just remarkably stupid, but...
I think that's obviously true.
But look...
By the way, like, it baffled nobody understood how that video existed. Like, everybody agrees that, like, yeah, it would be an awful idea to, like, let Destiny record you. Like, everybody basically agreed on that, but I just think there are reasons to think that you could, have this new relationship with somebody. They could have feelings for you. You could manipulate them into doing something that they might regret later. I personally believe you have a responsibility not to do that.
Manipulated, I'm not so sure. Like, I think she's probably just stupid, like, plain and simple stupid. Like, and yeah, I mean, you shouldn't take advantage of people's stupidity like that. But, like, look, I grew up in 1991. By the time I was a teenager, like, there have been so many websites with, leaked phone videos of people fucking. There was a big one for a while that ended up getting taken down. Like, it's in the cultural zeitgeist, and for somebody her age at 19, should have been born, like, after 2000. It's hard for me to imagine that she wouldn't have been well aware of the risks by the age of 19 when me, like, in high school, around
it depends
15,
on how
16.
sheltered she was. It depends on her upbringing. It depends on a whole lot of things that I actually don't really want to speculate on. I probably should just shut this conversation down. I think, again, the 95% of, like, the moral wrongdoing here, I just want to focus on that.
Well, sure.
I don't want to denigrate
Here's
Pixie because I do think she was wronged in this situation.
Well, here's what we can agree on. Destiny's entirely in the wrong. I just think Pixie is fucking stupid for letting him do that. Any girl's stupid for letting him take videos and shit on their phone, and I think he just took advantage
but you
of
understand how
people.
that... I feel like if we flip this situation, like, I think if I could somehow come up with... I don't have a lot of sleep, but if I could come up with a veganism metaphor for this, I think I could get you to agree that if, like, somebody was, equivocating with, oh, well, I need to make this statement back. Like, yeah, this other person was bad. I think I could get you to agree that, like, it feels like you could be running defense for Destiny, right? Like, you don't have to add that all the time. It's like, I get it, but it feels like you're spending the same amount of hours.
I would say at best...
I understand. I'm not going to say... I think you're probably like this on most issues. So I feel like this is just a difference in how we approach talking about stuff. So I'm not going to... Like, I don't think you...
yeah, sure. Like, look...
I think you can see this appropriately. I just think it's how you discuss things. So.
Well, yeah, sure.
So I'm saying that mostly for my chat.
Yeah, sure. So, like, I only really care about facts and honesty, and when somebody does something fucked up, like, I'm not going to just immediately condemn them as, like, Hitler for doing something like this. I don't think Destiny is as bad as Hitler, and I think Pixie in particular is massively exaggerating some of the harms that were committed. And some of what she said...
That's her making a legal case, right? Like, she's partially making a legal case in this situation.
Sure.
So she's gonna, like, maximally state her case.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, I guess she can do that, but this idea that this is going to ruin her entire life going forward or something, like, that's clearly not the case. Should Destiny be on the sex offender registry? Probably, considering he's done this multiple times, has callous disregard for all the shit, and he's basically just taking advantage of stupid girls that he meets.
Okay. All right. Cool. You got anything else you wanted to talk about, or?
No, not really. I think for right now, until some of this illegal stuff is settled, I'm probably going to distance myself from Destiny and not talk to him because, yeah, after all the shit came out, I was kind of playing devil's advocate for him. Like, you know, not enough information was really released for me to condemn him, but yeah, all the shit is pretty fucked up. Like, you should have never done this.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
All right, man. Take care.
Thanks for coming on. By the way, you can usually I happen to be doing like a solo stream for a little bit, but you normally join any of my live channels. You've got like the permissions or whatever if you ever want to come by.
Okay,
like
cool.
I just happen to reduce the size for this because I'm doing some solo coverage, but
Yeah, no
normally the
problem.
room's open, kind of similar to how Destiny would do it.
All right.
All right.
All right. Take
Thanks
care,
for
dude.
coming on.
The Wandering Mason, what a special boy. If I sent a fake dono, it's because he's like my hero. What a guy.
Well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam. And donate $2. Check out this weird fuck getting his riz on. Is this normal human behavior?
I'm babysitting these two guys because they're very drunk, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to be sober? Okay. Do you think she's like really like, look, you can just like do this?
Oh, they closed the door to the bedroom. You know, guys, I'm gonna sleep on the couch with you. It's gonna be great. Actually, today I'm a real cuck.
It's an evil world we live in.
Based. Yeah, like, it is baffling that anybody would let Destiny film them when having sex. Like, absolutely baffling. You can just listen to the guy talk on stream about this high school drama retardation. It's like, this guy is clearly insanely immature. And he has, like, the brain of a fucking, like, horny 13-year-old high schooler or something. So I'm not surprised Destiny would do something like that. And again, they rolled the dice. Thanks for the donation, though, and yeah, one more thing to add. Like, again, I don't mean to victim blame, but, like, the world is run by just, like, power and strength, right? Like, it's just the way the world works. Like, if you give somebody sensitive information or photos and videos of yourself, you're the one who gave up that power, right? If you wanted to upload naked photos of yourself on the internet, that's entirely your choice. With your own phone, you can do that. If you send somebody else photos and videos and crap like that, they have that power now. You do not have control over someone else's mind. So, like, what good is, like, trust, right? Like, there is no trust. The only person you can trust is yourself. You've given up that kind of power and control to somebody else. So, it's not to say that, like, it's entirely her fault that this happened or anything. Like, I'd still put the blame on Destiny. Like, people should be held accountable for stuff like that, but at the same time, I wouldn't say somebody is, like, completely innocent. You know, it's like giving a fucking 9-year-old a gun. Like, okay, what's a 9-year-old gonna do with a gun, right? So, you can't blame... You can't blame somebody else entirely for some of these things, and I mean, some amount of personal responsibility should probably be put on, you know, the person who decided to send somebody else nude photos of themselves. But, like, ultimately, the majority of the blame I'd put on Destiny, like, you know, 95% or something. Like, it's just not something you should do. But, you know, if you have an interest in, if you have personal interests, if I don't know, you think it could harm your career or relationships by sharing this sort of thing, then don't do it. It's that simple, right?
Mike Israel is very knowledgeable on keeping our military, including me, your 6-star general in charge of your military, in shape. I'm trying to convince him to go vegan, as he is the only non-vegan that's reached the rank of colonel.
I don't think he is. Maybe you should revoke his rank, because he's kind of a unhinged liar. Thanks for the donation, though, Benedict Arnold.
Ah yes. The Wandering Mason. What an absolute babe. Just the purest of specialist of boys. Habibi Yalla. A gem of the channel. Do you think VG?
Yes, Wandering Mason is nice. Thanks for the donation, random gal. Bootycam donate $2, not my dono. Also, why didn't you say veganism? He said anything else. I mean, I figured he wouldn't want to get into a debate about veganism right then and there. Thanks for the donation, though, Bootycam. Bootycam donate $2. I meant that dono about the Wandering Mason wasn't me. I wouldn't speak about another guy like that. That shit is weird as fuck, VG. Okay, thank you for clarifying. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam. CDG donate $2. I have a differing opinion that she is just stupid. I bet he pressured her into making a video and she didn't. She did it because he's rich and famous and she can get something out of him, like popularity or something. She took a gamble and lost. Obviously, he's psycho. Yeah, I mean, there's no way to know exactly what she was thinking. It's not unreasonable to think she might be thinking that. Like, she's clearly manipulative. That post she made was just clearly fucking bullshit. So she might have been thinking, oh, if I do this, he might make me more popular on my YouTube channel or wherever, so who knows. But yeah, again, she took a gamble, lost. And I don't think the excuse, oh, I was 19, I don't really buy that bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Incredible. Unbeatable, okay? I've set the milestone, all right? It will never be touched. All right? This is Wayne Gretzky's 92 goal season right here, okay?
CDG donate $2. Of course, I'm guessing, but look at Hawk to a girl, 19 years old, are notorious for attention seeking. Lol, that was my first guess anyway. Who knows? She's clearly seeking attention. Like, obviously. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
I might be stealing valor from Evil Fossil, actually. TC Brady got banned for a bit too. Well, I think Brady probably won't get totally banned, but are you excited now? All DGG? I don't think so. I think I have one. I don't do politics most of the time, so I'm gonna miss out on a lot of the DGGers who just watch a lot for politics. Okay. I'm not even American, so I feel like a lot of those people won't come here. But if people were like drama viewers, I would be excited that they're coming here, I guess. I wish it had been under better circumstances, you know, just the fact that they enjoy my content. Okay? That would be cool. That'd be cool. Most DGGers hate politics.
Do you think that Irish Gypsy Quinn would beat you in his heyday? I don't know. That guy literally fought a dude who was, I think, in his 20s for an hour straight. Might have been even more. That guy can actually fight. And he has a lot of fucking endurance. Like, he was fighting a smaller guy. So, like, I'm pretty fucking big, and I can hit hard, so he might have more problem just staying on his feet with me, but he can actually fight.
Creator, okay? There's a reason he was very popular. But it doesn't matter anymore, all right? It doesn't matter anymore. So, Rob made this tweet. Are we done? Yeah, I covered the Pixie stuff. Okay, Rob made this tweet, and I responded to it. And I think I got good responses to it, to be honest with you. These people don't give good talking points like Destiny does. Maybe not. Yeah, sure, that's possible. So, view quote tweets. Let's go to my quote tweet. So I made this post earlier today. I workshopped this with some people. So just, I didn't do this all on my own, okay? But this is like my tweet, sort of meant to be like a statement that I can have that's out there. So I'll just read it to you guys so you can hear it and see it and understand it. I knew about the Pixie / so I'm responding to Rob saying like, hey, how are you guys like not disassociating? Why did you keep working with them, etc. What is that? Rodius Prime, thank you for celebrating your 7-month subscription.
Around pornography, masturbation, and reproduction, right? I'm not saying that reproduction is the be-all, end-all of sexual activity, but in the evolutionary sense, it absolutely is, right? There's no question about that. I mean, there's no moral judgment there. That's just the reality. So the situation with food is the following. If we are eating without any gut-level understanding of what's coming in, we will keep eating. If you, let me give an example. You probably haven't done this experiment in a while, but if you've ever just had, ribeye steak or two, it's pretty satiating. Maybe you also have a salad if you're me, or some broccoli or something like that. If one takes, then even after you've eaten all that, one bite of pasta, the next impulse is more, right? Even though you already have enough essential amino acids from those steaks, your leucine, threshold, you reach that, et cetera, all that good stuff. Why? Because blood glucose goes up, and then you desire more because blood glucose.
This is just retarded nonsense.
Elevations are linked directly to the dopaminergic system. So what I'm basically trying to say here is that I do think that there are elements to our food, modern food, if you will. It seems like it's anything but modern in the sense that it's worse for us than the more primitive foods, but.
So what do you say? So by the way, this whole conversation is supposed to be about the dangers of pornography. He goes on a rant about how carbohydrates make you overeat, which I don't know how the fuck that has anything to do with pornography. And what he's saying about satiety in its relation to like different macronutrients and shit is not true. Totally unscientific. They have no actual argument or evidence for any hypothesis they have about porn.
But highly processed foods, pornography, any drug that spikes dopamine dramatically, like methamphetamine, for instance, any behavior that spikes dopamine dramatically, that very quickly hijacks these circuits. And to me, the way to teach those circuits a calmer, more prudent version of themselves, right, to enter a different hypothalamic activation pattern, is to start breaking the things down into their essential elements, right, about the motivation, the pleasure, et cetera, to tamp all that down. I mean, we know that for pornography, if the pornography is very extreme, then less extreme pornography doesn't seem to work.
Well, that's because there's also a novelty kick in dopaminergic striving, right? I mean, so with any...
Like, I don't know what he means. This is so stupid. Most people don't like just watch normal porn and then progress to like bukkake, cum piss drinking gangbangs and like people shitting on themselves. It's just not what happens. Oh, just two people having sex doesn't turn me on anymore. I need to see girls getting shit and pissed on. Like that's not how that works.
Basic appetitive pleasure, there's a dopaminergic kick. But with any novelty, there's also a dopaminergic kick. So there's an optimized threshold for novelty and appetitive striving that plays out in pornography. So there's the direct effect of the stimulus as such, but there's variation in the stimulus that's also novel. And so it's a common pattern for pornographic usage to become more, what would you say, fetishistic. That's one way of thinking about it as it progresses, because
No, where's the evidence?
That keeps the novelty alive. Right, that's very dangerous. That's a very dangerous development.
Right, and I would venture in a very different domain that if you were to eat your steaks slathered in barbecue sauce for a couple of weeks, going back to the way that you eat them now, which, by the way, this is a great opportunity to educate people about something that you taught me when we had dinner last, which is that if you're going to order a steak, order a Pittsburgh char. The char on the outside is...
You know what else is stupid, saying that porn is responsable for the downfall of society.
Yeah, that is pretty stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Incredibly tasty. We love that, the umami taste. Is that we should have a devoted taste receptor to that?
It's complex.
Yeah. So, and if they don't know what a Pittsburgh char is, then maybe you're in the wrong restaurant or you need to educate them. But incredibly satiating, delicious, right? But if you were to slather those steaks in a bunch of things, I would suspect that after a while, your plain steaks wouldn't taste as good.
Oh, certainly.
But the way to make them taste good again would be to eat them plain for a period of time in which the stuff, all the condiments, et cetera, would start to become aversive. I do believe that when we return to the sort of most naturally satisfying mode of engaging with these circuits, here we're talking about food and sex in parallel, that they become especially satiating. And I think that, in hearing from all these people that are addicted to pornography, and they're not addicted like they're telling me they love it and they can't stop. They're telling me it's no longer working for them, that there's this diminishment in the amount of dopamine that they're getting over time, and they feel trapped within it, and they have no sense whatsoever because they haven't been socialized to go out and find a real relationship, a real sexual relationship or a relationship of any kind.
And it's also there is some evidence suggesting too that if you've been socialized into pornography, sexuality, it's actually quite difficult to establish a sexual relationship with an actual partner. Now, I would say to some degree that's always been difficult because it's a complex form of behavior, but the introduction of pornography, well, it sets up.
Well, here's the benefit with pornography. You don't have to listen to whiny, complaining fucking bullshit. Why do you think so many men watch porn or want sex robots or something like that? I wonder. So, yeah, if somebody doesn't want a fucking romantic relationship because it comes with so much, additional baggage, I don't know why the fuck they care.
Richard. Okay, hi. When are you gonna do a workout stream with your mother? Plaza do. Would be fun to watch. Can you do it Sunday PLS? Also, how are you doing? Also, can you please tell me your top 10 foods if you had to pick only 10 forever? Only healthy ones.
My mom might come by next weekend and we might do a workout live stream then. And I'm doing good. Top 10 healthy foods. Tofu, seitan, chickpeas, broccoli, kale. What's it called? I totally lost my train of thought. Blueberries, blackberries, cherries, sunflower seeds. What's one more? Maybe olive oil. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
A whole landscape of expectation, for example, that's not necessarily going to play out that well in the real world, let's say. So,
and there's also a learning of those biological systems in the brain to evoke arousal by observing sex as opposed to participating.
Yes, right.
Completely different. So some of these...
right, that's voyeur, right? You're basically learning to be a voyeur. Right.
And so you think about young brains that are highly plastic, learning that. So the returning...
Yeah, we have no idea what to make of that, because especially for young men, because when they hit puberty, sexuality becomes a very insistent force. And we have no idea what effect pornography has on the development of male sexuality. None.
That is not true. There's research on porn and how it affects sexual preference and activity in men and women. Most of that research sounds like retarded feminist bullshit, by the way. They'll make claims like porn use makes men more, let's see, like desensitized to sexual violence, which I don't even know what the fuck that means. I don't know how they, I don't know what they mean by sexual violence or what they mean by desensitization. It doesn't actually seem to increase risk of sexual violence, so like rape or anything.
And this is the third time these units have operated in this sector, which is adjacent to the city of Jenin. The Palestinian Authority police have also been active in Jenin over recent days, battling the terrorist groups and the criminal gangs who have effectively taken control of the streets. This incident is also a case in point for why the IDF says the greatest danger in the upcoming campaign is coming from IEDs. explosive devices. Speaking of IDF statements, Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Herzl Levy held a situation assessment on Monday evening in which he declared that alongside the heightened readiness in defense in the Gaza Strip, we must be prepared for significant operations in Judea and Samaria in the coming days to get ahead and catch the terrorists before they reach our citizens. However, the operation may have already begun, and forces from the IDF and the border police were rushed to the Fonduk area on Monday afternoon following reports of disturbances. And this is just one of many hotspots that have flared up in the last 24 hours. The proximate cause of all these flare-ups is the release of terrorists held in Israeli prisons as part of the ceasefire deal in the Gaza Strip. This prompted street demonstrations in several cities and villages, some of which escalated into violent demonstrations against Israel and the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority did their best to try and keep these demonstrations from starting in the first place and to try and contain them once they did begin already. But things quickly spiraled out of control. As the white buses carrying the released prisoners made their way to the villages where their families lived, the streets quickly...
Why do feminists always lie?
Well, I guess they're just full of shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Filled with people. Some of them set off fireworks, waved the flags of Hamas and Hezbollah, chanted slogans glorifying jihad and violence against Jews, and in some cases even climbed up on the vans, making it difficult for them to move. The released prisoners, who finally managed to find their families in the crowd, hugged them to the cheers of the crowd, while some also spoke to the media. In Jerusalem, released terrorist Oz Hawais, who was arrested after carrying out a stabbing attack in May, said, "They treated us like animals. There wasn't good food or medical care either." Even if we take this person's testimony at face value, which I don't think we should, it raises the question...
Bro, they literally cured Sinwar's brain cancer, so I don't know about that.
...of how someone who attacked elderly people and children with a knife deserves to be treated in prison. I invite you to share your comments about this in the comment section below. I really like to hear what you think about this. Getting back to the celebrations, they didn't last for long as the Palestinian Authority police and the IDF moved aggressively to settle people down and restore order. This started even before the release of the terrorists with warnings to their families and others against disruptions. However, this was just the first phase of the deal, and there are several more releases of hostages and terrorist prisoners ahead of us. The IDF and the Palestinian Authority police are preparing for the possibility that future rounds of releases will result in even bigger disruptions and demonstrations, and planning accordingly in the IDF and the security establishment. In addition, the security forces are planning to deal with the increasing threat level as many of these terrorists are returning to parts of Judea and Samaria and even East Jerusalem neighborhoods, where the assessment is that a very different situation exists post-October 7, 2023. IDF Central Command recently received several units that were divided amongst the various regional brigades, and in light of Hamas's desire to carry out attacks, the IDF has deployed throughout Judea and Samaria, creating checkpoints and barriers on roads for Palestinian vehicles. Those vehicles will be inspected before traveling on roads shared by Israelis and Palestinians in an attempt to thwart the next shooting attack. Here at TV in Israel, we will continue to report on every development along Israel's largest border and in the territories of Judea and Samaria. And we also work hard to bring you first-hand content every day. So we need your support so we can continue bringing you the truth. So please subscribe to the Gaza Strip, where the ceasefire is underway and Hamas is making a big show of still being very much in control. Reports in media portals from the United Arab Emirates, including documentation of Gazan Palestinians returning to the ruins of their homes and the extensive humanitarian efforts being made by Emirati charities, shows the political role the UAE plans to play in Gaza's future rehabilitation. The scale of destruction in the cities of the Gaza Strip is beyond anything from previous rounds of conflict, and residents are beginning to realize that the war that Hamas started on October 7th has left them in a much worse condition than what they had before. In addition to destroyed buildings and infrastructure, there are reports of enormous piles of untreated waste and garbage laying around, raising concerns about outbreaks of diseases. International humanitarian organizations who operate in the Gaza Strip are speaking in apocalyptic terms about the needs that they have for equipment and supplies to even begin the process of cleaning up this mess, caring for all the wounded and injured people, and restoring basic services. An advisor to the Palestinian Authority President Abu Mazen commented on this matter, saying, "Hamas has failed." Here at Boots on the Ground, we often ask you to pray for various things, and I would like to take this opportunity and ask you to pray for the next group of hostages to be transferred, setting a date different from the one previously agreed upon. In response, Israeli pressure was applied, and ultimately Hamas backtracked from this announcement, clarifying that the pre-agreed date would be kept and the next part of the deal will be carried out this coming Sunday, while in Israel it was clarified that the deal would be carried out on Saturday. This is the second time that Hamas has violated this agreement. After last Saturday, the terror organization delayed...
It's always Hamas violating the agreements, and every fucking TikTok fucking geopolitics expert, even the mainstream media, they all make it seem as though it's Israel's fault.
Submitting the list of female hostages to be released, claiming due to a technical glitch. In response, Israel froze the ceasefire until the list was handed over. In a related story, we all saw the images from the mass of Gazans surrounding the hostages, the vehicles that were transporting them in a show of force that looked scary. In the video, you can see many hundreds of Gaza Strip's residents gathering around the designated meeting point for the hostages transfer. And according to field documentation, Red Cross vehicles were already deployed there, waiting for the process to begin under the ceasefire plan. But a wide-angle shot of the area taken from a drone shows that it was all a big theatrical show, as the vehicles were deliberately placed in an enclosed area and the crowds weren't even that big. They were just jammed into this small area so that they can make a movie that would project the image they wanted to project. This is typical of the lies and deceit that Hamas uses to manipulate public opinion in Western countries and amongst its own population. Another example is the way that Hamas didn't hesitate for a moment and rushed to declare victory even before Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu approved there was
we're getting genocided. Israel's evil. We have no chance. Genocide. We beat the 30 Jews. 30 Jews week. Yeah, it's a fucking joke.
An agreement at all. The losses it suffered, including the annihilation of its leadership, the destruction of the streets, none of these confused the terrorist organization's propaganda wind. It is the only population in the world that can claim genocide and victory at the same time. And the goal is clear: solidifying Palestinian consensus and continuing to cement Hamas's control of the Gaza Strip. The gunmen who appeared there amidst the shouts of joy as soon as the ceasefire began are proof of that. And still, after the irony, here is an important reminder of the cognitive warfare taking place alongside the physical conflict. The possibility that guns will fall silent in the coming weeks does not necessarily herald its weakening. On the contrary, in the absence of fighting in the real world, the lies and deceit are only going to intensify. In Hamas's message to its own population, it will be hard to compete. If, at this stage, the Palestinians still haven't realized that their actions led them to disaster, no Israeli awareness campaign will succeed in doing so. But the Palestinian public is not Israel's main target audience here. Preceding them is the international public, which has forgotten why Israel is fighting in the first place, and that it has yet to achieve victory, which needs a reminder of the brutality of the enemy it faces. We must understand that our national trauma will every development in the Gaza arena. Now, we switch our focus to the northern arena, where Hezbollah is preparing for the continuation of the ceasefire in Lebanon, threatening that if Israel does not withdraw by January 26, it will bring about the collapse of the agreement and even blow up the United Nations role in the deal. Lebanese member of parliament from Hezbollah, Ali Fayyad, says that the terrorist organization is watching January 26th, the day on which, according to the agreement, Israel is supposed to fully withdraw from the Lebanese land, and warned that if Israel does not withdraw, it will lead to the collapse of the implementation mechanisms of this agreement. Fayyad further threatened that if Israel violates the agreement, it will lead to an explosion of the United Nations role in sponsoring the agreement, which will place Lebanon at a new stage in its military and political calculations. In a speech he delivered in Nabatea in southern Lebanon, Fayyad emphasized that the responsibility of expelling Israel from Lebanese territory is a shared responsibility of the government, the army, the people, and the parties in Lebanon. Fayyad clarified that Hezbollah will handle and confront any Israeli presence in Lebanese territory if the agreement is breached, and stressed the need for the international community to fulfill its promises to Lebanon. Israel is not alarmed by these threats, but also the voices within Lebanon are changing. With less than a week until the end of the ceasefire in the north, the criticism against Hezbollah in Lebanon continues, precisely from the direction of its former political partners. The Christian politician Gibran Bassil, who leads the Free Patriotic Movement, came out against the terrorist organization's decision to go to war with Israel in recent days, and he's not the only one. Here at TVN Israel, we will continue to report on every development on our northern border. Please continue to spread the truth, share, and follow us. And now, let's move on to what happened yesterday in the United States of America. United States President Donald Trump spoke on Tuesday at the Capital One Arena in Washington, just hours after his renewed inauguration as president. Before he began his speech, former hostages Noah Argamani and Shushan Haran and families from hostages wearing yellow scarves around their necks took to the stage. Argamani, who became an advocate for the hostages after her rescue, stood by Trump throughout the speech, with his envoy for hostage affairs, Steve Witkoff, on his right hand. In the speech, Trump announced a series of significant decisions, including revoking the sanctions that the Biden administration had imposed on Israeli settlers on the grounds that they undermined peace in the region. He also expressed optimism about Saudi Arabia joining the Abraham Accords, and he addressed the situation in Gaza, saying that most of Hamas's previous leaders have died and in any case did not manage it very well. He also signed a withdrawal order from the World Health Organization and made a significant statement on the war in Ukraine, saying that Ukrainian President Zelensky wants a peace agreement while Russia's President Putin is destroying Russia's economy by refusing to reach an agreement. Speaking of the Israeli hostages and the broader issue of the war in Gaza, Trump declared, "We have won, and now the work begins. We must bring them home." To the former hostages who are with us here today, welcome home. Speaking of Romy Gonen, Doron Steinbacher, and Emily Damari, who were released on Sunday, he said, the 3 young women who returned home yesterday were harmed. One of them lost several fingers.
ABC don't need to tell her, as soon as Israel relinquishes control, the terror attacks will start again. It's a lose-lose situation. Well, I don't know what the fuck you mean by that. They're not withdrawing from Gaza. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
Fingers while she tried to protect herself from gunfire. Can you believe that? Shameful. We never stop praying for you, and we are so happy that you were reunited with your friends and families. May God bless you all. The president also spoke about the hostages still held by Hamas, addressing the parents of the hostage Omer Natura. Some families say, my son will never return, but please bring back his body. This should never have happened. Later, while signing his first presidential orders, Trump once again referred to the hostage deal, expressing doubt about completing all the 3 stages. He said that this is Israel's war, not America's, and he's not sure how it will end, but he added that Hamas has been very weakened. Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, is considering a visit to the Gaza Strip as part of his efforts to preserve the ceasefire and hostage release agreement between Israel and Hamas. It was also reported that given the low level of trust Trump's team has in the feasibility of the agreement between Israel and Hamas, Witkoff intends to demonstrate an increased presence in the area over the coming weeks and months in order to personally address the complexities that will emerge. Recently, he said that we have to remember there are many extremists and fanatics, not only on the Hamas side, but also from the right wing on the Israeli sides, who have a complete incentive to blow up this entire deal. Please follow us and spread the truth. Continue to pray for it.
Got an apartment in her name. She need to go there. That's what her name is.
Okay, so if you live here, why does your address on your license come back to Nelly B Avenue?
Because I've been had license. Been had license since I was like 18.
Okay, and I'm clear that it says that.
Why they took my license for? When I was in prison. For nothing. Somebody ain't show the court. Come on, bro. I think I'm in prison.
So just for information,
They been doing to me, bro.
this doesn't prove that you live
No,
here.
it don't, bro. It shows you my address.
It
right
shows
there.
that you're using
That's
this
my
address.
No, it shows you
as-
my address. That's my address.
But you have no
I
physical.
get mail here.
Okay, so that doesn't matter.
I'm not
That,
stupid.
that
It don't matter.
doesn't determine residency.
I understand what you're saying.
You can get mail to.
I understand what you're saying, but it's the same thing for her as well.
Well, she's got enough stuff here to
That don't
make it
mean-
look like she lives here.
That don't mean nothing. That's my stuff. That's all I got.
Okay.
And that's all. I can't get that because of her. I'm just trying to go to Johnson and everything. She won't help.
But she doesn't have to
I
help.
get barred from blessing for nothing.
Okay. Is she in the back bedroom?
I ain't going nowhere with the
I'm
child.
gonna go. Can I speak to her?
She ain't let him.
Oh.
She's in the shower right
Oh,
now.
okay.
She wants. I think she's in the shower. Yeah. Oh man. She didn't let you came in.
I'm just telling you what I observed because
It don't matter, bro. That's my-
it does because if somebody it doesn't
My room right there.
that's not your room
That is my room. I ain't gonna tell you where I sleep at.
because
It don't matter. That's where I sleep at. Cause when the other sister said, what do you do, homie? You go in there, right, so I can sleep in the bed. Yes, she do. She go in there for some reason. I don't know why she get on the floor, but I understand why she doing it so I can have somewhere to kick back at.
Right.
You feel me? Come on, you ain't gotta lie, homie.
This is very simple.
Come on, man.
so this is very simple, man. We're just here for a barring.
I ain't finna keep barking. Wait, safe for me.
So that doesn't.
Come on.
So you not believing that you live here?
I don't believe I live here, man. You
So-
pissing me off, bro.
And that's fine.
I
It's not.
out.
No. I was called here for a legal purpose. I'm here doing what legal do.
I'm
So
getting hit on.
what?
I'm getting hit on.
What does that mean?
I'm getting hit.
What does that mean?
Like I just said, you don't understand? She hit on me.
Why is she? How is she? What does that mean to you?
Christian hit on me.
When?
And hit me with weapons.
When?
Tried to bulldoze me in the bathroom. I moved out the way and she fell in the tub.
So why is officers been here at
I ain't
least
gonna hurt
30
my-
minutes?
I move out the way. You ain't finna hurt me either. And it's a lesson.
So why is officers been here about 30 minutes? This is the first time anybody's
Ain't
said
no
it.
30 minutes. Boy, cool.
So I'm about to talk to you here.
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm out. I'm sorry. I'm finna get far from here.
So who is he to you?
Dante is my old
I'm right
son.
here.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. I get it. It's high emotion, high everything.
Mom, he didn't call you. What did bro?
Hey, look.
I want to hear too.
Okay. Well,
I don't trust him.
that's fine. But
What do you want?
See, this time, so
so who's he to you?
Dante, my son.
Yes, your son. How long has he ever lived here before?
Dante, years ago. He's been in the
Okay.
I can't get nowhere.
So when was the last time he lived here?
Years ago.
Okay. Does he have any stuff here?
Now, I ain't gonna lie, I keep his clothes. He ain't got nowhere for his clothes.
Talking about the trash bag of clothes?
Yes, now I ain't gonna lie, these clothes still here, 'cause he don't got nowhere to put his clothes.
Okay.
So I keep his clothes. The only way he got negated today, because he called me. He said, can you let me out? I'm going in and out. Come to change my clothes. I'm coming in to get my clothes.
Yeah, but
Change.
how she
Let me go out.
Hey, I'm talking to her. I'm not talking to you. Hey, look, can you step out? Okay. So this is exactly. Okay. So I'm talking to her. I'm not talking to you.
Can I tell my story?
So-
He called me at 7:50 something. I can't remember. It was 7. I said, I'm not getting up to 8:15.
Yeah.
And I said, I'll let you in. Like I said, I stayed up to almost me and her to like 4 o'clock cleaning that room up in there this morning because we got in from church. And I picked her up. She got here about 2 something. My mama brought her. No, actually, we stayed at the 4 because mom got here 2 something. So, and he kind of kicked in my stuff, showed him my stuff. And we just cleaned it.
Okay.
They don't look like that.
So these officers tell me that you wanted him barred from the property.
Yeah, get him out.
Okay,
I
so
can't take it no more. I'm tired of
question.
trying to help him.
Just out of curiosity, if you want to bar, if he refuses to leave, do you want to pursue criminal charges?
Get him out of here.
No.
I'm tired, so I can't do it no more.
So I got to hear yes or no.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
tired.
All right.
I'm tired, sir.
Why can't you get high?
So if you want
I pay bills. Okay, my name, her name ain't on nothing. No, her name is on no bill though. It's me and my sister.
Bill? Is any of that true?
I'm just saying, no, it's not. The car ain't
This is your room, right? All your stuff. Okay. He's making.
My
He's
mom
claiming
died
that. He's,
2017, and it's 4 of me.
yeah, he's
my
claiming
brother,
that
two
that
sisters.
room with the kid stuff in it is
No,
his
it's
room.
harmony and respect.
Yeah, and we already talked about that.
Pull to the side, and yeah, I'll be in here doing this.
They already get your information.
No, baby.
It's the same thing for her too.
No, I'm tired.
How long do you want to borrow for? It's up to 2 years.
2 years later, until he takes medical treatment.
What's your first name?
Diane.
Ain't nothing in her name.
You want my ID?
Yes, please.
Okay, baby.
That's okay.
I done got somewhere to stay.
So how the borrowing process works is it's very simple. I know he's a little bit animated right now because obviously it's a kind of high tense situation, right? A lot of emotions when a police officer enters a home. So the way the borrowing process works is
Man, I ain't finna get barred. You're not finna touch me, bro. Man, I swap on your shit, man.
the way the borrowing process works
Get called from my safety zone.
is you tell them, hey, you're barred from this location for 2 years. You can't return, and that's it. And
okay.
If you refuse to leave after that, we'll take them to custody.
Trying to put me in the street, huh? Put your kids in the street.
I'm tired. Daniel, how you gonna do something to my gate? You gonna do something to me?
I got a
To my cars?
I'm gonna do something. I ain't
Listen so you can hear.
walking up on me. Pay attention. And he ain't finna tell you and I ain't leaving.
Listen,
You
pay
leave.
attention.
Huh?
You were born for 2 years until you
Man, I'm off that, huh? You put me in the streets.
Well, you put yourself, because you look at the damn see, kick myself, see? This is the problem, he getting mad like this. When I damage my stuff,
See, Philly, I'm not going to tell anything.
shit, what my bitch? Put yourself in the street. Oh, how much did I not get my new TV? I did.
Mr. Sims, are you willing to leave?
I ain't deep, man. Y'all ain't finna take me, man.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you how this works.
I got the same price she got, huh?
So, look, man, either you can leave.
Cause you wanna lock me up.
I don't want to lock you up. I really don't. I don't.
You do.
I do not.
Out.
No.
You get out.
So, look, man, it's very
Call my
simple.
granddaddy, man.
It's very simple, man.
Call my granddaddy.
So, look.
Your name on the problem. Call my granddaddy, huh?
So, look, Miss Sims, it's past that point. It's past
Call my
that.
granddaddy.
So, look.
Call my granddaddy.
So, look. So, your options are, Mr. Or either A, you can leave and not get any criminal charges pressed against you. If you refuse to leave, since you've been already.
You wanna lock me up anyway? Cause y'all know how I am.
But you can leave right now, not get locked up.
What you trying to do, huh?
You can leave so you don't get locked up.
You man.
Oh, look, that's fine.
White boy.
That's fine.
You ain't no dirty white boy.
That's fine.
You a white boy.
Okay.
White
So
boy.
look, I'm just giving you your options, man.
White boy.
You can
Put your
leave.
kids out there with
So look, you can leave and not get any charges, not go to jail. If you refuse to leave, you've already
Why she ain't even seen you? I got that jail on that.
she lives here.
I do too.
So you've already been formally notified that you've been barred. If you refuse to leave, you will go to jail for criminal trespass.
Hey, y'all just stand back.
So look,
You can take me and call my granddaddy.
Mr. Sims.
The one who owns the property.
So
I know I ain't got nowhere to go. Put your hands behind your back, girl. I'm finna go.
put your hands
Man, I'm
behind your
leaving.
back. Do it now.
See, mama, see what I'm talking about, mom? I'm leaving, bro.
put your hands behind your back.
Man, I'm leaving, bro.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
I'm leaving, though. I gotta get my. Somebody breaking my arm, ma.
You just gotta bend your arm.
Mama, get my phone, mama. I'm getting hold my phone.
I'm almost.
Man, I gotta lock me up,
Right
though,
on.
bro.
Put your hands
I'm
behind your back.
leaving, though, bro.
Yeah, you are. Put your hands behind your back.
How long let me get on my phone?
No, nope. Double cuff.
See, that was y'all trying to do. Keep my feet. Man, mama, you lame.
Here, right here. Right here. Relax. Just let him cuff you. Come on.
You know why y'all ain't doing about that?
Because you
Why
didn't
y'all
call
ain't
us.
press charges about that?
Because you didn't call us.
She called. I want to press charges about that. Why that ain't happening?
Put your hands behind your back. We can talk about it.
Why you locking me up here when I said I'm
Put your
leaving?
hands behind your back.
Come on, man.
1095. November 80.
Get the help, man.
Now get on my phone.
I got it.
Get her. Get her. Get on my phone.
Hey, no.
I want that.
It goes with him.
Man, no, man.
Don't
Take
give
my
him a-
stuff. They just want to go through it. Stop. Man,
Accident.
You locking me up for so I'm safe, man.
Hey, come on, man. Come here. Just walk.
Oh, man, I ain't getting on my phone. Mama, get my phone. Hey, wait. What you taking that for?
It's your stuff, right?
You wouldn't let me get it, so why you grabbing it?
Because it's yours.
I was finna get it, but you wouldn't let me. You trying to lock me up.
No, not at all.
Yes, you were.
Okay. Do you want it or not? You're right here.
Where I'm going?
Before it sits down, search him.
Where I'm going?
Jail. Jail. Criminal trespass. And obstruction.
Quit. Quit it. You need no help? Quit it. What, you trying to have some on me? Quit it. I'll search you. Man, I want all.
Hey, y'all get right here. I'm gonna call sergeant.
All my things.
All right.
Quit. I want all my code in the ground. Throw my phones in the ground. Quit. Throw my phones in the ground. Stop that. Put my coat on.
Get in the car.
Put my move so I can sit right. I ain't.
Okay, that's fine. No, so my supervisor's probably gonna give you a call or stop by later. Is it
Well, that was a black guy.
Dude, what the He just like pissed me on my mouth without my permission.
You told me to kiss you on the cheek and I turned around.
And you turned and you kissed me on my lips on purpose.
You kissed me and I went
You
like
asked
that.
if I could have. Yo, it's weird, and you're smiling about it like you're a creepy person. You turn the camera away because you know it's fucking weird.
Have a good night. You want to trade Instagram?
No, I'll punch you in your face.
Why are these women agreeing to kiss him on the cheek to begin with? Like, what do you think is going to happen? This is the oldest trick in the book.
Talk to me.
After asking for her Instagram one more time, he finally turns around to leave, until she makes the mistake of calling him a pervert. And just as he tries to leave again, he throws one last jab.
You're a fucking pervert.
You're like a fucking weird redhead. Chill out. I thought you were joking.
He doesn't change his tune after leaving either, pondering about what could be wrong with that girl for rejecting him so strongly. And with every word, he just dug a deeper hole.
She's like, just get away from me. I mean, come on. I'm like, she's fucking fat and ugly with weird red hair, and she's like my age. Like, I wasn't into. I was doing it for chat.
To no one's surprise, he got suspended from Kick the same day. What does come as a bit of a surprise is that, once again, a few days later, his account was unbanned, and he continued to milk his connection with Josh Block, which is really all he could do at this point since everyone else had the wits about them to cut off contact and not associate. In early July, Josh was on a stream getting flooded with text-to-speech messages, leading to a much-expected breakdown.
I'll ruin you! I'm phoning the police! I'm suing you! Shut up!
As you can see, he was already quite upset at this point, but it wasn't until a call-in that he completely crashed out.
Mr. Beast, how does it feel to exploit a young, disabled person like Josh for abuse?
Disabled?
Just go to rehab, just go to rehab, Josh, go to rehab,
Disabled!
Josh, go to rehab, Josh, go to rehab, Josh, go to rehab, Josh, go to rehab,
Disabled! I'm gonna fucking ruin you!
This little interaction gave Josh an addiction to saying the
ABC donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Wow, that's a nice duck. Oh. Oh no, the hamsters. Oh, he dropped his nuts. Oh, that's not good. Those were the hamster's nuts. That's a nice hamster. Hey, that Hyrax is just like me. I didn't know I had so much in common with Hyraxes. That's a nice Hyrax. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
N-word.
You're in there.
Clearly, he isn't really someone who can exercise judgment to the best of his ability, and Jason was capitalizing on that as much as possible, ensuring that there was always a camera on him to capture him responding to the TTS dono messages. A while later, an extremely drunk Josh decided to go out for a haircut, during which he fell backward on the street as he wasn't able to even walk properly at this point. At some point during the stream, Josh even began freaking out in public, screaming the words "make it stop" at seemingly no one, prompting Jason to ask if he was hallucinating. As he was carried back into the apartment by a couple of police officers, Jason said that he was going to turn the stream off, supposedly because he didn't want to exploit Josh while he was vulnerable. Gee, I really wonder what all of the recording him nearly passing out on the sidewalk was about.
What's happening? Jesus, Josh, what's going on? It is.
Stop!
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, Josh, you know you're not drinking, so whatever it is going to wear off.
This moment sparked a lot of controversy and blew up on YouTube, bringing even more negative attention to both Josh and Jason. And as a result, Josh's grandpa barred him from hanging out with Mr. Based, even threatening to kick Josh out of the house if he kept associating with him.
But I'm gonna get you a house tomorrow. Can I get you an apartment tomorrow in the city?
You could, but no. You're a bad influence on Josh. That's what's very problem. No.
Josh, you all right?
No streaming, okay? Make sure that your live stream is off.
All right, we're gonna hang out. Our next time we hang out, it's no live stream. I promise you. I promise you. I love you, Josh. You sound good. Swear to God, I will never lie to you.
Father finds out again, he's gonna kick me out of the house.
I want your grandfather to love me, and I want to get you an apartment. I'll keep the stream off.
Turn off your live, okay?
You got it. I'll see you tomorrow.
Criticism was coming in from all sides, including his own fans, who would send in paid messages to tell him he was exploiting a mentally unstable autistic guy. He had this response.
This is just what I do. I'm not finding someone and exploiting them or whatever. I'm trying to make money at live streaming. I'm trying to find content anyway.
It's pretty funny how his denial is actually an admission of exactly the thing he's being accused of. And as public opinion rapidly soured on Mr. Based, people once again started digging up his past, bringing up the issue of Julia Sumnicked on his stream. This time, he didn't just exculpate himself by claiming he drank the same stuff as she did, but he also added that Zoltan only pretended to drink it, suggesting that if someone had killed her, it was Zoltan.
I never even met her, and he came upstairs to the apartment at midnight one night. I was sleeping in my bed. He knocks on my door. Jason, I want to introduce you to someone. He shows off a hot chick to me. We hang out for a while. He goes, you want some GHB? I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, rah, it tastes like shit. And then he goes and pretends to sip some because I know him. He gives it to the girl. She sniffs it. She goes, ah. And that was it. And then I got really sick from the GHB a couple minutes later, 10 minutes later. I don't know how long. And I'm like, I got to go to bed. I was embarrassed. I was going to throw up in front of him. And that was it. Then I don't remember anything, and I woke up on the floor with vomit all over me, with Zoltan telling me that the girl was dead, and what's he going to do? What's he going to do? That's all. Do I know for a fact Zoltan killed this chick? No, but if he didn't kill her, who did? Of course.
Fortunately for him, the people who continued to watch his stream didn't care about how terrible of a person he potentially was. They were just there for the content. And Jason was more than willing to do whatever he could to keep that content coming. So much so that around this time, he got Josh to move out of his grandpa's apartment.
I'm moving out.
Well, but you don't know when you're moving out and stuff.
Yeah.
Look.
It's our secret.
We got a secret that you guys will never figure out, right?
Yeah.
Except you just spilled the beans a little bit.
His grandparents were under the impression that he was just gonna go to Puerto Rico for 5 days, unaware that Jason was taking him to a $136 a night hotel where they dedicate their time to pushing out as much streaming as possible. In mid-August, Josh got a nasty rash on his face, prompting Jason to take him to a doctor's appointment. Naturally, he pulled out a camera and started recording, showing Josh's cold sores to the public. Immediately after, while they were in the doctor's waiting room, he lit a cigarette and handed it to Josh, who's not a smoker, meaning every puff he took sent him into a coughing fit. Luckily for Josh, they somehow didn't get kicked out of the hospital, and the doctor eventually walked into the room to check on him, explaining that the rashes looked like monkeypox. Jason's response was pretty interesting.
Rashes on my arm and my neck. I don't know what it is. It was itching right before I left for Punta Cana.
We're hoping it's psoriasis.
Or eczema.
Eczema, that was the word.
It looks like possible monkeypox I want to test for.
Are you sick? Monkeypox? Isn't that scary?
I just want to make
Oh yeah, test
sure.
for it.
Let me
Holy.
test for it.
Do you know, have you heard of monkeypox?
When Josh tried to ask what his options are, Jason butted in
What
again.
would be the...
No, you
Wait, can
no,
you
you
stop
guys-
taping me?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
What would be the...
do you not turn this off at the 1 minute point? Thank you.
Yeah. What would be the treatment if it's monkeypox?
At the 1 minute.
Well, you're not.
How long?
it
Where did
has
you go?
To, it has to be.
No, we're turning off. But where did you go to medical school? We're just curious. We have OCD.
Long Island University.
I love that school. God bless you.
Mr. Based is streaming right now.
I think Andrew Wilson would like to hear your views on Destiny and the rants you have been having about women recently. Also, how many conservatives are actually anti-vax? Like, I'm pretty sure Ben was pro-vaccination and destroy those dumb anti-vaxxers.
At this point, I think it's pretty close to the majority. It's probably a simple majority, at least. Pretty sure Ben Shapiro was pro-vax. I don't know what his stance is now. And, yeah, Andrew might have an interest in talking about that. But thanks for the donation, Riley. It doesn't look like he's live right now, unless he has, like, multiple kick channels. Yes.
57, I graduated.
Oh, is he streaming on YouTube?
have the balls to take his Rolex? I don't think so. You see the punches he's doing
under
tonight.
my clothes.
All right, TTS back on. Live Beam founder, you fucking genius. Could you play the...
Holy fuck. This guy has 36,000 concurrent viewers on his live stream. How in the fuck? That's pretty crazy.
Who are you?
CDG Donate Tellers, are you streaming in multiple places? No. You read comments sometimes and I never see those comments in chat. Are you streaming somewhere else? No. If you have the chat on top chat mode, you won't see every comment. Thanks for the donation, CDG. CDG Donate Tellers, unless I just somehow didn't see the comments in chat the other day, I'm kind of tripping right now, lol. Yeah, if you have the chat in top chat mode, some of them are filtered out. If you put it in live chat mode, you see all of them. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Wrong dude, bro. I'm the wrong dude too, bro.
Wrong dude.
Okay.
Here we go.
Since the confrontation that pegged Watson, that piece of shit he had with the 7-foot monster in that gym in Miami, right? But just now, just yesterday, he's involved with another one, but not in the gym. In the pharmacy. He was going in because we know what he likes to do with Chuck Basher and big titties. You know, he likes to get pegged. We know that, so he ran out of lube. He's going to get some lube from the pharmacy. And there was a kid outside. He saw him coming out in a Lamborghini. He goes, I want to know what this guy does because I want to do things that he's doing, right? So the kid approaches him. And you know what happens? I'm going to show you right now what this piece of shit did. So I saw this clip this morning of our favorite asshole, Wes Watson, going into a pharmacy, right, and acting like a clown asshole to this kid who just wanted to find out how he made his money, how he got his Lamborghini, right? And I saw this clip. It was only a few seconds long, but before I say anything else, you know, I don't like making fun of people, right? It's not nice to do. But this guy's always claiming he's 6 foot tall, and I'm watching the video, I'm watching him walking in, and I'm wondering to
CDG Donate Tellers, thanks. That's probably what it was. Are you taking peptides yet for your injuries? Also, what's your option on THC CBD gummies for mental health? I don't really take THC or CBD gummies. I did it once on the Halloween stream. I did them once because I was having sleeping issues, and one other time because of the epididymitis. It just reduced the pain. Is there cons from taking it regularly in small amounts? Probably. THC appears to cause brain damage. So if you're taking high doses regularly, your risk is going to increase. If you're taking smaller doses less regularly, then the risk reduces. Also, are you actually going to attempt a TRT prescription? Likely. We'll have to see, but likely. Thanks for the donation, CDG. And I haven't started taking peptides yet. My elbow is getting better on its own, but the brachioradialis pain is still kind of persistent. It's gotten a little better, but probably gonna order some peptides.
myself, why does he look like a munchkin midget Willy Wonka bitch from the chocolate factory in this? You know, he always claims he's 6 foot tall. But anyway, so he's acting like an asshole to the kid, right? So I said, you know, I need to find out more information. I want to see this whole clip. I want to talk to this kid, find out the story. So I reached out to the kid. He sent me.
After Yahweh had spoken these words to Job, that Yahweh said to Eliphaz the Temanite, my anger burns against you and against your two friends, because you have not spoken to me what is right, as my servant Job has.
The full clip, and he told me the full story. But the first thing I want to do is I want to show you this, and then I'm going to explain the story behind it. So now I know you guys don't like it when I talk sometimes during the clip because it interrupts it. So the first time, to satisfy you pieces of shit, I'm just going to let the clip play. For those of you who just want to come watch it and leave and not hear me speak, you could do that. But then after, I'm going to give my 2 cents and explain the story behind it. So first, let's watch this. I'm not going to say anything.
Look at that motherfucker right there. I need to get my money up like this guy. Shit. This guy look like he don't like to be fucked with, but let's fuck with him anyways. Excuse me, sir. Let me ask you how you're doing that shit.
I'm that motherfucker.
You look like that motherfucker, me too. I just started my shit 20 days ago. I already got 1 million views.
You ain't that dude.
I ain't that dude.
No.
You know how fast I could take you down? I don't look like that dude, but I am that dude.
Listen,
Let me
bro,
show you
listen,
something.
Bro, listen, bro. Listen.
Check this out.
Bro, listen, bro. Go away.
Check this out.
Not to do fuck.
Well, why you gotta be rude?
Because honestly, bro. Look,
I'm saying nice car. You gotta act like I'm nobody. Who are you?
shut the fuck up right now. Wrong dude, bro.
I'm the wrong dude too, bro.
I'm the wrong dude. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Tough Guy, calm down. I'm just saying nice car. Yeah, you too, bro. Fuck. Fucking asshole. Tough guy in CVS.
All right, so you guys watched the clip of the asshole. Now I'm going to watch it again with you. I'm going to put my 2 cents. I'm going to explain and show you the whole backstory behind it. So let's take this back from the beginning. So that's his orange Lamborghini. The kid's outside. Now this kid has an Instagram where he goes up to people, wants the reactions, right? So he's filming, and he's got these spy glasses on, you know, the ones you wear where you record. So he's not filming with his cell phone. Wes has no clue he's filming, all right?
Look at that motherfucker right there. I need to get my money up like this guy. Shit.
So he just wants to know.
George is the bestest cat in the whole wide world.
Hello. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Put the music on. Good boy.
Oh. Oh, that's a nice kitty. Oh, so orange. Wow. Oh. Such a nice orange boy. George is nice. Thanks for the donation, Jania.
You know what this guy's doing to get that shit, right?
This guy looks like he don't like to be fucked with, but let's fuck with him anyway.
Notice when he's walking, look how short this Oompa Loompa looks. Look at him, the munchkin. Look.
Excuse me.
Look at that short motherfucker. He's not no 6 foot tall.
Hey, sir.
He's a fucking liar.
Let me ask you how you're doing that shit.
I'm that motherfucker.
You look like that motherfucker, me too.
All right, so did you hear what he said? He goes, I have a $6 million Bugatti at home. I have a Phantom that drives me. I'm the motherfucker. That's how I do it.
I just started my shit 20 days ago. I already got 1 million views.
You ain't that dude.
I ain't that dude.
No.
You know how fast I could take you down? I don't look like that dude, but I am that dude.
Listen,
Let me
bro,
show you
listen,
something.
Bro, listen, bro. Listen.
Check this
listen,
out.
Bro, listen, bro. Go away.
Check this out.
Not to do fuck.
Well, why you gotta be rude?
Because honestly, bro.
You see? Look. You see, you could tell, look, he's not even taller than the top of this fucking makeup thing. He's not no 6 foot. This fucking guy's a liar.
I'm saying nice
Yeah, he might be like 5'9", 5'10", or something.
car. You gotta act like I'm nobody. Who are you?
Shut the fuck up right now. Wrong dude, bro.
I'm the wrong dude too, bro.
Wrong dude. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Tough Guy, calm down. I'm just saying nice car. Yeah, you too, bro. Fuck.
Now, this is the thing. You would think this guy knows how to act in public, especially when people are coming up to him like this, right? And again, he didn't know the kid was filming. He had those spy glasses on. In fact, when he found out that this clip was online, Wes Watson was pissed, And the kid told me he was trying to take down his Instagram. So now I'm going to show you, okay, what the kid told me. So I was just going on about my day heading into CVS on Miami Beach, and I seen a man who couldn't park an orange Lamborghini who I thought was Bradley Martin, but turned out to be some fellow named Wes Watson. He was a complete asshole. All I did was compliment his vehicle. Man's brain needs serious studying, and he's not no 6 foot tall. So then I asked him, I go, how tall did he see him? He goes, that guy is 5'9". I go, how tall are you? He goes, 6 foot. And then I thought about it. I'm like, this guy's wearing those glasses, you know, the spy glasses, and it's eye level. And Wes is like a foot underneath them. So this is the thing. You would think this piece of shit wouldn't act like this in public anymore, especially after what happened just 2 weeks ago. And who knows the trouble that he could be facing as a result, right? And he didn't even know this kid is filming, so imagine how he's acting with other people and how he says he's the wrong dude. He keeps on going around acting like this. He's going to end up running into the right dude. And he's going to teach this motherfucker a lesson.
I'm saying nice car. You got to act like I'm nobody. Who are you?
Shut the fuck up right now. Wrong dude, bro.
I'm the wrong dude too, bro.
Wrong dude. Okay?
Okay, Mr. Tough Guy, calm down. I'm just saying nice car. Yeah, you too, bro.
So every week, it's something new with this asshole. What's going to happen?
Wes Watson is such a douchebag, dude. I don't know how he lives life this way. Like, he's also a massive pussy. I guess it's worked for him because he takes steroids and he has tattoos. Like, maybe it scares some people off, but, like, holy shit. Just what a weenie. Like, if everybody knew this guy was an actual weenie, he'd probably get his ass kicked by now.
The whole thing was almost surreal in how comically evil Jason came across, and some people thought it had to be staged, although there's no proof that that's the case. Luckily, the monkeypox test came back negative, and like the content...
Oh yeah, I'd be able to beat Wes Watson's ass easy. That guy can't fight for shit.
Goblin he is, Jason made sure to record that as well.
And then when we told her that you went on vacation and what happened to your psoriasis and everything, right?
Yeah.
Then what'd she say? Thank God you told me?
Yeah.
Because she thought you had the most contagious disease in the world?
Yeah.
As insane as Jason's situation with Josh is on its own, there's a character of the story I've been deliberately omitting. So let's go back a little bit to meet a guy called Alex Novell.
I've done a documentary on Josh on my YouTube channel. You guys can check that out. It's pretty cool. It's just kind of like a slice of life of Josh's tour. Yeah, happy to be here. Mr. Base W, great guy.
Alex is a YouTuber known for making in-depth documentaries about weird people. Given he was on Jason's stream, it gave people the impression that he would make a relatively positive documentary about Jason and Josh, since the two seemed to be pretty close at the time. Eventually, Alex came clean and expressed that he believed Jason had indeed killed Julia Sumnick.
CDG Donatillers just had an epiphany. Every retard we know on YouTube, lolcow-wise, is named Jason. Jason Blaha, Jason Genova, and now this Jason. Wow, interesting, huh? Yeah, there's a lot of lolcow Jasons. And all the carnivore dieters have, like, some kind of ironic name. Like Paul Saladino, Sean Baker, Frank Tufano. That, like, they all sound like vegetables or something. It's really strange. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Via overdose, and was now pimping out Joshua Block for his own gain. He even shared a call he'd had with him, wherein Jason talks about how he's expecting Josh to turn on him.
Yeah, somebody said Blaha did a live about my divorce. I don't fucking care. He's just looking for attention.
Very soon, and was looking forward to it, outright saying that his only interest was to leech viewers off of him because the audience thought he was boring whenever he wasn't around Josh.
I can't wait to be done with this kid. Honestly, I know the content is great, but Josh's audience has to see how I'm so much more interesting than him, right? Like, they get that Josh is boring without me now, shouldn't they?
This did not come as much of a shock, since this was just Jason saying what everybody already knew, which is that he was only in it for the content and nothing else.
CDG Donatillers, I like when the universe lines up like that. It's satisfying, lol. Yeah, it's almost like this life is just a joke being played on us. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Once this information was released, the LOLCow Live podcast had a segment talking about the whole situation. Jason was invited to explain himself, but before he ever had the chance to speak, Alex gave a live interview. He heavily criticized Jason for what he did to Josh, bringing up his history of running an escort agency.
Yeah, Mr. Based is famous for being like a pimp in New York City. He ran an escort agency in the 2000s. So makes sense he's like pimping this autistic kid now.
More importantly, he brought the Julia Sumnick story back to light, and he made an extraordinary claim, saying Jason had admitted to him on a call that he'd killed her.
Did not recognize it as a murder or a homicide immediately because they were very busy responding to a bunch of other overdoses in the area.
So you mean to tell me Mr. Based murdered a woman?
Mr. Bass murdered a woman.
From here, Alex retells the original story of Julia's death, with some new additions, such as the claim that Jason was personally responsible for not only buying the GHB, but also for spiking Julia's drink without her knowledge.
He spiked Julia's drink with GHB. They were hanging out for an hour and a half alone in Jason's apartment, and then she died of a GHB overdose.
So this guy's basically a date rapist.
After that, Alex exposed just how far the exploitation went, revealing that Jason had made as much as $60,000 in a week and a half of streaming with Josh off of donation messages alone, all while paying
Whoa. What the fuck, dude? This is fucking insane. How in the fuck do they make that kind of money?
Josh about $200 a day and about $800 to $900 for the hotel room. When Jason finally gets on stream, he immediately addresses the claim that he admitted to leeching off of Josh, explaining that this call took place when he and Josh were on bad terms, and that this was his way of expressing how hurt he was.
Love Josh Block. Josh Block is cool as shit.
Yeah.
We hang out much more often.
What percentage? What are you paying him? What are you paying him? What are you paying?
He also claimed that 50% of all the TTS earnings went directly to Josh, and added that he was a very good influence and supposedly helped him drink less. Perhaps seeing that Jason wasn't addressing a lot of the claims made, or pretending that he'd forgotten that, Keemstar decided to bring Alex back on stream, at which point Jason ran away.
I didn't even know he was joining. I just didn't like that you said he might join, bro.
Well,
I don't know how to hang up.
Hi,
Please hang up on me.
Don't. Oh my god. This is.
Guys, I'm sorry.
Once
CDG $20. He looks kind of like FauziTube, even his mannerisms / charisma. It's interesting, especially looks like him with that hat on. Yeah, there was an interesting study done where they found people with very distinctive eyebrows have a higher risk of having narcissism. So like, yeah, FauziTube, Frank Defano, all very distinctive eyebrows. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Once again, Keemstar truly does his best work whenever he's talking to a guy named Alex. As Alex joined back in, it was pointed out that Jason had thrown his dog while talking to the LOLCow Live crew, and I have no idea why this even happened. You can clearly see him flinging his dog off screen for no apparent reason. But after that was out of the way, Alex denied that Jason gave Josh 50% of the donation money, and eventually, Kimberly and Carl got brought on the stream to go over their incident.
So then we went back, and then he just started like grabbing on me and stuff, and like, I don't know, I was just sort of laughing it off as like, just sort of like trying not to make a big deal out of it, and you know, but then it got more and more aggressive, and so he did put his finger in my ass.
With Carl claiming that during their fight, Jason tried to cut him with a key.
Correct, and I didn't go to find.
CDG $20. Oh shit, don't take off my mask, man. Gonna go trim my eyebrows now. You're blowing my cover. That might be a good idea. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
A police report, because all my information will be public, and he knows people. He threatened me before to hire people to hurt me. And he's just a very
He's a very dangerous person, in my opinion.
Despite how much negative attention had accumulated around Jason at this point, it wasn't enough to stop him from continuing to exploit Josh. Around 2 days after the lolcow livestream, Jason was approached by Alex Novell, who was live, recording him and asking him to admit the truth about Julia, at which point this happened.
Get away from me. Cousin. Look, call the cops. Look, call the cops. Get off. Call the cops. Call the cops. He's attacking me. Call the cops. Oh, he's attacking me. Somebody help. Somebody help. This guy just attacked me. Attack me. Somebody help me. Somebody help me.
News of the incident blew up across social media, with accounts like Drama Alert quickly jumping on the story. It soon made its way to traditional media as well, with articles from Sportskeeda and the Express Tribune. In the moments after, Jason went completely quiet on social media for several days. Meanwhile, Keemstar went as far as to send people to interview anyone living close by in search of him, sending 5 undercover people to sweep the streets, who apparently located him on the same day. This didn't really pan out though, as he was still at large after the tweet. As for Alex, he was invited back on lolcow Live, where he showed the aftermath of the attack. Similar to Carl, his face had been cut, requiring...
Whoa, Jesus. Kid Boot on Tillers, when I'm dieting, do I have to be in a deficit every day? No. You could, like, as long as you're losing weight week to week, so you can be in a deficit for like 3-4 days and then eat at maintenance for another 3 or 4 days and then go back on the diet. It's just so long as you're consistently losing weight over time. Can I have on and off days when I eat maybe maintenance and do deficit and still lose weight? Yes. Also, what's your take on this? Chikawazi. 36, I've seen a lot and dated my fair share of men. Here's the truth most men don't understand about dating and relationships. Most men don't actually like women. They like the idea of women. They want someone who looks good, praises them, and makes life convenient, but crumble when it's time to reciprocate emotionally or intellectually. Okay, this chick's fucking delusional. This is a woman who completely and utterly does not understand men. So, dudes are pretty simple. You know, they want to date somebody pretty that they find attractive, get along with, and they just kind of want peace and quiet. They don't want to start fights and horse shit. And yeah, when women talk about men being like emotionally distant and crap and all that, it's usually they just start nonsense. Like 99% of the time, women just like to start nonsense. They're in a mood. And then when you don't want to engage with it and you're like, okay, peace out, bye, I'll let you have your little tantrum, they start freaking out and you're not there for me emotionally and all this shit. Like, no, we just don't want horse shit. Women don't leave because of big mistakes. They leave because of the small daily betrayals, dismissing her feelings, forgetting to show up, failing to listen. Consistency is what makes women loyal, not one-time grandstand or grand gestures. Yeah, she says that, but then when she meets a dude who is emotional just like her and will cry when she cries and like, oh yeah, I understand your feelings, or capitulates to nonsense like, you can't go out with your friends today, I'm really emotionally messed up and my dad just died. Like, as soon as chicks like this meet a dude who's kind of emotional and listens to their fucking feelings and crap, they leave because he's too feminine. It's basically like women, it's like, I call it female psychosis. Like, women want things both ways. They want a guy who's masculine, very stable, in control of his emotions and all that shit, will stand up for himself. But they also want some dude who will do what they say, listen to their fucking nonsense, capitulate whenever they feel like it, and they can't have it both ways. So in either case, either they have to like put up with a fucking dude who's the kind of man they want, or they can have, an emotional feminine guy that they're not really attracted to. And it either, like, in both cases, a lot of the time, it ends up in a relationship breakup, but generally speaking, when they end up being with a masculine man who doesn't, fall for this bullshit, they end up staying longer. Your ambition doesn't make you special. It's how you treat people along the way that matters. She's not impressed that you're busy or chasing big dreams if she has to beg for your respect and attention. Yeah, okay, it's exactly that. I was right. I'm gonna take a big guess here. If this woman shares any horseshit about her, like, dating preferences, she's gonna talk about, oh, I need a man that makes X amount of money, and it's because I have a certain lifestyle and a certain standard that a man has to live up to. And then when she meets a guy who's actually making that amount of money that she feels is ideal, well, obviously he has to work a lot, right? Because if you're going to be making like several hundreds of thousands of dollars a year or be a millionaire, you probably have to work a lot. And then, I don't want to have to beg for your attention. It's like, that's the dude that you wanted to date, right? And then, if they hit the fucking jackpot and they meet a fucking guy who, like, got their money through inheritance or something, and they're basically retired, and they're just living off of, interest from, like, an index fund or something, then they complain, oh, you're lazy and not ambitious enough, and you're not creative, and then it creates other issues too, right? Like, when you're around a woman too much, what ends up happening is they start hyper-focusing on the relationship, and because women are very, like, prone to anxiety and, what's the term? They're very neurotic. They're going to end up finding problems, right? So, like, if you have an issue with, like, picking your nails or some shit like that, if you're only around her for, maybe a few hours every so often, like maybe you don't see her every single day, but, you're around each other for like 3-4 days out of the week, it's not that big of a deal. But if you like have a tick where you pick your nails or something, like nothing that serious, but like, every so often she has to tell you, can you stop picking your nails? It's annoying. They'll start hyper fixating on that sort of horse shit, and then they'll start picking apart more and more and more problems, and then they'll leave. So they can never have it their way, because any way they have it, they will find fucking problems and shit to complain about. Emotional unavailability isn't mysterious, it's unattractive. Women who know their worth won't wait for a man to figure out his emotions or heal from his last heartbreak. So here's something that women don't understand. We're not filled with nonsense and retardation like you. If something tragic happens, we might have a day where we're kind of fucked up from it. I'll stay at home, smoke weed or something, and then we'll kind of move on. And we don't have to talk about it for fucking months. We don't have to cry about it. We don't have to dwell on it or anything like that. It's not emotional unavailability. It's just like, yeah, whatever, it happened, move on. Women are entirely different. They just dwell on things, think about things for so long. They bring it up in conversations. Just randomly, they'll start crying because they remembered something from like 10 years ago that happened to them. Like, men aren't like that. And then, again, women see that, oh, you're emotionally unavailable and vacant. And then, again, if you're more feminine, and you cry and break down and shit like they do, they're gonna see you as like a weak fucking beta male simp, and then they'll start complaining that you're overly emotional and they can't handle being around you and they need somebody who's more stable. They can never have it there. Like, again, it never works. Women who know their worth won't wait for a man to figure... Yeah. Confident woman isn't intimidating, you're just insecure. Yeah, I read that as... I create fights for absolutely no reason. High-value women don't need to deal with dominance. They need emotional security, partnership, and control. Oh, sorry, partnership and not control. So she just starts fights. She's dated a bunch of men who make less money than she does, and then she starts fights randomly about how, oh, I'm the one making the money around here, and da-da-da, and you're not helping enough with this, and if I'm making more money, you have to do this when I say so. Like, yeah. By the way, she's bald and overweight. Like, yeah, high-value woman. Give me a fucking break. I don't even care if she's rich. Like, most dudes don't really care about dating a chick who makes money because women don't share their money like men do. If you end up dating a wealthy woman, she's not going to start buying you fucking cars and letting you live there fucking rent-free. Like, you don't get much from a relationship like that. Men are the ones who are generous. If they make money, oh yeah, baby, you can stay here for free. Oh yeah, you want a car? I'll get you a car. Like that. So, like, what does she mean by high value? You're bald and overweight. If you were actually high value, you'd probably not have had to date that many men. And she's still single. Women get more turned on by emotional intelligence than six-pack abs. Yeah, you fucking say that. If you can regulate your emotions, hold space, and lead with kindness, you'll stand out more than the gym bros. Oh, my fucking God. Let me look through... I don't know if she ever shares any of the dudes she dates. What is this links thing? So keep in mind, she's overweight. I have no idea what that shit is. Oh, well, okay. I don't know if... Is that her with her man? I guess he looks overweight too. Yeah, that looks like her boyfriend or husband or something. Well, she said strong provider, so I'm assuming this guy's kind of rich. Again, this guy looks like he's overweight, so... It's not like a rich dude who can do better is gonna end up dating her. So it just sounds like she wanted a dude who will just do whatever she says. That's what I'm getting from this. Her independence isn't a threat, it's a blessing. Self-sufficient woman who chooses you does so for desire, not desperation. Uh-huh. Don't confuse her freedom with a lack of loyalty. Women crave safety, not submission. Again, you say that. When she feels safe with you emotionally, mentally, physically, she'll open up, pour into you like never before. Yeah, you say that. Love isn't enough. It's about compatibility, values, great connection with the wrong values or poor timing will still crumble, blah, blah, blah. So she dated a rich simp. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. CDG $22. What do you think of vegetarians? Like, isn't it better since they're at least not eating meat? Let's say that the dairy and eggs someone eats is taken from their own animals on a farm. They're treated humanely. Do you see that as an improvement overall? Well, it's better, but it's like saying I only killed 10 children in the mass shooting as opposed to 30. Like, okay, great. And by the way, vegetarians are always the fucking dickheads that butt in whenever you try to shame meat eaters, and then they say, oh, it's just a personal choice to eat meat. I don't shame anyone for eating meat. Vegans are always so extreme in pushing their values on everyone else. It's always the vegetarians. They're complete and utter fucking scumbags. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
Several stitches. He also explained why he had been...
CDG donated that. ABC donated $2. Why is it that when you argue with a girlfriend, they bring up shit that happened 2-3 years ago? Well, they just hold on to anything they can use against you, right? Like, there's never any real problem. They just create problems. That's why they have to bring up shit that happened like 2 or 3 years ago, because there's no actual issue. They have to create a problem because they're neurotic and insane. How is it relevant to now? Also, they exaggerate the situation. Like, is it really that serious? I bought the wrong kind of bread. Yeah. Women exaggerate problems. They bring shit up from 2-3 years ago. They hold on to everything because nothing is ever really a big deal. They just make everything a big fucking deal because they're neurotic and insane. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
Screaming so loud, saying he wanted to get everyone's attention. At the time of the recording, he had already filed a police report, and he alleged that while he was doing it, one of Jason's bodyguards called him on the phone and threatened him not to go to the police with it, which every cop in the room apparently heard.
All right. The cops are looking for him right now. They're trying to find him. If anyone, like if he goes live and anyone knows his location, call the police and tell them his location. They'll go pick him up.
More importantly, he dug up even more info concerning the Julia Sumnicht case, finding the original police report from 2019, which contained testimony from Zoltan. According to him, Jason had oral intercourse with Julia after she took the drug, supposedly because she was on her period, which meant he didn't want to have regular intercourse with her. Again, I have no idea what to make of this besides that this is absolutely insane and horrific if true. Later on, 2 of Keemstar's contacts were invited onto the show, where they revealed Jason wasn't at his home, despite having all of the lights on. Keemstar reveals that there were 4 different teams looking for Jason at the same time, all of whom were unsuccessful. Jason, meanwhile, was still avoiding capture, messaging Josh on August 20th that he would jump off the Brooklyn Bridge because Keemstar had made his life unlivable. And probably the funniest part about this entire thing is that Josh just responds saying, "I'm sorry to hear that, maybe we can see each other in another life. Let me know if there's anything I can do." Josh later shared messages that implied Jason had thrown his phone away and someone else had found it. The day after, Keemstar claimed that Jason was planning to leave the country and had even tried to convince Josh to follow after him. But in the end, all of these plans didn't come to fruition, as Jason finally returned to social media and revealed that he had apparently been with Josh the entire time, meaning the DMs were manufactured to get these narratives going online.
I went through a lot the past couple days. I had Keemstar's lynch mobs coming after me, banging on my windows for like 5, 6, 7 hours a night. Josh and I were camped out in my bedroom, chilling out while people were banging on the windows, going crazy.
At some point, the two then went to a hotel in New Jersey before separating when Jason reached out to a lawyer, who negotiated for him to surrender himself.
But I am surrendering myself to the police. Just got out of the shower. I gotta get over there within minutes. And God bless you all. Wish me luck. I love you. Peace!
He claims that Alex had assaulted him first, and that all Jason did was pull the wire out of his camera. In the end, he kept his word, and was eventually arrested on charges of assault with a weapon, assault to cause harm, and aggressive harassment. He was ordered to be in court the next day for arraignment. On the same day of his arraignment, he was sent back home, firing up yet another stream as soon as he could. And here, he was notably way more unhinged than usual, and that's saying a lot.
Filming everything I do 24/7 until this matter goes away.
Don't talk about Alex.
I'm not going to talk about the case. I'm not going to talk about that guy. I'm not talking about anyone. But I'm going to live stream my life from now until this all goes away. I'm a streamer, and people are talking about this, and I've got to fucking act like I don't hear what there's. I need to be coached how to deal with this.
He wisely did manage to avoid talking about the ongoing legal case, and afterwards went back to his usual antics, exploiting Josh for every single text-to-speech shekel that he possibly could. But with Mr. Based back in the public eye, he wanted to rehabilitate his public image after so many accusations, so he invited a YouTuber called Ian Bick over to his house. While there is a little bit of interesting information in the interview, it was ultimately perceived pretty poorly by Ian's fan base, who took major issue with the fact that the Julia story was never even brought up. Probably because Jason wouldn't have agreed to doing the interview if he had to talk about it. And just like every other attempt at rehabilitating his image, the interview did nothing to make people see him as any less of a scumbag. So he just carried on streaming, being that scumbag. During a later stream, Josh was sent into another frenzy by some trolls who were telling him to put the fries in the bag. He immediately flew into a rage upon hearing it, running out on the street, kicking 2 random bystanders, followed by more disoriented screaming, and eventually climbing up on someone's car and stomping on it. He and Jason later went back to the apartment where Josh's meltdown continued, only being put to a stop when he started hitting Jason's camera. There was really no end in sight when it came to milking him for content. The owner of the car Josh stomped on later came to Reddit to vent about the situation, providing proof of the damage to his car. He also mentioned he had called the police, although the post was later deleted. Unfortunately, this incident was yet another low for World of T-shirts, where even the old Mayor Flanagan, a self-appointed Joshua defender, had to step in and give people assurance that Josh recognized this was a mistake and had agreed to attend counseling. But unsurprisingly, nothing really changed, and within a few days, Josh was back to his regularly scheduled freakouts. But between all of these embarrassing, insane, and random antics, internet sleuths were trying to dig into what was really going on. Kiwi Farms managed to leak Jason's case summary, revealing he was to appear in court on the 7th. About 3 days later, his YouTube channel was banned for violating terms of service after hackers uploaded a short video referencing P. Diddy, along with a nude picture of Josh. Despite repeatedly begging YouTube to reinstate him, they didn't, so Jason had to make a brand new channel called Mr. Based Live. Despite how many people realized associating with Mr. Based was basically willingly walking.
This guy, like, stabbed somebody in broad daylight, and he's, like, still on YouTube and walking around?
Walking into a living nightmare, some people still didn't know any better. And one of them was none other than Letty, one of the stars of season 1 of Sam Hyde's
Yeah, like, how did that guy get cut over his face? Like, it seems like he used some kind of knife.
reality TV show Fish Tank. In the middle of the stream, Jason suddenly turned aggressive, hurling insults at her and accusing her of being sent on the show for no other reason than to take away from the entertainment value. As the two went at it, Jason brought up an OnlyFans account made in Letty's name, which she claimed had been made by an ex-boyfriend as revenge towards her, whom she supposedly was filing legal action against. The explanation didn't satisfy Jason, though, as he proceeded to comment on her photos.
Get a reaction out of me. Why should I appeal to them and say, like,
just
oh,
tell
I
him,
shaved just for
W.
like,
Letty,
that's none of their business.
Just tell them it's not hairy anymore so they can respect you.
This is just making you look bad.
Woman. Just tell them that you shaved it and it's clean now.
No.
It's still hairy and disgusting?
Anonymous sent $15,
Yes,
Letty. You just didn't go there or Google-born fans to see our holes.
Josh. If she's gonna date you, tell her she gotta shave her ass.
Someone called the cops now sent $15.
This was such a blunder that Jason's own fans were siding with Letty and letting Jason know that he was being intensely creepy. Eventually, a viewer donated some money asking for Jason to kick her out of the apartment, prompting her to leave of her own will and start her own stream, where she claimed she was purposely trying to get under his skin since earlier that day, and before they began their stream, he had already brought up her revenge pictures and went on to ask if they were hot or not. This incident with Letty coincided with Mr. Based fans going on a dono strike, which really stressed him out, as he was making significantly less money than usual already. Meanwhile, on the 1st of November, Alex's documentary on Mr. Based went up, containing interviews with some of the people he had streamed with. But easily the most important part of the video is the coverage of the Julia case.
The grieving family of a Wisconsin college student who died on spring break last year are working hard on 2 fronts this morning.
Yeah, Julia Sumnick's family has hired a private investigator to try to find out who was responsible, and the family is also bringing awareness to the dangers of the drug that killed her.
Alex managed to obtain phone calls Jason made to his lawyer from prison, where the two explicitly discussed how they would distract the public away from the case by publicizing the Billy Ray Cyrus story.
You made the post again this morning.
Oh, really? What does it say?
For the girl who they said that you killed.
Oh, shit. Does it make me look bad?
None of the press made it seem like it was you. The family in Wisconsin hired some investigator to look into this, where the investigators in Wisconsin said they believe they have enough to get you on this.
To get me and Zoltan, or just me?
I think the focus was on you. I don't remember if it was both of you or not.
Oh my God, that makes me a little scared. What seemed to get more attention, the Jason, the Billy Ray Cyrus story, or the Zoltan and the girl story?
In New York, the Zoltan story got nothing.
Oh, got no attention?
Yeah. No, I mean, Gawker didn't pick it up. No one else picked it up.
Gotcha. And did my other story, the Billy Ray Cyrus, get a lot of attention?
Yeah.
To deflect the attention from that, am I a great guy? Yeah, I know I am.
The worst part is that this strategy
Wow.
actually succeeded, and Jason got off the hook. Further damning Jason is the fact that he told Alex that Julia's mother would confirm he had nothing to do with Julia's death, only for Alex to contact her and discover that she felt exactly the opposite. Julia's mom blamed all of it on Jason, saying he was an evil man who should be behind bars. But ultimately, it wasn't Jason's efforts to incriminate Zoltan, but instead the incompetence of the police's handling of the case that got him off the hook. According to private investigators that were looking
There we go. The police at it again, being useless.
into it, there was a water bottle belonging to Julia that wasn't taken as evidence, but if it had been, it would have given the cops enough evidence to put Jason away for good. But unfortunately, they never bagged it.
Yo, what's going on? Don't record me right now.
Okay.
You promise?
Yeah, I'm not recording you.
I'm the one who had the connect to get the GHB, and we got it from this fucking gorgeous DJ. Her name was Lisa Kensington, right? So I bought it from DJ Lisa Kensington, and remember, I almost died from this shit.
Yeah.
Getting her to drink that shit or to sneak that shit on her, that's not killing her. That's not intent to kill. Is it called manslaughter? The one thing I never revealed that I just told you is that I had to connect to get it.
Alex also shows the FOIA of the court proceedings containing Zoltan's full testimony, where he claimed that by the time Zoltan and Julia got to Jason's apartment, he was already taking GHB, got them to do it, and then while Zoltan was passed out, Jason had oral intercourse with Julia, as had been previously stated. With this much new evidence being put on display, the documentary received plenty of acclaim. However, it didn't have much of an effect on Mr. Base's career. After all, he had built an audience off of being a complete degenerate. Why would it really affect him in any serious manner? In mid-November of 2024, Jason then pled not guilty to all charges of assaulting Alex except for one, causing physical injury, which got him time served and a small fine.
Yo. Can you play the most recent instrumental on my channel? It's 2 minutes 30 seconds Jimi Hendrix Nelly Furtado mix up with Hiroshima intro. Up to you.
Can you send me a link? Because I'm not going to be able to find your channel in all likelihood. Why wouldn't you just give me a link? Well, yeah, if you send me the link, I can watch it. Thanks for the donation, dude. This guy literally assaulted somebody in broad daylight and slap on the wrist.
But if every single crime committed so far wasn't enough, within weeks of being released, Jason went on stream with Josh to announce the Josh Block coin, claiming that Josh would never drink alcohol again if the coin got valued at $1. The person running the coin operation was Carl, who held all of the coins prior to their release, and if it wasn't clear to you yet, this is what's called a rug pull. They launched it on stream, whispering to each other about how they would dump it as soon as it went up. While some people were goofy enough to put their money in it, almost everyone knew from the get-go that the coin was a total scam. The funniest part of it is that Jason was the one who ended up getting scammed, as when the coin was launched, a major coin holder, who Jason believed to be their friend, Eric, sold about $70,000 worth of it, absolutely tanking it before they could do anything. He gets so irate over this that he started screaming at everyone in the room, including Josh. But, perhaps clinging to the hope that somehow it would still get pulled off, he went on promoting it, but to no avail.
We're not even doing anything. We're trying to figure out how to launch a coin. Get out! Stop it, Josh.
I want them to leave.
They're not in my house. Stop it.
Yet they're outside.
Yeah. Who cares?
Unfortunately, there really isn't a satisfying end to Mr. Base's story. He didn't get hauled off to prison, and he didn't lose his grip on Josh Block's online presence, as he continues to regularly stream with him and make tons of money off of him every week. And there's seemingly nothing anyone can do to stop him, at least for the time being. You never know when he's going to start up another quote-unquote business that relies entirely on illegal activity and finds himself back at Rikers Island. But more importantly than Jason's suffering, we can hope that Josh Block is at least getting paid, since he's the one people really want to see. Until next time, I've been...
That is absolutely fucking retarded. Yeah, life is very unfair. It's pretty funny how somebody can murder people, fucking sell drugs, like all this shit, and nothing really ever happens to them. John donated $2. My sister watches your streams and is trying to transition into veganism, but is finding it difficult to fully commit. Can you give her some words of encouragement to cheer her up?
Thanks, man. Here is the link.
Alright, I'll listen to that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, dude. Well, we all have our, we all make our own choices. And with veganism, you can either choose to be a good person and respect the lives and well-being of animals, or you can be a worthless, retarded, scumbag piece of shit who's no better than a Nazi, and you make stupid, self-interested decisions that harm animals and even harms yourself, because we all know eating meat and animal products is not good for you. So if she wants to be a scumbag piece of shit, the choice is hers, and if she wants to be a good person, the choice is hers. Unfortunately, we live in a fucking world where, there's not really any consequences for those sorts of actions, so it's not like much can be done, but, it's all up to her if she wants to be a scumbag piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Flow Rhyme Sonics, or Flow Rhythm Son... Flow 4 Rhythm Sonics.
The bushes.
It's me! It's Natty, honest it is!
Amazing is boy for the spooky metaphorically life.
Hiroshima, Part 3. 100,000 people were killed by the atomic bomb, and these 6 were among the survivors. They still wonder why they lived when so many others died. At the time, none of them knew anything.
That wasn't very good. Thanks for the donation.
I don't even know where to begin.
Dodo donated $2. How come you don't hear nothing about Mede, Benjamin, and Code Pink railing against Trump? Every single day they would scream and interrupt Biden and his administration, but nothing to say about Trump. Also, when are you playing games? You haven't played games in months. I don't think it's been months. Like maybe a few weeks? 2 weeks or something? I'll probably play tonight. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. And chances are they're not screaming at Trump and shit, because either they don't have access where they can be annoying. I'm sure his security staff has been instructed to not tolerate any of their bullshit, or they're just listening to the CCP. They're clearly way closer to the CCP than I had ever realized. So they may be instructed by CCP agents to only mess with and interrupt Democratic candidates and not Republican candidates. China may have wanted Trump to get elected. So that's what I'm guessing. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Street Vegan donated $3. Let me see. Oh. Oh. Look at those sweet little moo-moos. Oh, nice moo-moos. I love cows. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan.
Again with this press conference that Trump just held, but let's start here. The President of the United States is so dumb that it's almost offensive. I am personally offended by how dumb his statements were, and I will demonstrate throughout this video that this man is not equipped to be the POTUS in any way, shape, or form. And for the Trump supporters watching, we can accept two separate things. Two things can be true at once. Yes, Trump is a good marketer. He is good at marketing. Let's jump in. And before we go to this clip where he basically gets trapped, someone asks him, you think it's terrible to ever assault a police officer, right? And he says, oh yeah, of course. Then the reporter asks, how come you pardoned somebody that stuck a taser in a police officer's neck? And Trump didn't even know he pardoned him. He was like, did I pardon him? I'll have to look into that. This dude doesn't even know what he's talking about. He just regurgitates QAnon conspiracy theories that he saw on Truth Social while in the Oval Office. But before we get into all of the January 6th clips, because there's a lot to listen to, let me play you this quick snippet of Trump talking about Ukraine, which he was supposed to end today. The war is supposed to be over, but it's not. Yep. And he says that he told President Xi Jinping of China to get the war in Ukraine settled. Again, this is offensively stupid. Fuck? It is offensively stupid. You know, my grandpa has been watching CNN for a few years, and he always sends me these really angry texts. He'll be like, this fucking idiot Trump, I just can't fucking believe it. And I'm always like, dude, you need to calm down. But I feel myself physically morphing into my grandpa right now because now I'm the...
about Ukraine. Did you ask him to get involved in helping settle that? Can you tell us about that?
I did, yeah. I said, you ought to get it settled because he's not done very much on that. He's got a lot of power. Like we have a lot of power. I said, you ought to get it settled. We did discuss it, yeah.
This idiot doesn't realize that China benefits from their ally gaining territory in the form of Russia because China wants to do the same thing with Taiwan. If you're watching this video, you very likely know that China, Xi Jinping in particular, has been eyeing Taiwan for a while. There are even reports that they can make a land grab in 2026 to 2027. They're just waiting. They're watching to see how the Russia-Ukraine war goes. And our idiot of a president genuinely goes to our enemy and tells him to get the war settled. And the reason I laughed is because what he says here is so idiotic. Like, what'd you tell Xi Jinping? He's like, I told him you got to get it settled. Just listen one more time.
Can you tell us about
mission of desperation? He realized that he broke his first promise. Not that he cares, but he wants to be known as a person. I know what BRICS is, so I'm not surprised that he's not aware of this. But let's move on to the next topic. This is the clip that is going especially viral, where Trump is, he kind of gets got. He's asked, hey, are you okay with people assaulting police officers? And he says no. Then watch what happens next.
We'll take a few questions if you want.
Can I ask you about some of the executive orders? You would agree that it's never acceptable to assault a police officer.
Sure.
Right? So then if I can, among those you pardoned DJ Rodriguez. He drove a stun gun into the neck of a DC police officer who was abducted by the mob that day. He later confessed on video to the FBI and pleaded guilty for his crimes. Why does he deserve a pardon?
Well, I don't know. Was it a pardon? Because we're looking at commutes and we're looking at pardons. Okay, well, we'll take a look at everything. But I can say this.
Before he says this, whatever dumb thing he's about to say, he didn't even know if he pardoned the guy. He didn't even know.
Murderers today are not even charged. You have murderers that aren't charged all over. You take a look at what's gone on.
We're doing it with the sole...
Fucking idiot.
You feel FOMO over money you don't deserve because you didn't earn it and you've done nothing spectacular and nobody knows who you are and you're not interesting or funny. Your dick's of average size and you barely use it because women don't like you. And you're sitting at home thinking you deserve $3 million on the back of a fucking coin launched by the most important man on the planet. So because of that, that FOMO will eat you alive inside until you end up aping your fucking life savings into butt shit coin and you're gonna lose it all. And that's going to be God teaching you a lesson. Because if you had more of a brain, you'd sit and think, I don't deserve that money, so whatever.
That was Andrew Tate yelling at his fans for being angry that they have lost money because he rug pulled them again. At this point, this seems to be the Tate's main source of income. Their OnlyFans trafficking operation was shut down as they were arrested. Their dingy little slot machine establishments, which they tell their fans were casinos, have been shut down. Their contacts in the mafia have publicly distanced themselves from them. And membership of their fake university has dwindled to the point where the only way they can keep up with their enormous legal bills is to scam their remaining fans over and over and over. We saw this reach the pinnacle back in November, when Tate performed at least 4 rug pulls on his fans in one stream.
10 more!
Like, by the way, I have no sympathy whatsoever for these people. One, he's done this before, so I don't know why you'd buy into his stupid crypto scam. Two, this guy is openly admitted to scamming men. Like, he had that fake romance scam thing going on. Like, why in the fuck would you ever buy into a crypto project this guy's involved in?
10 more. Boom, went through. 10 more. Buy! 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 Buy my real nigga Tate! Take my Solana! Buy it! Buy it! To pump the price, we have to pump our shoulders. To the fucking moon! Taking every fucking nigger with me!
That was Tate, very subtly pumping his meme coins back in November. He did that for an entire stream. That was wild. I'll leave a link in the description to my video about that debacle. This past week, Tate saw a golden opportunity to create some hype over his meme coins to prepare for some more rug pulls. That opportunity came in the form of Donald J. Trump. With the entire internet in a frenzy over the Trump coin, Tate jumped on stream to tell his fans that this means they should buy his coins.
And then we're going to get the daddy dev on here. So we're going to ask him how he's done. In fact, I might call that motherfucker right now. And we're going to talk about what this means for crypto and how we can...
Less than 3, you don't need $5.
Could the antipsychotic medication you're taking to help you with your mental health be doing lasting damage to your brain? In today's video, we are going to be talking about the long-term and potentially irreversible side effects of these drugs that almost no one talks about. We're going to be...
All right, that sounds interesting. Dr. Joseph.
Hello, and welcome.
I don't know if he has an MD. Board certified psychiatrist, so he is an MD.
Be covering things like brain shrinkage, irreversible movement disorders, and cognitive decline. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm Dr. Joseph. I'm a physician. I used to work at the FDA, and I was a drug safety expert for the pharmaceutical company. And I make these videos because honestly, these risks are rarely talked about, and doctors ought to be telling their patients about them so they can make informed decisions about their health. And really,
couldn't care fucking less about Sam Hyde talking about Vivek Ramaswamy. Dude. Ugh. Yeah, I couldn't care less about Sam Hyde complaining about Vivek Ramaswamy. It's just not a big deal. Nobody really takes him seriously.
from the statistics I've looked at recently, up to 58% of patients on these medications are never even taught about these serious risks, such as tardive dyskinesia. So let's jump in and explore these sensitive topics. And if you stick around to the end, we're going to talk about what you can do if you've developed one of these problems and how you can recover from it. So first, what are the antipsychotics? Well, these are drugs that were originally used to treat schizophrenia. Common antipsychotics include things like Haldol, Risperidol, Seroquel, Latuda, olanzapine, Abilify, and Geodon.
I've taken Seroquel and Abilify.
And these drugs work by blocking dopamine 2 receptors in the brain. And while this can be effective in reducing symptoms of psychosis, agitation, or even depression in the short term, the long-term use of these medications can be associated with neurological damage. So let's jump in and talk about the first type of brain damage that we've seen from these meds, and this is brain shrinkage. Now, for a long time, researchers have wondered why the brains of patients with schizophrenia looked different from the brains of patients without them. And what they found was that the ventricles in patients with schizophrenia appeared larger. Now, a ventricle in a brain is a fluid-filled space, and these ventricles will begin to look larger if the brain tissue surrounding them begins to shrink or die off. And for a long time, researchers said that this was evidence that schizophrenia is this degenerative brain disease where neurons are dying off. But not all researchers, because some of them wondered whether this could actually be an effect of the drug itself. They wondered whether the patients with schizophrenia, because they were on these antipsychotic medications, were experiencing brain shrinkage, not because of the schizophrenia, but because of the drug. So they wanted to do some clinical trials where they could look at this problem. But this is really challenging, because one of the challenges in this research is you would need to have two groups of patients with schizophrenia, one unmedicated and one medicated. And given the widespread use of these medications, it was hard to find unmedicated patients, but it's also hard to convince patients with schizophrenia and psychotic symptoms to forego treatments for long periods of time so they could do these MRI studies. And because we can't do these studies in humans, researchers came up with another way of looking at this. They decided that they would give these medications to healthy monkeys, because these are the most genetically similar to humans. That's what Dolph Peterson and his research team did in 2005. They looked at macaque monkeys treated with olanzapine or Haldol for anywhere from 17 up to 24 months, and what they found was shocking. The healthy monkeys who were given Haldol or olanzapine experienced an 8 to 11% reduction in their brain weight compared to the healthy controls. And what they found was that most of the neuronal loss was in the frontal lobe. So these are the areas in the brain that are associated with high-level thinking, strategic planning, executive functioning. Now, this finding was very concerning, but not all people were fully convinced by these animal studies, and some were arguing that we don't know if this is even relevant to human. Maybe humans are more resilient. And while I think that's unlikely, because I would already be concerned if we were seeing this in monkeys, I think there is some merit to this argument. And so researchers kept on looking into this. And the next researcher to pick this up was Fusar and Pauly and his research team, and they looked into this in 2013. They analyzed more than 1,000 patients with schizophrenia on antipsychotic medication over a period of 72 weeks. That's like 17 months. And then they compared them to healthy controls without schizophrenia. And what they found was eye-opening. Over time, they saw that there was a progressive decrease in the gray matter volume and enlargements in the lateral ventricles in the schizophrenic patients on antipsychotics, but not in the other patients not on the drug. Now, I know a lot of you aren't familiar with some of this.
Well, good thing I'm off antipsychotics. I don't know if the drugs that I was on specifically caused that, but yeah, good thing I solved my depression and everything.
Language, but gray matter volume is neurons. So when we look at the brain, we have gray matter and we have white matter. White matter is a lot of the connections between the neurons, but the gray matter is the other neuronal cell bodies. What that means is they're seeing reductions in neuron. I mean, you could say this is brain atrophy or brain damage. And when they started to look at these patients with schizophrenia to see what was associated with the most neuronal loss, what they found was it was associated with the cumulative exposure to antipsychotic medications, meaning the more antipsychotic you had taken over a long period of time, the more likely you were to have neuronal cell loss. And interestingly, they did not find that the duration or the severity of the patient's schizophrenia was associated with the gray matter loss. Now, what that means essentially is it doesn't look like having schizophrenia or having more severe symptoms of schizophrenia was associated with that, because that might be a confounding factor that would make it look like that, because you could say something like, well, the patients on more antipsychotic had worse schizophrenia. And then because of that, you would say, well, it's not the antipsychotic medication, it's actually because they just had worse schizophrenia. But that's not what they were finding. When they were looking at these associations, the duration or the severity of the schizophrenia was not associated with the level of neuronal degeneration. It was just the cumulative exposure to antipsychotic treatment. And so for me, having looked at this evidence now, what's happened to the monkeys and what we're seeing in humans on this medication, I would say that's quite compelling evidence that antipsychotic medications, when used long terms, may be associated with some brain shrinkage or neuronal damage. Now, the next sign of brain injury from antipsychotics I want to talk.
Street Vegan donated $3.
The biggest medical mystery I know of is that no one born blind has ever been diagnosed with schizophrenia. And when I say no one, I mean no one. We've searched the historical records. We've looked in mental hospitals. There was a 2018 study that looked at 500,000 children, and we have never found a single person born blind who develops schizophrenia. Now, this is really weird, because if you have visual problems later in life, that actually makes you more likely to develop schizophrenia. Scientists have no idea why this happens. We have absolutely no clue. There are theories, of course, about, visual cognition and schizophrenia. Clearly it plays some role, but we have no idea. And if we could understand this weird missing link as to why congenitally blind people are totally protected against schizophrenia, if we could understand that, we might be able to treat or cure or prevent schizophrenia much better. But right now, it is 100% one of the strangest mysteries in medicine, and one of the few absolutes in medicine. There's not like a single outlier case over in Iowa or Croatia or something. No one.
That's interesting. Don't know if that's true, but that is interesting. Thanks for that, Nation Street Vegan.
Talk about is for tardive dyskinesia. Now, this is a complicated word, but it essentially describes a type of movement disorder caused by these medications, and it's characterized by involuntary repetitive movements of muscles. Typically, this starts around the mouth, and you'll have lip movements or your tongue will be moving, but sometimes it can progress to the rest of your body, and you can start to have jerking of your shoulders or even your torso. Unfortunately, this can be a permanent side effect, and researchers and clinicians studying this have noticed that for many patients, it can be irreversible even after coming off the medication. And this suggests that this side effect has been caused by direct neuronal damage, which has not healed even after the drug is removed. Now, studies that look into this to try and estimate how frequent this risk is have found that this occurs in about 4 to 5% of patients annually. That means about 1 out of 20 patients on these medications will develop tardive dyskinesia per year. And for patients who have been on these drugs for several years, it's quite often that you see 20 to 30% of the patients have tardive dyskinesia. And this risk continues to increase the older you get. And the prevalence of finding tardive dyskinesia is at about 50 to 60%, particularly in patients over the age of 45. What this suggests is there may be less neuronal resilience in older patients, and so then they're more likely to get this side effect. And from what I've seen reading the medical literature, the group at the highest risk of having these side effects are women over age 65. One of the saddest things about tardive dyskinesia was for a long time, psychiatrists used to dismiss this because it would happen in patients with psychosis and schizophrenia. And they would say things like, well, this doesn't really bother the patients, almost suggesting that they weren't aware of it or because of their psychotic illness, it just didn't really matter to them. That couldn't be further from the truth because in a recent survey of our patients with tardive dyskinesia, 70 to 80% of them were aware of this movement disorder and 50 to 60% felt self-conscious or embarrassed about it. And nearly half of them said that it was affecting their ability to perform their jobs. So this side effect is not something to be thought of lightly. In fact, a lot of patients experiencing this really don't like it and it has a big impact in their life, which can potentially be permanent. Now, the final piece of cognitive damage that I want to talk to you about is actually the link between patients with tardive dyskinesia, so the side effect we just talked about, that involuntary movement disorder, and cognitive decline. One of the most concerning things about tardive dyskinesia is that it's an indication that these drugs are damaging neuronal tissue. And many doctors think that the neuronal damage is only confined to the areas of the brain responsible for movement. However, I think this is really wishful thinking, because why would this damage only affect one area, especially when both human and animal studies are showing broader brain shrinkage? And there's actually good data to suggest that this isn't confined to one area such as movement, but it's actually happening for multiple other things that the brain is doing. In particular, cognitive decline. Tardive dyskinesia and cognitive decline appear to be going hand in hand with many patients, which is suggesting that there may also be some permanent cognitive decline in these patients. And so when researchers have looked at this, and they looked at 206 patients with schizophrenia, the patients who had tardive dyskinesia showed more significant cognitive impairment and a higher score on the PANSS scale in the negative symptom domain. For those of you who are not familiar with the PANSS scale, this is the most common research tool for assessing the symptoms of schizophrenia. And the negative symptoms are the ones such as low motivation, not talking, being withdrawn, not socializing. Those were all of those areas where patients were performing worse if they had tardive dyskinesia. In addition, when other studies have been conducted to look at patients with TD, they've also found that these patients perform worse on cognitive tests, particularly in things like attention and visual spatial skills. And this makes a lot of sense based off those earlier animal studies where we found that a lot of the frontal cortex and even some of the parietal lobes were the spaces that were most affected by this. And if you know a little bit about neuroanatomy, you'll know the frontal lobe is associated with attention, and the parietal lobe, kind of sitting just behind the frontal lobe, is associated with visual spatial skills. So it's no surprise that these patients were having deficits there. And so from my perspective, because these cognitive declines are going hand in hand with TD, I worry that these may be potentially irreversible, because that's what we're seeing with some patients with TD. And unfortunately, I think a lot of doctors miss this and they don't warn their patients about it, because something like TD and involuntary movements, you can't really explain that away by someone's schizophrenia or someone's bipolar or depression. It just doesn't happen in those conditions. But if someone's having some cognitive deficits, it's really easy for a doctor to just say, well, it's part of your underlying illness. We see some cognitive dysfunction in these things. And I think this is potentially completely overlooked. And that is a bad thing, because it needs to be acknowledged, because everyone should be warned about this if they are going to take these drugs. And in particular, I really worry about drugs like Seroquel, which is given out at low doses for insomnia. And a lot of people think that they can't get tardive dyskinesia on a low dose. But if you look at the Seroquel label, it says it right there in plain English. Tardive dyskinesia can occur even at low doses after using the...
Yeah, I was on Seroquel for a little while. I can't remember how long I was on it, but I was on it for a little while.
Drug for a brief period of time. And I don't think anyone would want to take that drug for insomnia if they knew they could potentially develop enduring brain damage from it. So let's move on now and let's talk about why this neuronal damage is occurring. The thing is, no one really knows. But one theory is that prolonged dopamine suppression actually causes oxidative stress. And this leads to an imbalance between the free radicals and the antioxidants in the brain. And this imbalance can go on to damage the neurons. So now that we understand a little bit more about why this is happening, let's talk about what you can do about it. Well, the first thing that I would say is the best preventative measure is to avoid starting antipsychotics, especially for conditions when they aren't necessary or there are other safer drugs. Again, thinking about Seroquel and insomnia. Another area where you may want to avoid them is for things like depression that isn't severe or causing suicidal thoughts. Because let's think about it. If you're someone that's depressed and you get on one of these medications and all of a sudden you develop neurological damage or some enduring cognitive problems, that's going to make you feel worse. That will make you feel more depressed than you are now. And so you want to be really, really careful about using these medications for depression, especially in the long term. You also want to be really cautious about using these meds if you're a woman and if you're over age 65, because that's the highest risk of tardive dyskinesia. And if you do need to take them, maybe you have a severe psychotic illness or really severe depression and you just have to take them anyway, try and take them for the shortest period of time. Work with your psychiatrist to taper off as soon as you're well and only use them when it's absolutely necessary. necessary. And if you do need to take this medication long term, aim for the lowest possible dose and remember to stay engaged and proactive in your treatment. Make lifestyle changes like avoiding alcohol or stimulating drinks. Consider trying an anti-inflammatory or ketogenic diet. I've seen people completely recover from conditions like schizoaffective disorder. I mean, it's not this panacea that's going to work for everyone, but simply dietary changes have had a massive impact on some of my patients. Another thing that you may want to do is to do a comprehensive functional medicine workup. This panel will look at things that most doctors will miss. It can look at heavy metals, it can look at mold, it can look at nutritional deficits. For a long time, I thought this stuff was completely overblown and it wasn't that useful. Having been in this space for a while and talking to a lot of patients, these things have actually helped them feel better. Now, by doing these things like the diet and the proper workup and all of that may just reduce your reliance on these medications, and so you can bring the amount that you use down. And so always stay proactive in your treatment and look for non-drug ways to manage your depression or psychosis. One thing I want to add is that there's actually groups. So if you have a psychotic illness and you want to avoid taking antipsychotics, you want to look into groups like the Hearing Voices Network. This is a community of people who are living with psychotic illness and they're trying to avoid the medications or take supplements. Now, there are several supplements out there that have shown promise in mitigating the risk of TD by reducing that oxidative stress. And so vitamin E is one of them. This is a powerful antioxidant that may help.
Yeah, carnivore dieters get like 0 vitamin E, and that's probably one of the reasons why people like Paul Saladino looks like they've aged 10 years in only like 2 years. They have no vitamin E whatsoever in their diet.
Prevent TD in high-risk patients. You can also take drugs like NAC or glutathione, which also reduce free radical damage. There's things like coenzyme Q10, which is a powerful antioxidant that can reduce oxidative stress. And you also want to take things like omega-3 fatty acids and fish oils, as these have strong anti-inflammatory and neuroprotective effects. If you are taking these medications long-term, you may be interested in taking some of these supplements. Now, finally, specifically for things like tardive dyskinesia, there are some pharmaceutical options out there. And these are drugs such as valbenazine or Ingrezza or deutetrabenazine or Austedo. These are VMAT inhibitors that reduce dopamine release, and they've been shown in clinical trials to reduce the symptoms of tardive dyskinesia. However, what I will say is they come with a lot of side effects. Things like worsening depression, suicidal thoughts, hypersensitivity reactions. They can be very sedating as well. They can cause some cardiac arrhythmias also, and they put you at a higher risk for NMS, which can be a life-threatening adverse reaction. And they can also cause signs of Parkinsonism. Now, not everyone is going to get these side effects, obviously, but I bring these things up because I want you to know this is a powerful drug. And from my experience working with my patients, after they've already been harmed by a drug and they've developed something like TD, they're usually pretty wary about getting on another pharmaceutical, especially if it has serious side effects like this. Another thing I'll mention about these drugs is they are really expensive and they can sometimes cost thousands of dollars per month to be on. So from my perspective, they're not really a great option. So that's my deep dive on the neurological effects of antipsychotics that no one is talking about. I wish I could end this video on a more positive note and say that recovery from TD and these neurological things happens in everyone, but unfortunately that's not always the case. And while many patients will improve once they come off the medications, others continue to suffer from these symptoms long term. And that's why I think this message is so important. People need to know these things before they get on the drugs.
That's an interesting video. I didn't know that.
Can you utilize it? Because we've Yo, nigga. What's good? All right, so what happened? This shit just came out of nowhere?
Yeah, basically, exactly that. It just came out of nowhere.
Trump's the guy, right? So all the people saying that the trenches are bullshit and validated meme coins as a whole.
You can't get bigger than that. You don't get bigger than that. And that sort of like adds a certain validity to, you know, the chain and, you know, even for, you know, Daddy and other coins like that.
We have...
It's important to note that this Daddy Dev that Tate is talking to is this man. Issa, who goes by the handle Issa the Cooker on Twitter, is very open about being the developer of these scams for Tate. This was the same man you could see Tate speaking to on the phone in his mega scam stream in November.
So are we burning this or not then?
We're fucking burning this shit, bro. Send this shit to 100 mil right now. I've been telling people, bro. I've been telling people this shit's undervalued.
It's time.
It's time for 100 mil.
If you have lost money based on any of Tate's rug pulls that he has performed since he launched Daddy in June 2024, along with Tate, you can take this up with Issa the Cooker on Twitter. I repeat the handle, Issa the Cooker. During this stream and a video that Tate posted on Twitter, we could see them continuing to make fraudulent, impossible promises to get Tate's followers to, for lack of a better word, pump Daddy.
We have Daddy, which is directly linked to me. So when I'm free and I'm flying the world, that's going to blow. This token is his stock. I'm Donald Trump. This is my token. I think it's a fantastic idea. That's what I have effectively done with Daddy. Once I'm free and I'm traveling the whole world and I'm on all the biggest podcasts in the world, Daddy will blow to the moon.
For 6 months, Tate has been promising a grand world tour to promote Daddy and send it to the moon.
We hope you get your money up. We hope you're involved in the real world airdrop. We hope you're going to stake your daddy and come see us in the Daddy tour coming soon.
Yeah, whatever.
I'll say this as many times as I need to, in case every time I do, there's some new Tate supporters watching who need to hear this. Andrew Tate's world tour is an impossible, fraudulent scam. In March of 2024, extradition for both Andrew and Tristan Tate was approved to the UK for more charges of human trafficking and rape. This extradition, which is to go into effect as soon as the Romanian criminal proceedings are complete, makes the world tour impossible, and every time the Tates have used it to promote anything, fraudulent. This also makes Andrew becoming Prime Minister impossible. Yet, we can see him guaranteeing this will happen, and saying this will be tied to a Bruv coin.
Because I'm very serious. I'm going to become Prime Minister. You know, I'm serious about Vote Bruv. I'm making a very serious political statement, which is why I didn't want to heavily endorse a coin, but fucking Trump is. Does Vote Bruv need to endorse an official coin or not?
I think it does personally. I think that we should definitely talk about that. I think Bruv's gonna be a heavy coin, bro, and I think I agree.
I was on Prozac in my teens, smoked weed for first time, got stuck, and was blanking in and out of consciousness. Think damaged myself forever. My brain was young. Probably not.
Everything you say, I think everything becomes tokenized these days.
If Trump's doing it, then I guess anyone can do it.
With the Bruv Party, in my opinion, and this is why I've stuck with the Bruv Party coin, and I've mentioned it a few times on my Twitter, I think on like a trenches level, it's extremely bullish, bro. It's a fucking political party. There's a lot of, outside involvement. You're huge.
Vote Bruv was a super serious, and still is a super serious political movement. I will become Prime Minister of the UK. I'm already working with my King Councils, getting the entire electoral party set up completed. I will become Prime Minister. People asked me, Andrew, you should have a Vote Bruv coin. I said, no, I don't want anything to be taken away from the political movement. But now, after this morning, I don't think that having an official Vote Bruv coin damages the Vote Bruv movement at all. So I think we can officially endorse a coin now, as Trump has. So Vote Bruv will have a stock. If I becomes PM, then the stock price will skyrocket.
The thing about this is there is already a Bruv coin. It was launched a few weeks back when Tate announced his phony Prime Minister campaign. And very soon after launch, it was rugged. Tate hasn't yet announced any affiliation with this coin, but could be seen in streams on Twitter and inside the Real World platform, repeating the phrase "bruv to the moon." What really seems to tie this coin to Tate and his people is that Issa can be seen relentlessly promoting it, and is even an admin in the Bruv Telegram group. After the launch of Bruv, researchers reported insider trading and declared the coin high risk, saying do not buy. Have a look at how Tate, in his recent scam stream, pushed his supporters to buy Daddy, literally promising that the price would go up based on his fraudulent promises.
Daddy is the Tate stock price. As I get free and as I do more and more amazing things, the price of Daddy will go up. So you can sit now as a crypto trader and sit and think, do I believe that Tate's gonna be free and do more amazing things in future than he is now? Yes. Okay, then I can buy Daddy. Vote Bruv was...
After this direction from Andrew, a lot of his followers did buy Daddy. And immediately after, without warning, this is what happened to Daddy. This is a 5-minute chart, which shows how quickly and without warning the rug was pulled from underneath Andrew Tate's supporters. During this stream, we also saw the price of Bruv go up because Tate guaranteed his fans that it would go to the moon when he becomes Prime Minister. And this is what happened to Bruv. While Tate was doing his stream, Issa was on Twitch doing a stream of his own simultaneously. He deleted the VOD, destroying the evidence, so I don't know what extent he was pumping these coins on stream. Again, that is Issa the Cooker on Twitter, for those who lost money. During this period, we also...
Beretta 1301 or a Benelli M4. Aren't they like practically the same thing? I don't know what's better. Or wait, am I mixing up the... I think I'm mixing up the two guns.
All right, Mike. We got hostage situation.
Hey guys, today we're going to be talking about the Beretta 1301. The question is it a good combat shotgun? Well, to answer that, we'll be comparing it to many other shotguns out there, including the Benelli M4, see how it stacks up. So today on Grand Thumb, before we talk in some comparison to the Benelli M4. Now you have to understand that the Benelli M4 is a legendary combat shotgun. In the test with the Marine Corps, it went 25,000 rounds without cleaning. It is just an astounding shotgun in every way. Now, it should be also noted that the Benelli M4 has, of course, been around for a longer time. 1301 hasn't. So the question is, how does a 1301 compare? Well, let's find out. Let's go into it. So to start with, we have our barrel. Now, this cold hammer forged barrel from Beretta is extremely durable. Now, that's going to be important, especially on any type of weapon that can be expected to meet some of the toughest conditions known to mankind, whether it be combat, whether it be your basement, whatever you're doing out there. So the barrel is absolutely awesome. Now, and on top of that, you do have a choke. Now the question is, are you going to change that choke? Probably not, because you're probably not going to shoot the shotgun. But if you do, you can change that choke, no problem. Now, moving from that barrel, which is phenomenal in every way.
If you're going to be shooting double aught, you definitely don't want to choke.
In fact, we've been able to make 120-yard shots with slugs pretty much no problem. We get over to the sights. Now, sights, in my mind, are very important on a shotgun because there's a pretty high probability that you'll end up using them due to the fact that on a shotgun, sights just make a lot of sense. Now, we, of course, have metal wings protecting the front sight. It's very visible, very easy to see. Now, moving back from there, we, of course, have a rear sight. Now, some people have gotten angry about the rear sight due to the use of polymer. Now, this isn't so much a problem for me. A lot of people have made comparisons to the Benelli M4 with its metal rear sight. But to be honest, as we've seen from Magpul and many other companies, long as the polymer is of good quality, you're not going to have any problems with that. And what's much more important to me than that is, of course, going to be the optic mount. So right here with this Picatinny mount that we have on this 1301, I have a Aimpoint T1. It has been absolutely awesome. There are other mounts out there from different companies that will allow on this Benelli M4 with the ScalarWorks mount, which, as you can see, allows you to see the iron sights through your optic.
I hate
now, of course,
that.
you can get those no problem. And in fact,
I really don't like that co-witness concept. It just makes it's a distraction. Either just have red dots or just irons or have like flip up sights. If you're never going to have a red dot malfunction. So like, why even fucking bother?
This shotgun, which was modified by Langdon Tactical, does allow you to do that as an option. Now, moving from there, Langdon on their 1301s has included the Nordic +2 extension on their shotguns, which is needed because much like any other Italian shotgun coming in, you do have a cucked version that's coming into the United States. So with the +2, we have a total of 7 in the tube. It should be noted, depending on the type of ammunition you're getting, whether it's from Turkey, gross, or somewhere else, you might not get quite 7 rounds in the tube because different shells are going to have different overall lengths, which could lead to some variability of the amount of ammunition that you can load into your shotgun. It's just the way it works, I'm sorry. But you have 7 + 1 in the chamber. Now, you can ghost load certain models of the Beretta 1301. It's a little bit more difficult. It's certainly more difficult than, say, with a Benelli M4. It is doable as a quick note. Ghost loading allows you to put a round on the shell lifter. So you have 1 in the chamber, 1 in the shell lifter, then 7 in the tube as a quick note there. Now, moving back from there, if we come in and take a look at the actual action of the weapon, this is what I was most concerned about, but ended up not being a concern at all. The Beretta 1301 uses a blink system or a B-link system. So you can see right here that on this handguard that's been modified from Langdon that we do have the action spring that is visible. I was super worried that this would in some way make this an unreliable weapon. But to be clear, in all the rounds we fired through it, almost entirely full power slug and buck, we haven't had a single malfunction. I've hucked this thing as hard as I can into water because, I don't know, I have a problem. I'll work on it. But it is to impress me. And what's really interesting, I think, about the B-Link system on the Beretta 1301 is that it does cycle faster than the Benelli M4. And we'll show a video of that right here. So you can see that the Beretta 1301 is a
I'd probably go with a 1301.
Faster cycling weapon. Now, the question is does that matter? So I had a couple talks with both Ernest Langdon as well as Steve Fisher, both shotgun gurus. And the fact of the matter is with full power shotgun ammunition, I haven't found that I'm any faster with the 1301 than I am with the Benelli M4. And the reason for that is full power shotgun loads have a little bit of kick to them. So it's certainly a reliable system, and certainly if that reliability is in no way affected by that. So we're going to go ahead and start with the Beretta 1301, 3 rounds, full power.
1301's cheaper too, isn't it?
Power buck. Not too bad at all. And finally, the Benelli M2. Nice. So, between the three, the hardest recoiling was the Benelli M2, which is a very, very light competition. 1301 is a hard recoiling shotgun in any way because, again, a gas-operated shotgun is a of your ammunition. So one of the biggest things that we can talk about with a shotgun is how easy is it to feed this shotgun, and that is one way where the Beretta 1301 is in every way superior to the Benelli M4. And let's talk about that for a moment. So on this, when we want to go ahead and load it, of course on our last round we're going to go dry and the bolt is going to lock back. At that point we need to go ahead and take a round. We have a dummy round right here. We typically pull it off a shell carrier, such as this one from S-Tac right here. So we'll go ahead and do that for you guys. So what you're going to do is you're going to pull that shell off, either go over or under, get it into that chamber, and then you're going to drop that bolt. The question is, how easy is that to do? Now on the 1301, it's quite easy because you can see right here, this bolt release, let me get that guy out there for you guys. This bolt release is oversized and huge, and you can hit it at almost any point and completely release that guy, no problem.
I'd go the 1301.
Also saw G, another of Tate and Issa's shitcoins, get rugged. Now, we've seen Tate relentlessly scam his followers like this before, but what we haven't seen is the relentless backlash that Tate got not just on Twitter, but even from his so-called students in his fake university. I've been researching the real world for nearly 18 months, and I cannot stress how unprecedented this reaction is. Tate has, I believe, a genuine cult leader relationship with the young men and boys in this program. He's the guru who can do no wrong. People literally get banned from the platform for criticizing Andrew Tate, but for a lot of them, this was one rug too many, and it woke them up. This guy gave us the general vibe of the site, commenting that Tate rugged all his students. Fuck him, his brother, his father, and mother. Straight bitch. There was some disbelief. Directly after the rug, this member remarked, Tate actually rugged his students, shaking my head. With this one asking, did Tate really rug his students? There seems to be some heavy losses. With this one saying, fuck you Tate, got me f***ing liquidated. We tried, but got rugged.
These kids are fucking stupid, dude. Some of them aren't even kids, they're like 30, 40-year-old fucking dudes. Like, you're a fucking dumbass, man.
Fuck Tate. I'm surprised there's this many people still in this. I'm done defending Tate, to be honest. He's making it more difficult as time goes by. This one lost $900 in a blink. One young man remarked, Andrew Tate is a bitch. To give you an idea how young a lot of these lads are, here is one asking for help in the checklist to make sure they apply deodorant, take a shower, brush their teeth, and wash their face and ears. I would be very curious to know how many members of Andrew Tate's The Real World cancelled their membership this week. I cannot imagine it would be a small number. Some of these lads are clearly shocked that Andrew Tate would use crypto to scam in this way. It might seem odd when you remember that he used to be against crypto.
I have nothing to do with any cryptos whatsoever, and I'll tell you why. Because in crypto, it is impossible for someone to win without somebody else losing. If you're going to buy a coin for $1 and sell it for $10, the only reason you have made money is because someone else bought it for $10 and they are going to lose. I do not want anybody who is associated with me in any form to lose. I don't want any of my fans to lose. I don't want any young children who believe in me to lose. I don't want anybody to lose a single penny. That is why I do not endorse any cryptos. I will not endorse any cryptos, absolutely none of them. If they say I have anything to do with it, they are f***ing lying. I have nothing to do with any of it. You know what?
Well, what you need to understand is that was just part of the image that he was selling to you all at the time. Tate and his War Room circle have a history of scamming people with crypto going back years and years. In the leaked chat logs of Andrew Tate's War Room cult, he can be seen discussing them taking part in a crypto scam called Boa Coin, a crypto scam for the Bulgarian mafia. Tate sent this voice note to the group to prepare for it.
Yeah, the guy who owns this exchange is War Room only, guys. The guys who owns this exchange is straight king gangster. So if you Google up, you'll notice that the Bulgarian government, they seized about, I think, some billions of dollars worth of Bitcoin from some criminal guys, and they did.
Dodo donate $2. Andrew Tate in that video literally looks like he has an old man's body, like sagging, disgusting skin. What the fuck? Also, can you place games soon? Also, when are you making a video? Shitting on China, you have to do it. Come on. I'll do it soon. I think tomorrow I'll probably make a video going over the Destiny situation thing because I think a lot of people are kind of infantilizing the victims a little too much. Like, what Destiny did is obviously really shitty, but they're treating everybody who's been involved in this like, you know, a child. So I'm probably gonna put out a video tomorrow going over some of my thoughts on that. I'll make a video on China sometime soonish, but we'll play Cuphead in just a few minutes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That because the guys are trying to sell the Bitcoin through an exchange, so they've made their own exchange now. So this is basically a mafia exchange. So all the mafia guys are just gonna be fucking around with all their money in here, because this exchange don't give a shit where the money comes from. It's all just shady underworld shit. But the Boa coin that they've launched, they're gonna pump hard. So get the coins free now because they're completely free. It's gonna go up. So they've got some things going on. It's gonna go up. I'll let you know when it's probably. They'll tell me when a good time to sell is. So they're aiming for, like, I don't know what they're aiming for. They're aiming for $100 a coin. That's gonna be fucking hard. But we'll see what happens. But even if it goes up to $50, $60 a coin, who cares? It's free. So that's a mafia exchange. But yeah, that's why it's hard for U.S. citizens. But if you want to use a VPN, no one gives a fuck. Just get involved.
This was in either 2018 or 2019. Jonathan Bow, the money pilot, can be seen remarking, "Yeah, create a bunch of fake accounts to scam coins from an exchange run by the Bulgarian mafia. What could go wrong?" In these group chats, you can also see Tate and his people discussing another crypto scam they were a part of called eBoost. In 2020, Tate ripped off a bunch of people with a Forex scam.
We're gonna play Cuphead. I just have to beat the final boss, and we might play some more games after.
Could go on and on. If there's one thing we know Andrew Tate cannot handle, it is confrontation. And with all the backlash from his latest scam stream, barely a day later, Andrew jumped on stream again to gaslight all of his angry fans. He yelled at them and told them it was their fault they lost money, and God was punishing them.
And crypto is the easiest come money, which is why you see all these people on the internet talking about how they lost it all. It's amazing how the human heart is infected with a permanent and never-ending greed. You're scrolling Twitter, you're talking in Discord groups, and you're losing all your money. If I make $1 million in crypto, nobody gets rich but me. I just stole it. Savings, then what? So this terrible FOMO, this chasing shiny objects to imagine this perfect world where you pulled off this free money from the sky that you didn't even work for. that negative emotion that you feel, that sadness that you feel, that should have you in the gym training harder than you've ever trained. But instead, what it has you doing is scrolling up and down Twitter, refreshing the page, hoping that's going to somehow turn back time. If God decided you didn't need to catch that pump right now, then his plan for you is for you to dedicate yourself and rain dance until you eventually catch the pump when you deserve it. Taking the L on your chin like a man and saying, yeah, good, I didn't deserve that money yet. You know you don't deserve it, and God knows you don't deserve it. And if he gave it to you, it would be a punishment. There's nothing worse than giving a person who's not ready for money. It's like giving a Ferrari to someone who doesn't know how to drive. We all need money, of course. But those of you who missed out, those of you who are sad, those of you who are begging me to pump something so you can catch some quick money, have missed the lesson that the universe and God is giving you. I said when I was launching Daddy, my primary concern was making losers rich. Because if I allow a loser to become rich off of my coin or what I've done, then I'm not propagating my worldview. The fact you are begging for a pump, instead of saying, how do I make enough money? Instead, we'll sit around depressed, smoking cigarettes and drinking diet fucking Cokes, shows there is something broken inside of your mind. Oh, Trump didn't pump, so Andrew, launch another coin and I'll just grab money off of that. But I'm not the guy who's going to sit here and pump shit for you to sit around f***ing off 6 times a day. And all this FOMO that exists is truly incredible, because none of you deserved to catch a fucking pump. And you should be glad you didn't even get it. It is absolutely brutally arrogant for you to feel FOMO over money you don't fucking deserve. You'll feel FOMO over money you don't deserve because you didn't earn it and you've done nothing spectacular and nobody knows who you are and you're not interesting or funny. Your dick's of average size and you barely use it because women don't like you. And you're sitting at home thinking you deserve $3 million on the back of a fucking coin launched by the most important man on the planet. So because of that FOMO will eat you alive inside until you end up aping your fucking life savings into butt shit coin and you're gonna lose it all. And that's gonna be God teaching you a lesson. Because if you had more of a brain, you'd sit and think, I don't deserve that money, so whatever. That's what's gonna happen. God's gonna punish you for your brutal arrogance. Don't ask me for pumps. I will pump it if I feel like doing it because I think it's funny or if I think you deserve it. If you feel FOMO for yesterday, self-analyze if you truly believe you deserve that money. Find a positive direction for all of those emotions.
When it comes to this topic, a sentiment I see...
Who the fuck would ever listen to this asshole? I have zero sympathy for anybody who lost their money. Like, you're a fucking dumbass.
A lot, which I do understand, is it serves them right. If they're stupid enough to trust Tate, they deserve it, etc., etc. For any of Tate's fans or former fans watching, I want you to know that I don't see it that way. From the research I've done into the real world and speaking to former members, I know how isolated you are from some of the things that we know. It's not your fault. My comment section, social media pages and DMs are open. For 2025, I have some big plans for the channel. I plan to do some more investigative pieces on a bigger scale and upgrade the production value on my videos. I'm going to need some support to make...
All right, so yesterday, just a few hours after being sworn in, U.S. President Donald Trump began signing a series of executive orders. One of those set in motion a plan to designate Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. That's what we're going to talk about today. Essentially what that means, the tools that it unlocks for the U.S. government, as well as reactions and opinions from the right and left side of the political spectrum here in the United States, and then what to keep an eye out for in this regard going forward. So starting out, just diving into the actual text of the executive order, because we have that to go off of, it says, quote, the cartels have engaged in a campaign of violence and terror throughout the Western Hemisphere.
I can guarantee you a lot of the big banks like Chase, they're really not going to like that. Because if they're ever caught accepting money or transferring money from a drug cartel, that carries very, very serious implications.
That has not only destabilized countries with significant importance to our national interests, but also flooded the United States with deadly drugs, violent criminals, and vicious gangs. The cartels functionally control, through a campaign of assassination, terror, rape, and brute force, nearly all illegal traffic across the southern border of the United States. In certain portions of Mexico, they function as quasi-government entities, controlling nearly all aspects of society. The cartel's activities threaten the safety of the American people, the security of the United States, and the stability of the international order in the Western Hemisphere. Their activities, proximity to, and incursions into the physical territory of the United States pose an unacceptable national security risk to the United States. It is the policy of the United States to ensure the total elimination of these organizations' presence in the United States and their ability to threaten the territory, safety, and security of the United States through their extraterritorial command and control structures, thereby protecting the American people and the territorial integrity of the United States. Now, one thing to keep in mind here, when they're talking about moving these cartels from essentially criminal organizations as they're viewed to terrorist organizations, what that does is it unlocks a lot of capabilities in the United States government to go after these bad actors, whether it's the entities themselves or the people in or running those organizations. And it's not just military. It does open up some military possibilities, something that both sides of the political spectrum are talking more about, whether they view it as a good thing or a bad thing. But there's a lot of legal and financial issues here as well. We treat terrorism very different than criminal activity. So
This is going to majorly affect big banks. Big banks are the reason these criminal organizations can even function. Hi, Donate Chillers. Guess who's still on YouTube?
Hey guys, this is Crazy, but long time no see.
Good morning.
I wanted to make a video because I just said earlier today that I'm coming back, so here I am coming back. What does come back mean? It means that after I get with your mom, I show up and I say, hey, can I get that back? Okay.
I think he's been back for at least a few days now. Unless he's getting money from donations or something, I don't even know why he's trying anymore. Like, he might have histrionic personality disorder where he just needs, like, attention, but like, this is as dead of a channel can get. 2 million subs, and like, he literally couldn't even get 1,000 views on some of these videos. Thanks for the donation, huh?
That's one of the things that this designation would do. Now, jumping into some opinions and responses, starting with the right side of the political spectrum here. Senator Tom Cotton, a Republican from Arkansas and chair of the Senate Intel Committee, said, quote, cartels are responsible for poisoning our streets and killing thousands of Americans each year with drugs like fentanyl. Designating them as terrorists reflects the reality of their operations and gives us the tools to dismantle them. Again, so more than just military, but also the financial and legal other tools at the U.S. disposal. House Speaker Mike Johnson argued that the order would provide, quote, the long overdue framework to cut off cartel funding and cripple their operations. Former Secretary of State and former Director of the CIA, Mike Pompeo, who's not currently in government service, said, quote, for too long, these cartels have operated with impunity, wreaking havoc on both sides of the border. This designation signals that their days of hiding in the shadows are over, end quote. Incoming National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, former Green Beret, said, quote, cartels are not just a border issue, they're a national security threat. They fund global criminal enterprises and undermine governments. This step ensures we treat them as the terrorists that they are, end quote. Now, there was also, or in a kind of broader context, like a summary from a generally right-leaning organization, looking at the Wall Street Journal here, they highlighted that this terrorist designation generally aligns with what we've seen as a lot of Republican calls to prioritize border security and confront the overall fentanyl crisis here in the United States. Then turning to some opinions and responses from the left side of the political spectrum, starting with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a congresswoman from New York. She said, quote, labeling cartels as terrorist organizations might sound tough, but it's a simplistic solution to a complex problem. This could escalate violence in Mexico, create diplomatic friction, and even endanger asylum seekers fleeing cartel violence. We then have Senator Chris Murphy, a Democrat from Connecticut, who said, quote, that the order could blur the lines between criminal activity and terrorism, making it harder to implement effective, targeted policies. We have Senator Ben Ray Lujan of New Mexico, who highlighted concerns about the impact on border communities in the United States, saying, quote, many families living along the border already face daily threats from cartel violence. This designation could increase the risks they face and hinder cross-border commerce and cooperation. The Center for American Progress issued a statement saying, quote, while the intent of this order is understandable, its broad application could lead to significant humanitarian and legal challenges. We urge the administration to focus on comprehensive reform rather than punitive measures. And then immigration rights activist Linda Sanchez said, quote, this executive order does little to address the root causes of migration and violence. It's a band-aid solution that could harm vulnerable populations rather than protect them. And then the last direct quote here we have is from Human Rights Watch, actually, who they said that this designation could set a dangerous precedent by, quote, using counterterrorism laws against cartels, the U.S. risks normalizing military-style interventions in regions already suffering from violence and instability. And then kind of the overall summary from the New York Times was focused more on the diplomatic fallout with Mexico, talking about how this could be viewed by Mexican authorities and the president of Mexico as overreach by the United States government. Now, a couple things to keep an eye out for here in the coming days, weeks, and months. For starters, this isn't something that's going to happen like right now. It's going to take a little while, 14 days to be specific, or no more than 14 days to get started. Going back to the text of the executive order, it says, quote, within 14 days of the date of this order, The Secretary of State shall take all appropriate action in consultation with the Secretary of the Treasury, the Attorney General, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and the Director of National Intelligence to make a recommendation regarding the designation of any cartel or other organization described in Section 1 of this order as a foreign terrorist organization. And then a couple things worth watching out for. First and foremost, legal challenges, because that's what we do here in the United States. Anytime there's any executive order or law, it seems like it's met with a flurry of legal challenges. I'm not entirely sure the direction that those would come from at this point, but again, just based off historical precedent, it's going to be there in one shape or another. The next big one here is the diplomatic response. As of this recording, we really haven't heard much from Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. She has historically expressed concern about this designation and how it could harm and strain U.S.-Mexico relations. But as of this executive order signing, really just a couple hours ago, haven't seen anything new out of Mexico. And then the last piece here, kind of a question on everyone's mind, is what implementation would look like. How does this connect with the military, both the military that might be serving overseas, as in Mexico to some degree, the National Guard, or maybe even active duty troops on the U.S. side of the border? Down south, we've got the Department of Treasury, the Department of Homeland Security, the Director of National Intelligence.
I think this is a remarkably stupid move. It may pay off in the long run to dismantle these like large power criminal organizations, but it's a way more risky, like high violence strategy. Every single time you create like some new law or regulation to clamp down on drug dealers, what ends up happening is it forces them to be way more hostile and violent, and it increases their market share. So let's say you have like 4 big drug gangs in a given area. You make some new law or you increase policing and tasking to take out these organizations. You might be able to eliminate one of them. And what that ends up doing is now there's 3 organizations instead of 4. So all the money that was going to the 4 organizations being split 4 ways, now it's split 3 ways. So now they have more money and resources for like buying more drugs, getting more people to recruit into their gang. They have more money to pay for like police and political corruption. So their power of influence is way higher. They're going to be bringing in more money from the drug trade because now, again, the money is only split 3 ways. And in order to keep that business viable, they have to be far more violent. So anytime they have any kind of inkling that the police are, watching them, if there's informants, well, now they have to kill the informants. They have to torture people. They have to make everybody afraid. Anytime the police are on their back, they're going to have to fucking murder them because they know if they don't, their operation is going to go bust. And then, okay, let's hit them harder. Let's fucking go after them. Let's fucking, meet fire with fire. Okay, well, now you can whittle them down more and more, and maybe you could get rid of another one of these drug gangs. Well, same thing happens, right? If you're able to successfully whittle them down to like only one drug gang, now they have more market share. They literally have the entire market. So now they have more money, more power, more political influence. They can pay for more police corruption. That's literally what's happened with these drug cartels. That's why they're so rich, make so much money. That's why there's so much fucking corruption. It's because they've kept trying to attack these gangs, and they've given like only 2 or 3 cartels like all the money, all the power, all the influence, when there used to be like over 12 of them. So if they're gonna keep doing this, it could work out. They could snuff out, the last few cartels that are left, but it's going to be a very bloody, violent battle, and they may not succeed. So the better strategy is to just compete with them in the market. So just legalize these drugs, sell them for a cheaper price, make them better quality, and then poof, they can't make any money. if you could get fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, whatever these drug dealers are selling, and you could sell it for cheaper with higher quality, they're not going to be able to make any money because nobody's going to buy from them. Way easier, and we all know people are going to do drugs anyway, so the whole reason fentanyl is even a fucking problem is because of you know, these policies around drugs. Like, if they had just made heroin and cocaine and all this shit legal, it never would have been an issue. Like, nobody would be doing fentanyl. But again, because they tried to ban all these drugs and attack these gangs and cartels, they found a new drug that's cheaper, easier to produce than heroin and shit. And so there's historical, you know, if we just look at history, it's never worked out. So just legalize it. If somebody wants to do drugs, ruin their life, get addicted, kill themselves, let them do it. They're going to do it anyway. And you can also tax these drugs and then put that tax money into things like rehabilitation programs and whatever other program you want to prevent people from doing it in the first place. But it's just retarded. It's funny how, you know, everybody has this kind of, like, especially the Republican Party, they have this small government, like, let people do whatever they want, you know, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, you can make your own decisions, you know, dad logic. But then when it comes to drugs, suddenly big government, more policing, you can't do this, you can't do that because we know it's bad for you. You know, the same shit they accuse liberals and Democrats of doing. And we know it doesn't work. So just legalize drugs, let dumbasses do drugs, overdose on fentanyl, do whatever the fuck they want. Like, that seems like a better option to me than go to war with these drug cartels and create more organized crime and all this horse shit. CDG donated $2. Please don't skip around the video. The video's short and every second counts. Please, Richard.
Context. Jason thinks a YouTuber named Natural Hypertrophy, who's made countless videos heckling him, sent him a purple dildo and a butt plug. Jason proceeds to berate Natural Hypertrophy and his friend, Alex Leonidas, who for some reason Jason thinks has converted to Islam.
Well, there's the package. It was in the picture.
The fuck?
Oh, there's some gift receipts in here.
Alex's whole family is Christian, and he pretends to be Christian when he's like atheist around his family.
Let's see. This is what Natural Hypertrophy sent to me as a person who's against degeneracy. Do you guys want to see it? Do you want to see it? Drum roll. Vegeta, give us a drum roll. This is what Natural Hypertrophy sent to
Why does he think Natural Hypertrophy would bother spending any of his own money on something like this?
me as a gift.
The next day,
I got my Spartan helmet. You guys know
Why is there all that shitty paint all over it?
why we got the Spartan helmet? Because we are going to war.
That's not even a Spartan helmet. That's a cavalry helmet that the Romans used. He literally is retarded. That's a fucking cavalry helmet.
Like I did before. You guys remember that we had bag push out. You remember the whole Spartan thing. This came to me while I was working out today. I was in my garage and Amazon showed up. I'm not going to show the device itself this time, but I'm going to show you the gift cards because that will show you that it's real. But there is a thing in there. And this is what the gift card says. Delete the stream, mother effer from NH. because I'm going to keep nailing him on his hypocrisy over and over and over and over. Alex Leonidas there, right, did convert to a specific religion.
Why does he think Alex converted to Islam? Where the fuck did he get that idea? I just, like, I could understand why he'd be, like, convinced natural hypertrophy sent him a dildo, but where in the fuck could he possibly have gotten the idea that Alex converted to Islam because he grew a beard? Like, what?
Right? He specifically converted to religion. I'm going to find out what mosque he goes to, and I'm going to contact them and talk to the people who run that about that one of their members associates with this natural hypertrophy.
I have no idea where he could have gotten that idea from.
Sending me anal toys, and that he himself got in a video and said, "Do you want natural hypertrophy up your ass again?" This man is upset about my butthole. Obsessed with it. Obsessed with it.
Okay, well, Jason's retarded. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Which includes all of the intelligence agencies, the Department of Justice, and more. So how is this going to shake out? Who's going to take responsibility? Who's going to take point to really see this thing through? And what will it actually look like as this process plays out of these cartels and their individuals being labeled as foreign terrorist organizations? Now, I hope that was helpful. A few years ago, I signed up to a newsletter called The Flip Side that I'm not even sure if they're still operating. If they are, I'll link them in the description below because it's kind of like the inspiration. I loved what they did. They would take 3 or 4 times a week a topic in U.S. domestic politics and say, here's the issue, here's the responses from the left side of the aisle, here's the responses from the right side of the aisle, and maybe there'd be like a libertarian view in there as well, and just direct quotes. So like you could see what both sides were saying about a specific topic, and that's my intent here. I'm going to try to do that with some national security focused topics here going forward, but interested in your thoughts. Is that helpful at all? My goal is that maybe it kind of cuts through a lot.
Okay, let's start playing some games. I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back, then we'll play some Cuphead. All right. Let's see. Ugh.
Well, Cuphead and his pal Bugman, they like to roll the dice. By chance they came on.
Wait, we already beat that one, right? This is the one? Thanks for the donation, 9014. Appreciate the donation. Excellent spam as always. Damn it! I think I pressed the wrong button. Fuck!
Here's a real high-class bout.
Fuck. Fuck. I don't even know how the fuck I got hit by that one, son of a bitch. Give me a second. Did you see the giant cocaine bust in Toronto? I did not. I'm assuming they let all the drug dealers go and they just kept the cocaine for themselves.
A brawl is surely brewing.
Oh. Ah, shit. Fuck! Damn it, oh my god. Maybe I should just use the Seeker. Fuck! Damn it! Oh my god, I'm just gonna retry.
Here's a real high-class bout.
Damn it! Oh my god. Oh, I hate this one. Fuck! Oh my god, I hate that. What a load of shit. Fucking bitch. Fucking goddamn it. God, okay, we're fucked. I just, oh my god. I don't know how the fuck to properly time that. That just seems like some bullshit. Aw, damn it, fuck. What a bitch. I see. Oh god, no. Oh, fuck! Son of a bitch. Damn it, it's... Fuck you. I swear the timing is different each time, and Gummy's also distracting me. Okay, come on, Gum Gum. Yeah, that's a good kitty. Yeah, come lie down. That's a good kitty. Does your cat butt want to lie down on the chair? What does the cat butt want? Cat butt? What's my Gum Gum thinking? What's going on in your little cat brain? Oh my god, the back of your head is amazing. You know, I love my Gum Gum. Mwah. It's a good cat bite. Where do you want to lie down? Fuck! Fuck. Oh, great. The cat got in the way of the fucking monitor. No, Gum Gum! No, down! Off! Off! He jumps on my fucking monitor. How in the fuck it just eats shit? I swear the game cheats. Oh my god. Great.
Here's a real high-class bout. Now go.
Fucking shit. Oh.
Good day for a well battle. It's on.
Fuck! Fuck. I died. How the fuck did I die? Maybe you can't shoot that pink thing? Fuck. Yeah, we're screwed. Yeah, we're screwed.
A brawl is surely brewing. Here goes.
Fuck! Fucking goddamn it. Oh my god.
Good day for a well battle. It's on.
Fucking shit fuck. Ah! This game like actually fucking cheats, dude. Fucking goddamn it. That was bullshit. That was actually just fucking bullshit.
This match will get red hot. Here goes. This match will get red hot. Here goes.
How in the fuck, dude? That is horseshit. I did the thing and it just didn't work. Yeah, fuck you. It works when it wants to. Like, holy fuck. Fucking shit! I have no idea how you're supposed to dodge that. How? Bullshit. Yay! I did the whole thing without dying yet. Wow, fuck off. Can you suck it, Grandma? Fuck! Ugh. Fuck you.
This match will get red hot.
Fuck! You fucking ass cunt! Oh my god. Yeah, fuck this.
This match will get red hot. You're up.
Yeah, right.
Good day for a well battle. Here goes. A brawl is surely brewing. A brawl.
I can't fucking believe that. I can't believe that.
A brawl is surely brewing. You're up.
I fucked that up.
Here's a real high-class bout. A brawl.
Yeah. The game's cheated. You can't really do anything there. Those axes are fucking ass cunts. Ah, bitch.